Chapter 760. Li Wangyu also knew that it was not that the power of a bow and arrow was greater than that of a bullet, but the penetrative power of a bow and arrow. Especially for targets like sand, the resistance of an arrow was much lower than that of a bullet. However, when facing a hard target, the penetrative power of a bow and arrow was far inferior to that of a bullet. At the very least, when facing a target like a brick wall, a bullet could easily penetrate it. For a bow and arrow to be able to penetrate it was already very powerful. As for a steel plate, if it was thick enough, a bow and arrow would not be able to penetrate it. However, due to the limitations of the human body's ability to carry weight, the armor could only be made as light as possible. Otherwise, if a set of armor that weighed 100 or 200 jin was made, although a bow and arrow could defend against it, no one had the ability to wear such heavy armor in battle. Li Wangyu now only hoped that the armor made of well-tempered steel would be tough enough. After all, compared to ordinary steel, well-tempered steel that was repeatedly forged was far stronger. As for the specific effects, he would only know after trying it out. However, Li Wangyu could at least be sure that the armor in front of him was not like the standard armor of the Tang dynasty, which could be easily penetrated by arrows. In response to Niu Wu's words, Li Wangyu only smiled and said, "Niu Wu, this is an armor made of well-tempered steel. It is not certain whether your bow and arrow can penetrate it." Niu Wu did not believe him. He took down the bow on his back and pulled the bowstring. The sound of the bow tearing through the air could be heard. Lang Jun, in the past at Yanmen Pass, the arrows in my hand pierced through the armor of many Turkic cavalry. I am not bragging, but with this thickness of armor, my two-sure bow can definitely penetrate it within 100 steps. Yan Liben also nodded and said, "Teacher, Niu Wu is right. With a two-sure bow and an armor-piercing arrow, I estimate that the armor will not be able to block it within 100 steps. Then let's give it a try." Li Wangyu shrugged and was too lazy to say more. After the armor was fixed on the target, everyone retreated. 100 steps, 150 meters. In Li Wangyu's sight, the armor fixed on the target was only the size of a fingernail. Without another word, Niu Wu knocked an arrow on his bow. With a whoosh, the arrow flew towards the target. In order to test the defensive power of the armor, Yan Liben had someone send Niu Wu an armor-piercing arrow specially used by the army. This type of arrow was specially made to break through the enemy's armor, and its penetrative power was extremely strong. The arrowhead of an armor-piercing arrow was more slender than an ordinary cone-shaped arrow. It was in the shape of a cross blade, so it had very little resistance when piercing through armor. Coupled with a powerful crossbow, it could easily pierce through armor. In a battle formation, if it was used against infantrymen who were not wearing thick armor, it could even pierce through 3 people with one arrow. In the next moment, a crisp sound was heard. It was the sound of the armor-piercing arrow hitting the iron armor. In Niu Wu's imagination, his arrows should be able to pierce through the armor and even the target behind it. However, something that surprised him happened. After the armor-piercing arrow accurately hit the iron armor, not only did it not penetrate it, it even bounced off after a crisp sound. Yan Liben was also stunned. He asked in disbelief, "It bounced off? It didn't penetrate? How was this possible?" Niu Wu is using a two-pickle bow. Niu Wu's old face also turned red. Perhaps the arrow just now was too sharp. "Let me shoot another arrow." Without waiting for Li Wangyu to speak, Niu Wu knocked another arrow on his bow. This time, the bow was pulled into a full moon, and the armor-piercing arrow left the bowstring even faster. Li Wangyu could almost hear the sound of the arrow piercing through the air. The inconceivable happened again. With a clang, the armor-piercing arrow was once again bounced off by the iron armor. Niu Wu's gaze was somewhat sluggish. He put down the bow and turned to look at Yan Liben, who was also stupefied. He then looked at his Lang Jun, unable to understand what had happened. Whether it was the armor-piercing arrow or the power of the bow in his hand, Niu Wu was very clear about it. When he was outside Yanmen Pass, at a distance of 150 paces, he had consecutively shot down several Turkic armored cavalry. It must be known that the Turkic armored cavalry were equipped with circular armor, and its defensive power was not at all inferior to the standard armor of the Tang dynasty. But even so, at a distance of 150 paces, the most elite armored cavalry of the Turkic people still could not block Niu Wu's two-pickle bow and armor-piercing arrow. But today, he had really seen a ghost. At a distance of only 100 paces, 2 arrows in a row were unable to penetrate the iron armor. Seeing that he really could not penetrate the iron armor at a distance of 100 paces, Niu Wu did not believe in heresy. He walked a few steps toward the target and knocked another arrow on his bow. With a clang, the armor-piercing arrow was once again bounced off. Niu Wu continued to shorten the distance between him and the iron armor. 90 paces, 80 paces, 70 paces, until he was 50 paces away. Finally, the armor-piercing arrow was no longer bounced off the iron armor. Instead, it pierced into the iron armor, causing the arrow feathers to tremble. Niu Wu put down the bow and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Even for someone as strong as him, shooting the two-pickle bow 7 or 8 times in a row still caused his arms to feel somewhat sore. Li Wangyu also did not expect that the iron armor forged with well-tempered steel would have such great defensive power. At a distance of 50 paces, or more than 70 meters, the armor-piercing arrow had only pierced into the iron armor. Yan Liben was even more shocked. The defensive power of this iron armor was completely beyond his imagination. Everyone quickly walked to the target and saw that there were only 7 or 8 dents on the iron armor. It was obvious that these were the marks left behind by the armor-piercing arrow just now. As for the arrow that was hanging on the iron armor, Li Wangyu lightly touched it and it fell to the ground. Upon closer inspection, the arrowhead of the armor-piercing arrow only made a small hole in the iron armor. It did not penetrate it at all. Niu Wu was now speechless. At a distance of 50 paces, the two-pickle bow and the armor-piercing arrow could not penetrate this iron armor. If this kind of steel was forged into armor, wouldn't it be equivalent to being invulnerable? Lang Jun, this iron armor is very hard. I estimate that it would take at least 20 to 30 paces to penetrate this iron armor. TSK, if I had this kind of armor when I went to the battlefield with my elder brother, he would not have lost an arm. Li Wangyu nodded. In the era of cold weapons, if there was a good set of armor, it could indeed effectively reduce the probability of injury. He pondered for a moment and then said to Yan Liben, let the craftsman line the back of this iron armor with a few more layers of silk, and then line it with tanned cowhide. In this way, I estimate that even at a distance of 20 to 30 paces, Niu Wu would not be able to penetrate this iron armor. Li Wangyu's method was naturally the compound defense of the bulletproof vests of the later generations. The iron armor absorbed and reduced the kinetic energy of the arrowhead, and the silk was made of raw silk. It had good elasticity and tensile strength, which could further reduce the kinetic energy of the bow and arrow. The innermost layer of cowhide itself had very strong tenacity and could defend against the arrowhead. With 3 layers of compound defense, Li Wangyu did not believe that any bow and arrow could penetrate this kind of armor. However, Niu Wu did not believe his words. This iron armor made of well-tempered steel was indeed incomparably strong. At a distance of 50 paces, he could only make a small hole. But to say that this iron armor could not be penetrated by a few layers of thin silk and a layer of cowhide, no matter how one looked at it, this sounded like a fantasy story. Lang Jun, I don't believe your words. Niu Wu said in a low muffled voice. Yan Liben also shook his head. He naturally did not believe Li Wangyu's words. Seeing that the two did not believe his words, Li Wangyu was happy. Liben, how about you make a bet with your master? According to what your master said, Niu Wu's arrow cannot penetrate this armor. Then, you will make all 13 sets of armor out of well-tempered steel. How about it? If the arrow penetrates, you can use any pig iron to make this armor for your master. How about it? Do you dare to make a bet? Chapter 761. Li Wangyu felt that ever since he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, this sentence had almost become his catchphrase. However, this matter could not be blamed on him. Who asked the Tang people to be so fond of gambling? Furthermore, his words were often doubted by others. Therefore, Li Wangyu did not mind using this kind of thing to obtain some benefits for himself. For example, using 100 refinement steel to make armor. Although he could force Yen Liben to take out 100 refinement steel to make the armor, Yen Liben did not believe him. But since Yen Liben didn't believe him, then why not make a bet with him? If he could make Yen Liben willingly take out the 100 tempered steel to forge these 13 sets of armor for him, why not? For Li Wangyu to propose such a bet, he was naturally confident. Firstly, the toughness of the armor made from 100 refinement steel exceeded his expectations. The armor, which was only 1 millimeter thick, was actually able to cause Niu Wu's bow to fail at 50 steps. This was enough to show the toughness of the armor. Secondly, Li Wangyu was confident in the concept of composite protection for bulletproof vests in the future. Although the Tang dynasty could not make the Kevlar fiber used in the future bulletproof armor, silk could have a similar effect. When the Mongol cavalry swept across Europe and Asia, their suicide squad, the Balu Battalion, would use many layers of silk to tightly wrap their bodies before every battle. They would use layers of silk to wrap it up and use it as a soft armor, to reduce the damage caused by the arrows. The world's first bulletproof armor was invented by a tailor in England after the Industrial Revolution. It was made from coated silk. Coupled with the cowhide lining, Li Wangyu didn't believe that Niu Wu's arrow could pierce through the 3 layers of armor that were hard, soft, and tough together. However, Yen Liben and Niu Wu didn't see it that way. Yen Liben carefully looked at the armor that Niu Wu's bow had made a small hole in. Niu Wu was able to make a hole in the armor when he was 50 steps away. If he was 20 to 30 steps away, how could the armor not be pierced? So what if he added leather to the lining? The Tang army's 13 sets of armor included leather armor. The leather armor of the Tang dynasty was made of many layers of leather, mostly made of rhinoceros, shark, and other leather. The advantage of leather armor over metal armor was that it was lighter and cheaper. However, it wasn't very effective against archers. Even the many layers of leather could not block the arrows. What use would the silk and cowhide that his teacher had mentioned be against the arrows shot from the two-pickle bow? As for the silk cloth that Li Wangyu mentioned, what the hell was that? Among the Tang 13 armors, there was a silk cloth armor. Armor made of silk cloth had a beautiful appearance, but it had no defensive function. It was merely the clothing of a general or a ceremonial attire. Therefore, Yen Liben naturally did not think that the silk and cowhide behind the iron armor could withstand the arrows. Wasn't that a pure joke? Although Yen Liben had to admit that the armor made of well-tempered steel was much harder than the armor of the Tang army, when he thought about the dozens of kilograms of well-tempered steel used to make the armor, Yen Liben felt his heart ache. Furthermore, his teacher didn't make these armors to kill enemies on the battlefield, but to use them as costumes. He naturally couldn't bear such an extravagant act. If he could use the opportunity of making a bet with his teacher to save this batch of well-tempered steel, that would be a good thing. Thinking of this, Yen Liben nodded without hesitation and said, "Okay, I will make this bet with my teacher." "Teacher, you have to keep your word." Niu Wu shook his head at the side. He felt that his Lang Jun was too confident and would probably lose the bet with Yen Liben. Li Wangyu chuckled and said, "Liben, you will lose for sure. Prepare the well-tempered steel to make my armor." Yen Liben didn't reply and immediately ordered people to call the craftsmen over. They began to modify the armor according to Li Wangyu's instructions. The craftsmen tightly layered layers of silk cloth on the back of the armor. Between each layer of silk cloth, they painted a layer of tung oil paint according to Li Wangyu's instructions. After that, they found a hard cowhide and wrapped it in silk cloth and used rivets to tightly weld the cowhide and the armor together. After the modification, the thickness of the armor increased by a lot. However, neither Niu Wu nor Yen Liben felt that this would cause any trouble. "Teacher, the armor is done according to your instructions. Shall we try it now?" Yen Liben was already a little impatient. He was very happy to see his teacher suffer a setback. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and decided to add insurance to his bet. "Okay, Liben, get someone to find a pig." "Pig?" Yen Liben didn't understand Li Wangyu's meaning. Li Wangyu nodded as if it was a matter of course. "Tie this armor to the pig." If Niu Wu's arrow can penetrate the armor and kill the pig, then it will be considered my loss. If it can't kill the pig, Liben, you can obediently go and make me an armor. His idea was to use the pig's skin and thick layer of fat on the pig's body to add a little more trouble to the arrow. Li Wangyu believed that even if Niu Wu's arrows could penetrate through iron armor, silk, and cowhide, it would be impossible for them to have a greater penetrative power, passing through the obstruction of pig skin and fat. Yen Liben heard this and opened his mouth. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't say anything to refute. The purpose of the armor was naturally to protect the person wearing it. If the arrow couldn't kill the pig at a distance of 20 to 30 steps, it would indeed prove the armor's strong defense. But the bet he made with his teacher didn't seem to be like this. Teacher, the bet you made with me seemed to be whether or not the arrow could penetrate the armor. Yen Liben said gloomily. Li Wangyu didn't care so much. He argued, if the arrow can't kill the pig, then how can it be considered as penetrating the armor? Liben, the armor is to protect the person wearing it. This is a very strict matter and can't be faked. Yen Liben's face turned red from his words. He knew that something was wrong, but he didn't know how to reply. He could only bow to Li Wangyu to show that he had learned something. Niu Wu, who was watching from the side, was also dumbfounded. His Langjun was really a little shameless. Wasn't this clearly bullying Yen Liben for being honest? How thick was the pig's skin? How could it be compared to a human? He and his brother Niu Yong often went into the Qinling Mountains to hunt. Usually, when they encountered wild boars in the mountains, they were unwilling to provoke them. Things with thick skin, not only would a few arrows not kill them, they would often arouse the wild boar's ferocious nature. Although domesticated pigs weren't as difficult to provoke as wild boars, they weren't easily killed by a few arrows. Niu Wu naturally wouldn't expose his Langjun's thoughts. He only looked at Yen Liben with a sympathetic gaze. He was afraid that this fellow was going to lose the bet with his Langjun. Naturally, there were no pigs in the valley where Jade Star Palace was located. Li Wangyu had the troops in the palace ride back to Dingzhou village and bring back a 200-gene fat pig. The poor pig that was used as a target had no idea what was going on. It was led to the target and tied up. The specially made armor was also tightly tied to the pig's side by the craftsman. Li Wangyu said with a smile, "All right, Niu Wu, shoot it. You have to aim properly. Don't shoot outside the armor. Even if you kill the pig, it won't count." Niu Wu silently rolled his eyes. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Li Wangyu's teasing. He could accurately shoot the armor from 100 steps away, let alone 20 to 30 steps away. He could shoot it with his eyes closed. Niu Wu straightforwardly nocked an arrow and shot it out. Chapter 762. The armor-piercing arrow pierced through the armor the moment it left the bowstring. In the next moment, the pig, which had been used as a test subject, let out a blood-curdling scream. It pierced through. In fact, the arrow pierced through. Yen Liben looked at the pig, which was screaming and struggling with all its might. It was obviously injured by the arrow. If it wasn't for the fact that the pig was tied up tightly, it would have already run away. Li Wangyu was also stunned. He thought to himself, could it be that this composite armor really couldn't block Niu Wu's armor-piercing arrow? However, when he looked carefully, although the pig was screaming, there wasn't any blood flowing out from under the armor. Moreover, looking at the pig's appearance, it didn't seem to be injured at all. It was very spirited. Although the armor-piercing arrow had indeed pierced through the armor, Li Wangyu estimated the length of the arrow shaft and estimated that the arrow shouldn't have penetrated deep into the armor. Li Wangyu's hanging heart relaxed. He brushed off the non-existent dust on his body and smiled at Yen Liben. "Liben, just now we agreed that this pig would only count if it was shot to death. Look at this pig, it's still alive and kicking." Yen Liben looked at Li Wangyu with hidden bitterness. He finally reacted. It seemed that he had been fooled by this unscrupulous teacher. Clearly, the bet was that Niu Wu's arrow would be able to pierce through the armor and Li Wangyu would lose. Now, it had become that the pig would only count if it was shot to death. Wasn't this bullying? How could a 200-pound pig be shot to death so easily? Moreover, Yan Liben could also see that the armor-piercing arrow didn't penetrate much. At most, the pig would only suffer some superficial wounds. Niu Wu saw that the arrow didn't cause much damage to the pig and felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Without saying anything, he continuously pulled the bowstring and shot out one armor-piercing arrow after another, causing the poor pig to cry out unceasingly. Another 7 or 8 arrows were shot out in succession. Even someone as strong as Niu Wu felt that he couldn't take it anymore and let go of the bow in his hand. The iron armor that was tightly tied to the pig's body had already been shot into the shape of a hedgehog, full of arrows. Yan Liben sighed helplessly and gestured to the craftsmen, who were already dumbfounded, to remove the armor from the pig. He wanted to see what kind of damage these armor-piercing arrows had caused. Yan Li originally thought that even if the armor-piercing arrow didn't cause any fatal damage to the pig, the arrowhead would still be deeply embedded in the pig's body and difficult to pull out. After all, even if the armor-piercing arrow was specially made to penetrate armor, the arrowhead also had barbs. Once it was embedded in the body, it was very difficult to pull it out. However, he did not expect that after the armor was removed, the 7 or 8 armor-piercing arrows were removed along with the armor. They did not pierce into the pig's body at all. He took a few steps forward, and after taking a closer look, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. On the back of the armor, one could clearly see that the sharp and slender armor-piercing arrow had only pierced through the arrowhead. What he could not understand was that after piercing through the armor, the arrowhead was wrapped in silk. After piercing through the inner lining of the cowhide, only the tip of the arrowhead could be seen, shining coldly under the sunlight. Looking at the fat pig again, even though it was making loud noises, there were only 7 or 8 small wounds on its body. There was almost no blood flowing out of them. Niu Wu could not help but cry out, "What a strong armor! Even a 2-pickle strong bow could not penetrate it. My mother, if I wore this armor and went into battle, wouldn't I be like Zhao Zilong in Lang Juan's book? Wouldn't I be able to kill my way through the enemy's army without suffering any damage?" Li Wangyu was also very satisfied with the armor's defensive power. He could not help but pat Niu Wu's shoulder and laugh loudly. He then winked at Yan Liben. "Liben, how is it? Are you convinced?" "Wahahaha, I will leave my 13 sets of armor to you." Yan Liben was very helpless, but he could only nod and cup his hands. "Yes, your disciple will not be careless." Spending a few £100 of well-tempered steel to make the armor made Yan Liben's heart bleed, but he could only lower his head and admit defeat. With the help of the hydraulic forging machine and the skilled craftsmen working day and night, the 13 sets of Saint Seiya's holy armor were finally completed the day before Li Wangyu and the foppish lords agreed to hunt. All the armor was made of well-tempered steel and lined with silk and cowhide. Its defensive power was astonishing. In addition, the outer layer of the armor was plated with shining gold. It was simply like a piece of art that made people gasp in amazement. Li Wangyu looked at the Saint Seiya armor and felt very proud. This was what it meant to be cosplay. Compared to the genuine Saint Seiya armor, the cosplay Saint Seiya armor in the future was simply a knockoff that couldn't be more knockoff. Li Wangyu dared to say that if these 13 sets of Saint Seiya armor were to be auctioned in the future, it would definitely make those anime nerds go crazy. Although he was not an anime nerd, when faced with such exquisite Saint Seiya armor, he was also very fond of it. After all, these were beautiful memories of his youth. Li Wangyu could not wait any longer and had Niu Wu help him put on the Saint Seiya armor. The Saint Seiya armor was made of fine steel, and each set weighed around 40 pounds. This weight was nothing to a general, but to Li Wangyu's small body, it was too heavy. After putting on the Saint Seiya armor, Li Wangyu felt that he could barely move his feet. He forced himself to strike a few poses in front of the bronze mirror, narcissistically admiring his appearance in the Saint Seiya armor. Li Wangyu hurriedly had Niu Wu help him take off the Saint Seiya armor. "Damn it, I have to start working out." Li Wangyu secretly swore in his heart. Otherwise, it would be difficult to act cool, not to mention that there were still beauties at home who needed his comfort. It was impossible to not have a good body. Li Wangyu was extremely satisfied with these 13 sets of armor. He ordered Niu Wu to put them all into wooden boxes and prepare to take them away. Yan Liben, who was at the side, wanted to say something but stopped. His face was full of conflict and reluctance. He originally thought that these armors looked strange, but when they were really made and placed together, Yan Liben could not bear to give them to Li Wangyu. He caressed these shining golden Saint Seiya armor. That reluctant expression made Li Wangyu start to suspect that Yan Liben had a fetish. Why did it feel like he was going to take away these Saint Seiya armor as if he was going to steal his concubines from his residence? Teacher, are you really going to use these armors as costumes? This is too wasteful. Yan Liben hesitated for a moment, but still said. Li Wangyu looked at these Saint Seiya armor and also hesitated. Damn it, should he still give these exquisite Saint Seiya armor to Qing Chumo and the others? Wasn't it a bit wasteful? He had originally wanted to torture the wastrels, but now, why did it seem like he was giving them a reward? Li Wangyu also wanted to collect these golden Saint Seiya armor himself. He was even a bit reluctant to give it to the wastrels. Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, he heard Niu Wu ask, Lang Jun, why are these armors placed in boxes? What is the meaning of the scorpion and bull engravings on these boxes? Chapter 763. Li Wangyu knew that Niu Wu was asking about the constellation diagrams of the 12 ecliptic palaces on the wooden box. Li Wangyu had strictly followed the Saint Seiya in the comics. The patterns on the wooden boxes were naturally carved according to the 12 constellations, such as Aries, Taurus, Cancer, and so on. However, there was no such thing as the 12 constellations in China, and Li Wangyu didn't know how to explain it to Niu Wu. Since ancient times, China had divided the sky near the ecliptic into 12 parts from west to east. They were called the 12 stars, and their meaning was the same as the 12 constellations in the west. Star Epoch, Xianku, Bayan, Jianghu, Daliang, Shishen, Quail Head, Quail Fire, Quail Tail, Longevity God, Dahua, and Jianghu were the 12 stars of China. The 12 stars corresponded to the 12 constellations of the zodiac: Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, and Sagittarius. However, the 12 constellations of the zodiac were created by the ancient Greeks, and the Tang dynasty didn't know about Greece. Li Wangyu didn't know how to explain it to Niu Wu, so he could only vaguely say, it's the 12 stars, also known as the 12 constellations of the zodiac. Yan Liben, who was standing to the side, suddenly clapped his hands. No wonder I felt that these armors were strange. So it turns out that Master had forged them according to the 12 constellations. He pointed at the Taurus Saint cloth and said, this set of armor has a pair of horns on the helmet, so it should correspond to the Taurus. Master, am I right? Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. Yan Liben actually knew about constellations? Why did this matter sound so fantastical? The Tang people also knew about constellations? This didn't make sense. Yan Liben still wanted to continue. He found the Capricorn Saint cloth and said self-mockingly, this should be the armor corresponding to the Capricorn Saint cloth. Speaking of which, I was born with the Scorpion Saint cloth as my palace. Master, the people in the Capricorn Saint cloth palace don't have any riches. They have a lot of slander in their life, and their fate is bad. When Li Wangyu heard this, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Damn, did Yan Liben take the wrong script? He turned his head stiffly and looked around, trying to confirm whether he was in the Tang dynasty or in modern times. When he was sure that he was still in the Valley of the Jade Star Palace and that there were no space-time distortions or wormholes, he began to feel suspicious again. Could it be that Yan Liben was also a transmigrator? Or was Yan Liben's soul replaced by the soul of a modern person? Otherwise, how would he know about the 12 ecliptic palaces, and even talk to him about how Capricorn constellation's fate was bad? Li Wangyu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and carefully asked, Li Ben, what's your QQ number? What QQ? Yan Liben was confused. He didn't understand what Li Wangyu was talking about. Li Wangyu saw his blank face and asked curiously, the heavenly king covers the earth tiger? Yan Liben became more and more confused. He didn't understand why his teacher would say something he didn't understand. Li Wangyu saw that his confused expression wasn't fake, and that he didn't reply with "pagoda suppresses river demons" or "chicken stewed with mushrooms." Only then did he put down a big rock in his heart. That scared him to death. He thought he saw a ghost. "Li Ben, you also know about the 12 ecliptic palaces?" He didn't explain his words just now and asked Yan Liben. Yan Liben looked at Li Wangyu curiously and nodded, explaining, "Yes, this 12 ecliptic palaces was passed down from India to the Central Plains. This disciple also heard about it from a Buddhist monk. It is also recorded in the Buddhist scriptures. This disciple feels that the 12 ecliptic palaces numerology is somewhat reasonable, so I studied it." Li Wangyu finally relaxed. He thought that the 12 ecliptic palaces in the Tang dynasty had already spread to China. But it was clearly the constellations of ancient Greece, so how did it become India's? He naturally didn't know that the 12 ecliptic palaces were first invented by the ancient Babylonians. At the beginning, their main purpose was to be used in astronomy and calendars. Later on, it spread to Greece, and through Greece, it spread to India. In India, the 12 ecliptic palaces were combined with the Buddhist scriptures, and along with the Buddhist scriptures, it spread to China. Han Yu of the Tang dynasty once said, "On the day of my birth, the moon sleeps in the southern dipper, a unique spirit in the southern dipper. No good name to hear, no evil name to be feared. Reputation multiplies and divides, gain little and lose more. It means that my palace is in Capricorn, and none of the stars that preside over fate are good. The southern dipper doesn't bring good wine, the southern dipper doesn't bring good carriages." And in the Song dynasty, Su Dongpa also once said, "Those who know how to retreat grind scorpions for their palace, and servants grind scorpions for their lives. Their lives are full of slander, and they suffer from the same disease." This sentence, in summary, can be summed up in 6 words: Capricorn, bad fate. This is probably the time in history when Capricorn was badly offended, and was comparable to the Virgo constellation of the future generations. Li Wangyu didn't know about this, so when he suddenly heard Yan Liben's words, he was scared half to death. After understanding the whole story, Li Wangyu smiled and said to Yan Liben, "Liben, why do you believe in ecliptic palaces? Moreover, Capricorn is the most patient constellation among the 12 ecliptic palaces, don't belittle yourself." Hearing this, Yan Liben's eyes lit up. "Teacher actually knows about ecliptic palaces? Can you tell this disciple in detail?" Li Wangyu was speechless. He didn't know anything about ecliptic palaces, he only occasionally heard about them from rumors. But his beautiful boss really did research on ecliptic palaces. Women mostly like to talk about ecliptic palaces. In the future, when they were resting in the office, his beautiful boss would often talk about ecliptic palaces with the female colleagues in the office. Although Li Wangyu didn't understand, he felt that their words were very professional, even though he didn't understand. It was only after he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty that his beautiful boss didn't talk about ecliptic palaces. After all, no one around them knew about ecliptic palaces, so it was like playing the lute to a cow. Hearing Yan Liben's question, Li Wangyu thought that the ancient people mostly believed in ecliptic palaces. His beautiful boss's knowledge of ecliptic palaces might really be able to find a soulmate in the Tang dynasty. Hee, how would I know anything about ecliptic palaces? I only know a little. Liben, if you are interested, you can ask Lady Su for advice, she is very good in this aspect. Oh. Lady Su also knows about ecliptic palaces? If there is a chance, this disciple would like to ask for advice. Yan Liben smiled. He didn't really believe Li Wangyu's words, he was just being polite. After all, in the eyes of the Tang people, a woman who could read was already considered talented. Although Su Changqing was capable and was his teacher's woman, Yan Liben didn't think much of her. He didn't believe that she really knew anything about ecliptic palaces. Li Wangyu also didn't take Yan Liben's insincere and perfunctory words to heart. He just habitually started to daydream, his mind randomly thinking about how much benefit his beautiful boss could bring to them if she was proficient in ecliptic palaces. Chapter 764. When Yan Liben suddenly talked about the 12 constellations, Li Wangyu felt that he had grasped some inspiration. There were two things that he was most annoyed about. One was that Pai Lupi was going to force him to become an official next year, and the other was how he was going to successfully marry his beautiful superior. The matter of becoming an official was easy to deal with. He could think of many ways. At worst, he could just pretend to be sick. Pai Lupi would not be so inhumane as to force a sick person to become an official. But the matter of marrying a wife was very troublesome. Even if he said it himself, it did not count. Ever since he was conferred the title of nobility by Pai Lupi, although it was a good thing, many things became out of his control. Empress Jiangsun had already wanted to give him a marriage several times, but he used the excuse of mourning to cut off his decline. As for directly telling Pai Lupi and Empress Jiangsun that he wanted to marry Su Chongqing as his wife, he did not even need to think about it. He would be rejected by the two in-laws, and might even be reprimanded. Even if Su Chongqing and Empress Jiangsun were familiar with each other and had a harmonious relationship, from Empress Jiangsun's point of view, Li Wangyu could take Su Chongqing as a concubine, but definitely not as a wife. No matter if it was Pai Lupi or Empress Jiangsun, they both naturally believed that this talented nephew of theirs had to marry a woman of equal status with a prominent background as his wife. Li Wangyu deeply hated this, but he was also helpless. Every time he thought of this, he felt his head swell. But the conversation with Yan Liben just now made Li Wangyu suddenly realize that he and his beautiful superior could borrow the fate of the constellations and work together. But this matter was not urgent. He had to go back and plan it with his beautiful superior. Li Wangyu was thinking about something and did not pay attention to what Yan Liben was saying. Teacher? N? Li Wangyu heard this and came back to his senses, looking at Yan Liben. Teacher, this disciple is asking, what do you plan to do with these armors? Yan Liben brought up this topic again. He really couldn't stand Li Wangyu preparing to use these armors as costumes. Wouldn't that be a waste of God's gifts? Give it to someone, Li Wangyu answered matter-of-factly. Yan Liben was stunned. He didn't expect that Li Wangyu would spend so much money to make these armors for someone else. Teacher, are you going to offer these armors to the saints or Lu Guogong? Yan Liben asked again. Li Wangyu shook his head. No, I am preparing to give it to Qing Chimo, Fang Yai, and the others. Tomorrow, I have an appointment with them to hunt in the Forbidden Garden, so I can give them these armors. These saint garments were meant to be given to the rich. Li Wangyu wasn't a stingy person. Now that he had something good, he naturally wanted to share it with the other rich kids. Yan Liben was speechless. He opened his mouth, wanting to persuade his teacher, but he didn't know what to say. The armors were paid for by his teacher. Naturally, he could do whatever he wanted with them. But in Yan Liben's view, these armors with astonishing defensive power were not given to Li Er, or given to Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, these military generals, but instead given to Qing Chimo, that group of silk pants. It was indeed casting pearls before swine. As a junior supervisor, Yan Liben also had some craftsmanship. Originally, he was unwilling to use the well-tempered steel to make armors. But when these 13 sets of armors were made, his thoughts naturally changed. As the saying goes, a sword is given to a hero, and powder is given to a beauty. Wouldn't it be a pity for such good armors to fall into the hands of those rich kids? Li Wangyu didn't know what Yan Liben was thinking. He ordered Niu Wu to arrange for the servants to pack the 13 sets of saint garments into boxes. After bidding farewell to Yan Liben, he left. Yan Liben looked at the backs of Li Wangyu and the others as they left. Thinking of the armors, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He ordered his servants to take the iron armor that had been shot full of holes by Niu Wu's bow and arrows and return to Chang'an. Back in the Yan mansion, Yan Liben was in a bad mood. He ordered the servant girls to bring him wine and drank alone. Lang Jun, the first master is here. The servant girl came in to report. The first master was his elder brother, Yan Lide. Yan Lide entered the central room and saw his younger brother drinking alone. He couldn't help but be surprised. Liben, what are you so worried about? Didn't you say a few days ago that you were helping Count Hu to make new bows and armor? Did it not go well? Yan Lide asked curiously. After Yan Liben greeted his brother, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Brother, it's not that it didn't go well. How could the teacher's ideas be wrong? Everything has already been made. Oh. Then why do you look so down? Brother, look at this armor and you'll know. Yan Liben pointed at the armor on the side. Yan Lide picked up the armor that was full of holes. He could tell at a glance that the holes on the armor were all made by armor-piercing arrows. What's wrong with this armor? Yan Lide didn't understand. Yan Liben smiled bitterly and said, Brother, do you know what this armor is made of? Yan Lide habitually knocked on the armor with his knuckles and looked at the patterns on the armor. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, Liben, is this armor made of well-tempered steel? These patterns are clearly unique to well-tempered steel. Brother is right. It is made of well-tempered steel. Do you know how far away these holes were made by armor-piercing arrows? Yan Lide shook his head. I can't guess. This is the first time I've seen armor made of well-tempered steel. Isn't it too extravagant? Yan Liben smiled bitterly and raised 2 fingers. A 2-pickle strong bow and an armor-piercing arrow could only pierce through this armor from a distance of 20 to 30 steps. Yan Lide sucked in a breath of cold air. Really? What a strong armor. I've never seen an armor with such a strong defense. Not only that. Brother, look at the back of the armor. Yan Liben continued, this is the idea that the teacher came up with. The back of the armor is lined with many layers of silk and cowhide. That day when we tested the arrows, this armor was tied tightly to a pig. But 7 or 8 armor-piercing arrows only scratched the pig's skin. There wasn't even much blood. I reckon that armor made with this method can be said to be invulnerable. It's very impressive. As a supervisor of craftsmen, Yan Lide naturally knew how impressive this armor was. He was amazed and praised it repeatedly. He admired Li Wangyo's bold and imaginative ideas. Unremarkable silk and cowhide could actually increase the armor's ability to defend against arrows. This kind of fantastic idea, even he, a master craftsman, could only admire Shan Do for a long time. Liben, isn't that a good thing? Why are you frowning? Yan Lide didn't understand. Yan Liben bitterly smiled and shook his head. He told Yan Lide about how his teacher wanted to gift this batch of armor to Ching Chimo and the other rich kids. Hearing this, Yan Lide also shook his head, understanding why his younger brother was so depressed. Yan Lide looked at the armor in his hand and smiled. Liben, this is very simple. Oh. Brother, what brilliant plan do you have? Can you persuade your teacher to change his mind? Yan Liben didn't understand. Yan Lide leaned close to his ear and whispered a few words. Hearing this, Yan Liben's expression changed greatly. How can I do this? Brother, aren't you asking me to be ungrateful? I can't. Yan Liben waved his hand. How can this be considered ungrateful? Aren't you asking for credit for your teacher? How can County Count who blame you? Yan Lide twirled his beard and smiled. Yan Liben hesitated. Can this really work? Won't the teacher blame me? Of course. Why would I lie to you? Let me think about it. Chapter 765. The next day, Yan Liben sat among the officials in a daze. He touched the hard object in his bosom, not knowing if he should listen to his brother or not. Yan Lide was not far away from him. Seeing Yan Liben remain silent, he could not help but turn around to look at him. Naturally, he was urging Yan Liben not to waste any more time. Yan Liben's gaze was unfocused. He still could not make up his mind. His gaze unconsciously landed on the 2 sides of Taiji Palace, on the armored palace guards. The armor that these guards wore looked majestic, like the majesty of the royal family. However, Yan Liben knew that this armor was just for show. Not to mention armor-piercing arrows, even ordinary arrows would be able to pierce through it from a distance of 1 to 200 steps. Compared to the armor in his bosom, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. At this moment, in Taiji Palace, the matter of sending troops to the Eastern Turks was being discussed. In the winter of the second year of Zhengguan, internal strife broke out in the Eastern Turks. Shui Yentua, Hueha, Bei, and the other tribes betrayed them. The plains were also hit by a snowstorm, causing many sheep and horses to die. As a result, there was a famine, and the Eastern Turks all left. The second Khan of the Eastern Turks, Tuli Kaghan, had been suppressed by Shili Kaghan for a long time. He had also secretly contacted the Tang dynasty, expressing his willingness to submit. Faced with such an opportunity, how could Pai Lupi let it go? He had already made up his mind to attack the Eastern Turks. The officials in Taiji Palace had already discussed for a long time about the preparation of the various troops and provisions, as well as how to send troops. Yan Liben listened to Li Er, Li Jing, Qing Yao Jin, and the others discussing military matters. He once again reached out to touch the armor in his bosom. Finally, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind to listen to his elder brother's suggestion and betray his teacher. He had already made up his mind. After the court ended, he would go to his teacher's residence to ask for forgiveness. He was willing to accept any blame from his teacher. Yan Liben suddenly stood up and interrupted the court meeting. "Your Majesty, I have something to report." Pai Lupi was listening to Dai Ren's report on the provisions of the various provinces. Suddenly interrupted by Yan Liben, he could not help but frown. "Official Yan, what's the matter?" Pai Lupi knew that Yan Li had always been a steady person. If there wasn't anything important, he wouldn't be so rash. Therefore, even though he was displeased, he still asked. Yan Liben took out the piece of armor from his bosom and raised it above his head. He bowed and said, "Your Majesty, my teacher, Li Zio, the county count of Huxian, has recently created a new type of armor. It is indestructible and is truly a divine weapon. This subject requests your Majesty to request for a reward for my teacher." This was his elder brother Yan Li's idea. Under the pretext of claiming credit for Li Wangyu, he would let Pai Lupi know about this matter. Pai Lupi was an emperor on horseback who had been on the battlefield for a long time. How could he tolerate such a precious armor falling into the hands of others? He would definitely order Li Wangyu to hand over the armor. In this way, even if Li Wangyu knew, he wouldn't be able to blame Yan Liben. Of course, this was just an excuse. Yan Liben knew that by doing this, he would be betraying his teacher. However, he really couldn't bear to see such a precious armor fall into the hands of a few wastrels. Therefore, he decided to listen to his elder brother and speak to Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi, who had been somewhat displeased a moment ago, immediately raised his eyebrows when he heard Yan Liben's words. In the great hall, the eyes of Qing Yao Jin, Yuqi Jingda, Qin Xiong, and the other generals and dukes all lit up. "Official Yan, what kind of armor is this? Quickly present it to me." Pai Lupi stood up from his throne and said impatiently. Yan Liben raised his hands high and handed the armor to Mitua. He continued, "Your Majesty, please look at this armor." The holes on it were all created by a two-pickle bow using standard armor-piercing arrows from the military. They were only able to penetrate it at a distance of 20 paces. In addition, the arrowheads of the arrowheads were all stuck in the armor and couldn't completely penetrate it. His words immediately caused an uproar in the great hall. Qing Yao Jin, Yuqi Jingda, Qin Xiong, and the other dukes couldn't care less about their lack of manners in front of the hall. They all rushed to Mituo's side and snatched the armor, looking it over left and right. Pai Lupi didn't mind the rudeness of Qing Yao Jin and the others at all. He quickly walked down the royal stairs and also looked at the armor. "Your Majesty, this really was made by an armor-piercing arrow. Tisk tsk, if I'm not wrong, this armor is made from well-tempered steel." "Bastard, using well-tempered steel to make armor, no wonder it's so sturdy. But a two-pickle bow can't penetrate it at 20 paces? Why don't I believe it?" Qing Yao Jin shouted. The group of dukes discussed animatedly as they looked at the armor full of holes. Their eyes were filled with excitement. "Yan Xiaojian, what's the lining behind this armor?" Pai Lupi carefully looked at it and waved at Yan Liben, indicating that he should explain it to him. Yan Liben said, "Your Majesty, the lining behind the armor is silk and cowhide. The teacher said that this can block the arrowheads. Originally, I didn't believe it, but after trying it, I realized that the teacher wasn't lying. After all the arrowheads penetrated the armor, they were all entangled by the silk and then blocked by the cowhide. In the end, they just pierced through the cowhide and were unable to go any further. Before Pai Lupi could say anything, Qing Yaojin shouted, "Your Majesty, why don't you let me try it?" "Sure." Pai Lupi nodded in agreement. Qing Yaojin immediately ordered the palace guards to take the armor out of the hall and find a target to fix it on. He also ordered someone to bring a strong bow and arrows, preparing to personally shoot a few arrows. Pai Lupi didn't care about the court anymore. He led the group of officials out of Taiji Palace to watch Qing Yaojin test the arrows. Qing Yaojin didn't believe Yan Liben at all. He knew the power of the arrowheads in the army. In his opinion, even if this armor was made of well-tempered steel, it would definitely be pierced through at most 50 steps. After the palace guards brought the bow and arrows, Qing Yaojin immediately knocked an arrow and shot it from 50 steps away. With a metallic clang, the arrow pierced into the armor. It swayed a few times before a gust of wind blew the arrow down. This scene fell into the eyes of Pai Lupi and the officials, causing an uproar. Qing Yaojin couldn't help but blush. He cursed in his heart that the armor was so hard that it couldn't be pierced at 50 steps. He didn't dare to be careless anymore. He was afraid that the next arrow wouldn't be able to pierce through the armor. Qing Yaojin simply walked 20 steps away with the bow and pulled the string again. This time, the arrow pierced deeply into the armor, creating another hole in the armor that was already full of holes. "Your Majesty, this armor is really F*King strong. It really can't be pierced at 20 steps." Qing Yaojin put down the bow and indicated for the palace guards to take down the armor. After carefully examining the back of the armor, everyone was shocked to find that the arrowhead of the arrowhead only revealed a little bit of the arrow. Obviously, if this was on the battlefield, this kind of arrow was no different from being bitten by a mosquito. It couldn't hurt them at all. Pai Lupi and the group of dukes' eyes immediately became burning hot. They all turned their heads and stared at Yan Liben like hungry wolves. "Yan Liben, did you use this method to make armor?" Yan Liben hesitated and nodded. "As a teacher, I used well-tempered steel to make 13 sets of armor. They were all carefully drawn by my teacher. 12 of them were made by my teacher according to the 12 constellations. Each constellation corresponds to a set of armor." Once they heard that Li Wangyu had 13 sets of armor made of well-tempered steel, the eyes of all the generals and dukes, including Pai Lupi, began to shine. "There's such a thing? Your Majesty, is today's court adjourned? How about we make a trip to Dingzhou village?" Qing Yaojin wanted to immediately fly to Li Wangyu's residence and take the armor. Pai Lupi nodded without hesitation. "Yes, today's court will end here. Me too, order someone to prepare a horse. I want to make a trip to the Hu County Count's residence." Yan Liben swallowed and said with difficulty, "Your Majesty, my teacher is not in Dingzhou village today. It is said that he made an appointment with Qing Chumo and the others to go hunting in the Forbidden Park." With Yan Liben's tip-off, Pai Lupi led Qing Yaojin and the other generals to the Forbidden Park on horseback. Chapter 766. Li Wangyu would never have thought that he would be betrayed by his disciple Yan Liben. He was still pondering why Pai Lupi would lead a group of old hooligans to ask him for the Saint cloth. Could it be that they also wanted to cosplay? Li Wangyu, who had never experienced war, could never imagine how tempting these armors were to military generals. "Uncle Cheng, I was going to give those armors to Brother Chumo and the others." Li Wangyu muttered as he looked at Qing Yaojin's expression that looked like he wanted to eat someone. Qing Yaojin's eyes widened like copper bells. "Bullshit, those bastards, why would they need such good armors? You little brat, stop talking nonsense and quickly hand over the armors." "Oh right, my natal body is Aries, give me that Aries constellation armor." Li Wangyu's mouth was wide open. He felt as if he had seen a ghost. Not only did this old gangster want to snatch his saint garment, he even F*King mentioned that he wanted the Aries saint garment. Did he have any shame? Without waiting for Li Wangyu to speak, Pai Lupi also laughed loudly. "Huh, I am Aquarius natal body. Ziyu, go and bring the Aquarius armor to me." Li Wangyu's mouth twitched, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. It felt like they had teamed up to rob him. But since Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin, these old hooligans, had spoken, what else could he say? He could only wave his hands towards Niu Wu and the others, indicating for them to bring the wooden boxes over. "Uncle, these are the boxes for the armors. Every box has a set of armor corresponding to the constellation." Li Wangyu helplessly explained as he pointed at the Saint Cloth boxes. Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and the others ignored Li Wangyu and the other hooligans. They each looked for the constellation that their natal body belonged to in the wooden boxes. After Yan Liben revealed and personally witnessed the incomparably fierce defense of the armor, even a big shot like Li Jing could not resist the greed in his heart and followed Pai Lupi to the Imperial Garden, preparing to ask Li Wangyu for the armor. Since Yan Liben said that he had helped Li Wangyu make 13 sets of armor, then those who had the qualifications to follow Pai Lupi to the Imperial Garden and ask for a set of armor would have an explanation. Obviously, those who did not have enough status and were not close enough could only stand to the side. Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, Qin Xiong, Li Jing, Duan Jishuan, Lu Hongji, Chai Shao, Su Shiji, and Li Daozong were all Grand Dukes, and no one dared to compete with them. As for Ho Junji, although he was also a Grand Duke, he knew that his relationship with Li Wangyu was terrible. Even though he coveted the armor, he did not follow Pai Lupi to the Imperial Garden to join in the fun. Although there were 13 sets of armor, they did not push things too far. They were prepared to leave one set for their master, Li Wangyu. They were planning to divide the 12 sets among themselves, which could be considered quite benevolent. But with Pai Lupi included, there were only 10 spots. There were still 2 spots left, and that was enough for the prefectural dukes to fight over. After a battle of words, Niu Jinda relied on his son, Niu Jingping, and his good relationship with Li Wangyu to snatch one of the spots. Zhang Gongjin, as the prefectural duke of Dingyuan and one of the 24 meritorious officials of Lingshao Pavilion, was able to snatch the last spot. 11 of the most illustrious generals in the army, who had accumulated many achievements, followed Pai Lupi to the Imperial Garden as if they were going into battle to snatch the armor. Li Wangyu wanted to cry, but no tears came out. As he looked at these old hoodlums happily rummaging through the chest of armor, Li Wangyu wanted to call the police. "Hello, is this Yao Ling? Someone is robbing here. Is there still any law?" As for the wastrels, they still had no idea what had happened. Fang Yai moved to Li Wangyu's side and whispered, "Zio, His Majesty, Duke Lu, and the others, what armor did they ask you for?" The wastrels were also confused. They did not understand why Pai Lupi and the others had excitedly rushed over to ask Li Wangyu for armor. Could it be that His Majesty, Duke Lu, and the others were lacking armor? Li Wangyu squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. "Brother Yai, I had someone make a batch of armor. I was originally going to give them to my brothers. I don't know how the news got out, but Uncle and the others actually found out." Ching Chimo heard this and casually patted Li Wangyu's shoulder. He smiled, "Zio, you are too considerate. We brothers appreciate your kindness. There are plenty of armors in the mansion. Zio, why don't you give your brothers some nurses from the hospital? That's the right thing to do. Brother Chimo's words are reasonable. Armors and whatnot are not important. Why don't you give us a few young ladies?" Haha. Li Wangyu wanted to kick these lustful bastards to death. Damn it, thinking about the nurses in his hospital every day. He should grab them and flick them to death. He was too lazy to pay attention to these heartless bastards. In his mind, he began to imagine what Qing Yaojin, who looked no different from a bandit, would look like if he wore the Aries Saint cloth. The calm, wise, and handsome Aries Saint Seiya, Mr. Mu, would look like that old bastard Qing Yaojin. Li Wangyu suddenly felt a little nauseous. He quickly stopped his wild imagination. He was afraid that if he continued to imagine, he would vomit. The group of dukes quickly distributed the Saint Cloth boxes for their respective constellations. Qing Yaojin was the most impatient. He could not wait to open the wooden box. The wooden chest opened up, revealing the Aries constellation gold saint robe. Coincidentally, the sun shone down and shone on the golden saint robe, blinding everyone's eyes. Including Pai Lupi, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What an exquisite armor! The silk pants were stupefied by the scene in front of them. They pointed at the saint cloth and muttered, Ziyu, could it be that this armor is made from gold? It is gilded. The armor is made from tempered steel. Li Wangyu replied. The silk pants naturally knew how difficult it was to make tempered steel. Hearing this, they were speechless. Qing Yaojin suddenly regretted. If he knew that the armor was made from tempered steel, he would have snatched a set. But since Pai Lupi was here, along with his family's master and a group of elders, it was obvious that the armor was not fated with them. What made the silk pants even more regretful was that they were shocked to find that the armor Qing Yaojin chose was not the standard armor of the Tang army. It was made from many pieces of plate armor. The design was very exaggerated. The appearance of the armor was really beautiful. The Aries saint cloth extended from the shoulder blades to the top of the clavicle. It was especially eye-catching. When Chada Masami was drawing the Aries saint cloth, she patiently sculpted every part of it. The result was naturally very good. Of course, when Li Wangyu ordered people to make the holy garment, this pair of huge goat horns was just an ornament made of hollow iron. If it was made of solid metal, no matter how brave old hooligan Qing Yaojin was, he would not have the strength to carry such a big piece of metal into battle. This type of armor that was made entirely from plate armor was something that no one had ever seen before. Qing Yaojin immediately ordered people to put on the armor for him. He could not wait to try it out. Pai Lupi and the rest were not in a hurry to check their own armor. They all gathered around to see the effect of the new armor on Qing Yaojin. Chapter 767. As the saying goes, a beautiful person looks good in anything, but an ugly person looks ugly in anything. This saying was very suitable for Qing Yaojin. Looking at Qing Yaojin in the golden saint garment, Li Wangyu silently cried in his heart. This was simply a scene of a large-scale car accident. His childhood memories had turned into a horror film. Of course, this was only Li Wangyu's inner disdain. Including Pai Lupi, the group of big shots and rich kids looked at Qing Yaojin in the Aries saint garment with admiration in their eyes. It had to be admitted that the armor made of large pieces of plate armor was indeed more powerful than the Tang army's armor made of small pieces of metal. Even the Mingguang armor was not as good in terms of aesthetics. After Qing Yaojin put on the Aries saint garment, he was very proud. He looked left and right and almost asked someone to bring him a bronze mirror to look at himself. Zio, I heard from Yan Liqiang that the style of this armor was all drawn by you. It is indeed beautiful and exquisite. However, this armor is not the traditional style of our Central Plains. May I know where Zio got the inspiration? Pai Lupi looked at Qing Yaojin in the golden saint garment and asked curiously. Yen Liben? Li Wangyu immediately understood. Yen Liben had sold him out? No wonder Pai Lupi and a group of old hooligans chased him to the Forbidden Garden today. This bastard disciple was simply deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors. Damn it, he had to teach him a good lesson when he returned. Naturally, he was not really angry at Yen Liben. He was just a little depressed that the props he wanted to cosplay with were snatched away by Pai Lupi and the others. In response to Pai Lupi's question, Li Wangyu only smiled and said, Uncle, you know that I have a Hu Ji in my residence. Her hometown is in the distant Great Qin. The 12 constellations are the astronomical calendar of the Great Qin. Therefore, I drew this set of armor according to the legends of the 12 constellations and used the style of the Great Qin armor. Of course, what he said was nonsense, but he couldn't explain to Pai Lupi who was Takeda Masami and what was a Saint Seiya manga, right? As for Greece, the Tang people had never heard of it before, so they could only call it Great Qin. Great Qin was what China called the Roman Empire and the Near East since ancient times. Pai Lupi naturally knew about it. He didn't think too much about Li Wangyu's explanation. He nodded and continued to admire Qing Yaojin's armor. It could be seen that the Saint Seiya cloak, which was a combination of Greek and Roman styles, was unanimously appreciated and recognized by Pai Lupi and the big shots. After commenting on the airy saint garment, Pai Lupi and the others also began to call for people to help them put on the armor. Not long after, 12 tin cans that emitted a dazzling golden light under the sun appeared in front of Li Wangyu. Dazzling, it was simply too dazzling. Li Wangyu suspected that if Pai Lupi or Qing Yaojin really wore the golden saint garment on the battlefield, wouldn't it be too eye-catching? This was simply an excellent tool for luring monsters in online games. It was completely telling the opponent that the commander was here, come quickly. However, he thought about it again. It seemed that in ancient battles, the commanders were all like this. They even had to raise a banner and parade it around the city. In any case, there were no snipers in ancient times. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with wearing such eye-catching clothes. On the contrary, because of the presence of the commander, it could boost the morale of the soldiers. Since Pai Lupi and the others liked it, Li Wangyu naturally didn't have anything to say. As for the group of wastrels, it was too late for regrets. They also coveted these armors. Qing Chimo didn't say anything about how there were plenty of armors in his residence. He only looked at Li Wangyu with resentment. Naturally, he also wanted it. Li Wangyu turned his head and pretended that he didn't see Qing Chimo, and Qing Chubi's eyes filled with desire. Damn, did these bastards think that it was easy to get these armors? Didn't it cost money to make them? These 12 golden saint garments cost a lot of money. Basically, the cost of each golden saint garment was almost 100 taels of gold. Although the Lai Hot family had a large business now, the landlord didn't have any extra food, right? It was very obvious that Pai Lupi and the group of old hooligans had snatched his golden saint garments. They definitely weren't prepared to pay him. Of course, the most important reason was that almost half of Yen Liben's stockpile of well-tempered steel had been ruined by him. If he let Yen Liben use well-tempered steel to make another set of armor for him, that stingy granddette would probably directly kill himself in front of him. He couldn't bully honest people again and again, right? Li Wangyu ignoring the wastrels made Qing Chimo grit his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. He simply opened his mouth and shouted, "Ziyu, don't forget our bet today. It's getting late, let's start hunting." When Pai Lupi heard this, his interest was piqued and he asked, "Qing Chimo, what bet did Ziyu make with you?" "Hee," replying to your majesty, "Ziyu made a bet with us. He didn't need the help of the prefectural troops and could use his own bow to kill his prey. Naturally, we didn't believe him, so we made a bet with him." Qing Chimo rubbed his head and replied with a smile. Qing Yaojin laughed on the side, "Wahahaha, even I don't believe this. This kid is good at everything, but his archery skills are worse than that old man Xiao Yu's." Li Wangyu was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. This shameless old hooligan was still wearing his golden saint garment, but he still dared to speak so impolitely. Could it be that this old hooligan didn't know what it meant to take a gift and blind the eyes? Pai Lupi also couldn't help but laugh. He thought back to how Li Wangyu had deliberately recited the old oil cellar in front of Ho Junji to avoid being shot at by an arrow. The literary talent of that old oil cellar was naturally excellent, but it also showed that Li Wangyu didn't know how to shoot an arrow. Not even Pai Lupi believed that he would be able to hit his prey. But if he could see this kid make a fool of himself, that would also be excellent. With this thought, Pai Lupi turned to the other elders and said, "Sirs, since we've already come to the Imperial Garden and obtained this precious armor, why don't we also relax and hunt with these brats?" "Excellent. Your Majesty's words are exactly what this subject wishes for." Why don't we also have a competition today to see who can hunt the most prey?" Those who had come with Pai Lupi to rob Li Wangyu of his armor were all elders of the army with illustrious military achievements. Hunting was naturally their favorite pastime, so when they heard Pai Lupi's words, they immediately rubbed their palms together. Even someone as experienced and prudent as Li Jing had an excited look on his face. Pai Lupi smiled and looked at Li Wangyu. "Zio, if you can personally hunt the prey today, we will bestow upon you the Saliot Purple." Li Wangyu was taken aback for a moment before he became overjoyed. "Uncle, are you serious? A ruler doesn't joke about his words. You can't lie to me. Haha, of course. How can we go back on our words? But the prerequisite is that you don't need the help of your troops and can personally hunt the prey. Li Wangyu nodded his head like a little chick pecking at rice. He was overjoyed. He felt that he hadn't given away these saint garments for nothing. To be able to obtain the Saliot purple from Pai Lupi was a huge profit. Chapter 768. Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin, was good at both civil and martial arts. At the age of 18, he went to war for his father, creating immortal martial arts. He rode a total of 6 horses, and thus walked on the altar of horse life. White-hoofed Shadow, Qingfu, Telugu, Saliuzi, Shifachi, and Jianmao Ruo were the names of these 6 horses. Jianmao Ruo was shot 9 times during the battle between Pai Lupi and Lu Haida, and died in front of the 2 armies. Saliuzi was also shot in the chest during the battle between Pai Lupi and Wang Shichong. This purple swallow's steed was also Li Er's favorite mount. He even gave it a special compliment: purple swallow leaps, bone soaring divine steed, spirit swells 3 rivers, might dominates 8 formations. Pai Lupi loved these 6 horses to the bone. Later, he ordered Yen Liben and Yen Lide to carve these 6 horses into stone carvings and place them in front of his mausoleum. These were the famous 6 horses of Zhao Ling. Saliuzi and Jianmao Ruo were stolen by unscrupulous merchants and sold to the United States. They were later collected in the University of Pennsylvania Museum. The other 4 horses were collected in the Steel Forest Museum in Xi'an, Shaanxi. Li Wangyu obviously knew about the 6 horses of Zhao Ling. When he traveled to Xi'an in the future, he also saw the carvings of the remaining 4 horses in the Steel Forest Museum. When he traveled to the Tang dynasty and saw the horses with his own eyes, Li Wangyu was pleasantly surprised and felt that it was very surreal. The purple Saliuzi was a tall Dewan horse. It was unusually divine, and Li Wangyu had the deepest impression of it. First, it was because the carvings of Saliuzi were lost overseas, which made Li Wangyu feel deeply regretful. Second, it was because Saliuzi's carvings were the most special of the 6 horses of Zhao Ling. It depicted Pai Lupi's general, Qiu Xinggong, pulling out an arrow and healing the horse Saliuzi. On the stone inscription, after being shot by the arrow, Sasha Luzi lowered her head and snuggled up to someone. Her eyes were gloomy, and her buttocks were slightly backward. Her limbs were slightly weak, and the severe pain made her whole body tremble, which made people respect her. When Pai Lupi said that he would give the Saliuzi to him, Li Wangyu was naturally pleasantly surprised. He did not understand why Pai Lupi was suddenly so generous. One had to know that these few horses were Li Er's favorite. Even Pai Lupi himself wasn't willing to ride these fine horses, let alone give them to others. After Pai Lupi said that he would give the Saliot purple to Li Wangyu, the surrounding people's eyes suddenly became scorching hot. The Tang people loved horses. Their love for these divine horses was no less than the men of the later generation's pursuit and desire for top-notch sports cars. Because of Pai Lupi's words, the group of playboys was so jealous that their eyes were about to turn red. They thought that His Majesty really doted on this guy and was even willing to give his beloved Saliot purple to him. The dukes and bigwigs were also very surprised. However, they respected their status and did not open their mouths to say anything. Their eyes were also full of envy. Only Qing Yaojin shamelessly shouted, "Your Majesty, Saliot purple is your most beloved mount. How can you give it to this kid? Isn't that a waste of God's gift? If your Majesty wants to give Saliot purple to someone else, why not give it to me?" When Li Wangyu saw that Qing Yaojin was so shameless, he was so angry that he almost went up to him and took off his armor. Pai Lupi laughed heartily, "My Saliot purple may not be given away." Everyone suddenly understood. That's right, His Majesty just said that Li Zio did not need the help of others and personally hunted prey with a bow before giving Saliot purple to him. This kind of thing was very simple for others. However, for Li Wangyu, who did not even have the strength to truss a chicken, it was harder than ascending to the heavens. The playboys winked at each other. Naturally, they were laughing at His Majesty for not being kind enough to use this kind of method to catch Li Zio's appetite. Wasn't this feeling of being able to see but not be able to obtain something even more unbearable? Pai Lupi indeed had such thoughts. Today, he had received a set of armor from his nephew. As the emperor and Li Wangyou's elder, how could he be so stingy and not do anything? However, how to reward Li Wangyou was a problem. His nephew did not lack money and did not seem to be interested in women. What could he reward Li Wangyou with? This made Pai Lupi somewhat hesitant. After hearing Cheng Chimo mention the bet with Li Wangyou, Pai Lupi came up with the idea of giving his beloved horse, Saliot Purple, to Li Wangyou. If Li Wangyou did not live up to expectations and was unable to shoot prey, then naturally he could not say that he was stingy as an uncle, could he? Pai Lupi was very satisfied with his quick-wittedness and turned his head to look at Xing Yaojin and the others. Everyone is also Zio's elder. How could you have the nerve to take Zio's armor for free? We have even taken out the Sasha Du Purple, you uncles can't be stingy. Qing Yaojin, Yuchi Jingda, and the others also figured out Pai Lupi's thoughts. Hearing this, they all laughed. Your Majesty's words are reasonable. Zio, this old man has 1,000-year-old ginseng in his residence. Today, if you can personally hunt prey, this old man will give you this ginseng as a gift in return for this set of armor. Huh, Zio, don't dislike it. Wahahaha, boy, this old man's residence has a set of 7 colored glazed cups. They have been passed down from the pre-Qin dynasty. They are very rare, count who, this old man's residence has. The group of dukes and elders all rushed to promise Li Wangyou that they would give him all kinds of rare treasures as a gift in return. However, the condition was that he had to personally kill the prey. Li Wangyou was dumbfounded and speechless. Damn it, did they really think that he did not know what they were planning? This group of old ruffians, including Pai Lupi, really were not good people. However, Li Wangyou was secretly laughing in his heart. Later, when he used his new composite crossbow to kill the prey, he did not know if Pai Lupi and the others would still be able to laugh. He was also afraid that if he used the crossbow to kill the prey, Pai Lupi and the others would not admit to it. He hurriedly asked, Uncle, everyone, this nephew plans to use the crossbow to hunt. Is that possible? Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and the others all laughed and nodded. What the silk pants understood, this group of elders naturally understood even more clearly. Li Wangyou could not even draw a 1-pickle bow. How could he hope to string a 2-pickle crossbow? Zio, Jin said that as long as you can hunt prey without the assistance of others, it is fine. Naturally, using a crossbow is not impossible, Pai Lupi said with a smile. Yuchi Jingda and the others all nodded in agreement. Qing Yaojin was very astute. He was afraid that Li Wangyou would be a blind cat that caught a dead mouse, so he added, Brat, the prey that you shoot should at least be rabbits. Don't use some small things like field mice to make up the numbers. That is natural. Hee, Uncle Cheng, let's not talk about small things like rabbits. Today, this nephew will at least hunt some deer, wild boar, and the like. Who knows, I might even kill a few wolves and leopards to satisfy my craving. Wahahaha, brat, you really know how to brag. Qing Yaojin only thought that Li Wangyou was bragging and laughed until he was rocking back and forth. Pai Lupi and the others also could not help but laugh. No one believed Li Wangyou's words. Li Wangyou did not argue and directly took the composite crossbow from his back. He waved at Niu Wu and said, Niu Wu, bring me the crossbow arm and the crossbow string. Today, I am going to start a massacre. Chapter 769. Niu Wu smiled happily at his Lungjuan's order. He hurriedly took out the holy garment box on his back, took out the crossbow arm and bowstring, and began to assemble it. Niu Wu and the Lai Hot troops naturally saw what happened just now. In Niu Wu's eyes, it was like a saint fighting with a group of dukes to give something to his Langjun. He almost laughed out loud. Other people didn't know that Li Wangyou had ordered people to make the crossbow, but Niu Wu and the troops were well aware. Not to mention hunting a few prey, it could be said to be a piece of cake. Even when facing heavy cavalry, the crossbow was a super killing weapon. In order to make the composite crossbow, Li Wangyou had put in a lot of effort. From the spring steel needed for the crossbow arm to the eccentric wheel and the lever winding mechanism, they were all difficult problems that the craftsmen of the Tang dynasty couldn't solve. Fortunately, with Yen Liben's help and a large amount of gold as a reward, the craftsmen were so excited that their eyes turned red. After desperately trying day and night, they finally made the composite crossbow that Li Wangyu needed. If the cost was calculated, Li Wangyu had spent at least 200 to 300 taels of gold on this composite crossbow, which was equivalent to 6 to 7 million yuan in the future. It couldn't be said to be cheap. However, as mentioned before, with money and willfulness, Li Wangyu didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache for spending a few hundred taels of gold to make a toy. In the future, he was a white-collar loser with a mortgage of over 1 million yuan. When he ordered takeout, he had to calculate the full discount. Spending money as one pleased like this only existed in one's dreams. However, if the gold and copper coins in his residence were converted into yuan, he could barely be considered a nouveau riche. After all, the gold that he had cheated from the aristocratic families with Pai Lupi was worth at least 300 million yuan. In this kind of situation, Li Wangyu naturally spent money as he pleased. It all depended on whether he was in a good mood or not. After Yen Liben weighed the composite crossbow that used spring steel as the crossbow arm, he was shocked to find that the flux strength of the crossbow had reached an astonishing 4 pickles. This was equivalent to the Tang army's siege crossbow. Yen Liben could not imagine how fierce the arrows shot from this crossbow would be. At the very least, he was certain that at a distance of 50 paces, this crossbow could easily penetrate the well-tempered steel armor that couldn't be penetrated by a 2-stone bow. The 4-pickle crossbow, even with the use of eccentric wheels, did not reach the level where Li Wangyu could easily pull the bowstring. On the other hand, Yen Liben was full of praise for the eccentric wheel on the crossbow. After using the eccentric wheel, a 4-pickle crossbow could be drawn with less than 2 pickles of strength. But even so, Li Wangyu still couldn't use the composite crossbow. In that case, the only way was to install a lever winding device on the crossbow. After a few experiments, Yen Liben, together with the craftsman who would be the supervisor, finally solved these problems one by one and completed the creation of this epoch-making crossbow. After receiving this composite crossbow, Li Wangyu had already practiced in his residence for 2 days. He was very satisfied with the power and accuracy of this crossbow. Originally, in Niu Wu's eyes, the crossbow that Li Wangyu had made was just a big toy. For a godly archer like him, crossbows were very disdainful. After all, compared to a strong bow, a crossbow's firing speed was too slow and its range was too short. But when Li Wangyu received this crossbow and tested it a few times, the power and accuracy of the crossbow arrow shocked Niu Wu and the Lai hot troops. The special crossbow arrow was made of fine steel and was only 1/3 the length of a normal arrow. After being shot by the composite crossbow, the arrow easily penetrated the Tang army's standard armor from 200 paces away. As for accuracy, with the help of the scope, Li Wangyu could easily hit the center of the target from 200 steps away with the crossbow. It was a very easy task. At this distance, even Niu Wu couldn't guarantee that he could hit the target. With such a godly weapon in hand, hunting a few prey was no different than playing with a toy. Niu Wu and the Lai hot troops naturally snickered. They even sympathized with the saints and the dukes, as well as Qing Chumo and the other rich playboys. This time, they were miserably deceived by their Langjun. The assembled composite crossbow surprised Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and the others. The crossbow arm and the crossbow string seemed to be made of metal. Niu Wu, bring this crossbow to me, Pai Lupi said. Niu Wu naturally didn't dare to be negligent. He respectfully presented the composite crossbow with both hands. Pai Lupi reached out and took it. After carefully examining it, he confirmed that he didn't see wrong. The crossbow in his hand looked strange, but the crossbow arm was really made of metal. Even the crossbow string was made of steel. Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and the others also saw this composite crossbow clearly. They were all shocked. Hiss! Your Majesty, the crossbow arm of Zio's crossbow is made of fine steel? This fine steel can also be used to make a crossbow? This is the first time I've seen it. Li Jing, the Minister of War also sucked in a breath of cold air. Pai Lupi's eyes flashed. He looked at Li Wangyu and asked, Zio, this crossbow of yours, are the crossbow arms made of fine steel? How much time did it take to make it? How much flux energy does this crossbow have? Li Wangyu nodded. Uncle's words are correct. This crossbow arm is made of spring steel. It was very troublesome. It took me 7 to 8 days to ask the craftsman to help me make it. As for the flux energy, I have measured it. It should be around 4 stones. His words immediately made Pai Lupi, Qing Yao Jin, and the others' eyes almost pop out. They looked at him dumbstruck, not knowing what to say. 7 to 8 days? For stones of flux energy? This guy wasn't talking nonsense, right? Crossbows were projectile weapons, so they needed elastic crossbow arms to provide powerful kinetic energy. Generally speaking, regardless of whether it was a bow or a crossbow, it needed to be made of hard and elastic wood. Then, it needed to be supplemented by horns, tendons, and other composite materials to increase its elasticity. Making a bow was not a simple matter. Not only did it have strict requirements for the materials, but the process was also quite complicated. The Calgong-ji had detailed records. In winter, the bow would be dissected, in spring the horns would be fixed, in summer the tendons would be fixed, in autumn the materials would be fixed, in winter the crossbow arms would be fixed, and in severe winter the exterior would be fixed. Next spring, the bowstring would be fitted and hidden for a year before it could be used. The above complicated process required 2 to 3 years to make a good bow. The process of making a crossbow and a bow was basically the same, but the process was even more complicated. Because of this, Li Wangyu's words caused Pai Lupi and the others to be dumbstruck. They felt that he was simply joking. Bastard, you brat, don't talk nonsense. Answer me properly, what is the deal with this crossbow? Qing Yao Jin roared. Li Wangyu innocently shrugged his shoulders. Why didn't anyone believe him when he spoke the truth? Pai Lupi tried to pull the string of the crossbow and found that the string was really strong. He used all his strength and barely managed to hook the string onto the crossbow. The flux energy of this crossbow was similar to that of the original crossbow, requiring at least 2 stones of flux energy. It wasn't as exaggerated as what Li Wangyu had said. Pai Lupi naturally thought that Li Wangyu was boasting, but even so, if the crossbow could be made from steel, it was still an extraordinary matter. Chapter 770. Li Wangyu didn't respond to Qing Yaojin's words. He only smiled and asked, Uncle, gentlemen, do you still keep your word? Pai Lupi and the others looked at each other. They couldn't figure out what Li Wangyu was planning. Pai Lupi already had a hard time pulling this crossbow, let alone Li Wangyu. Could it be that he had some trick up his sleeve? Pai Lupi lowered his head and looked at the crossbow in his hand. Although there were many mechanisms on the crossbow that he didn't understand, he still stubbornly believed that this crossbow was definitely not something that Li Wangyu could pull. Do you think that I will go back on my words? Today, I want to see how you will use this crossbow to hunt prey. Pai Lupi straightforwardly pressed the trigger of the composite crossbow. The crossbow string quickly rebounded and made a buzzing sound. Pai Lupi was slightly surprised. What a strong firing sound. It seemed to be much stronger than the crossbows in the army. Could it be that this crossbow really had the strength of 4 pickles? Immediately, Pai Lupi shook his head and denied his guess. If it was a 4 pickles crossbow, even he wouldn't be able to pull it. In the Tang army, 4 pickles crossbows all required the use of a capstan. Many people had to work together to pull the bowstring. Qing Yao Jin, Yuchi Jingda, and the others were also very curious about Li Wangyu's steel crossbow. They all gathered around and tried to pull the bowstring. They felt the strong pulling force from the steel crossbow. Your Majesty, this crossbow is indeed 2 pickles. It's comparable to the crossbows in the army. Zio calling it a 4 pickles crossbow is an exaggeration. The people present were all veterans in the army. They knew the pulling force of the crossbow as soon as they started. After everyone passed the crossbow around, Pai Lupi threw the composite crossbow back to Li Wangyu and said with a smile, Ziyu, don't let Niu Wu and the others help you draw the crossbow. If that's the case, don't even think about taking away Jin's Sasha Luzi. Of course. Hee, uncle, I'll be blunt and say that I want Saluzi. Thank you for your reward. After Li Wangyu finished speaking, he called Niu Wu over to help him put on the armor. As the royal hunting ground of the Tang dynasty, the imperial Forbidden Garden had more than just pheasants, rabbits, and deer, which were gentle herbivores. For the thrill of the game, Pai Lupi and the others even raised a lot of wolves, leopards, tigers, wild boars, and bears in the Forbidden Garden. Li Wangyu wouldn't have dared to go hunting if he wasn't fully armed. If he was accidentally bitten or scratched by a ferocious beast, wouldn't he be wronged? When Li Wangyu put on the silver-plated sacred robe, it was obvious that he looked better than the golden sacred robe worn by Pai Lupi and the others. This was also normal. When Li Wangyu transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, the appearance he occupied was indeed quite good. When a handsome person wore armor, he looked even more valiant. The playboys became more and more depressed. They looked resentfully at Pai Lupi and the others who snatched the armor that was supposed to belong to them. Pai Lupi and the group of old ruffians didn't care about the playboys' resentful eyes. Pai Lupi waved his hand and everyone spurred their horses to gallop into the depths of the Forbidden Garden. After putting on the armor, Li Wangyu moved his feet with difficulty. With the help of Niu Wu and the Fu Zhongchu, he climbed onto the back of a horse and chased after Pai Lupi and the others. More than a dozen hunting dogs followed the group. When they reached the forest in the Forbidden Garden, Ching Chimo whistled. The hunting dogs immediately rushed into the forest and began to help drive the prey out for the group to hunt. These hunting dogs were all well trained. Not long after, there was a commotion in the forest. Many pheasants and rabbits were chased by the hunting dogs and rushed out of the forest in a panic. Pai Lupi, Qing Yao Jin and the others didn't hesitate. They each drew their bows and shot arrows at the prey. Those unlucky pheasants and rabbits were all shot by the arrows and brought back by the hunting dogs. Pai Lupi and the others laughed as they took the prey they shot and tied them behind their horses. Fang Yai also shot a rabbit with his bow and was very proud. He looked at Li Wangyu who was sitting on the back of a horse and couldn't help but tease, "Zio, why don't I see you? Are you looking down on these prey?" Huh, Zio is probably still accumulating strength and preparing to give us a surprise. Ching Chimo also teased Li Wangyu. The wastrels laughed and teased Li Wangyu. Even Pai Lupi and the others had a mischievous expression. It was obvious that no one thought that Li Wangyu would be able to catch any prey today. Brother Yai, you are right. This little brother said just now that today I am not going to hunt these small things. If I want to hunt, I will hunt a big guy. His words made everyone laugh again. They only thought that he was finding an excuse for himself. While everyone was talking and laughing, a black wild boar came out from the forest in the distance. It didn't care about the hunting dogs barking around it and slowly looked for food in the grass. When Fang Yai saw the wild boar, he immediately clapped his hands and laughed. It really is what you say. Zio, do you like that wild boar? Fang Yai's words made everyone laugh again. Wild boars were completely different from domestic pigs. Experienced hunters knew that there were 1 boar, 2 bears, and 3 tigers. Wild boars were much more difficult to deal with than bears and tigers. Wild boars had thick skin and were used to scratching themselves on pine trees. When they were covered in grease and rolled around in the mud, it was almost like wearing a thick layer of armor. It was very difficult to kill a wild boar with a few arrows. When Pai Lupi and the others were hunting, they also didn't want to provoke wild boars. They felt that it was very troublesome. Li Wangyu had just said that he wanted to hunt a big guy. Who would have thought that a wild boar would come out? Now everyone was waiting to see Li Wangyu make a fool of himself. They wanted to see what excuse he would find this time. No one expected that Li Wangyu would actually nod his head in satisfaction. Not bad, this is the prey that this little brother wants to hunt today. Everyone, just watch this little brother's methods. As Li Wangyu spoke, he took down the composite crossbow that was hanging on the horse's back. His actions made everyone stunned. They didn't understand what Li Wangyu was trying to do. Did this guy really think that he could pull the string of this crossbow? Li Wangyu smiled at Pai Lupi and the others, revealing 8 white teeth. This guy was also very mischievous. He deliberately turned his body to the side, away from everyone's gaze, and used the auxiliary winding device on the composite crossbow to hook the string onto the crossbow. The auxiliary winding device on the composite crossbow wasn't complicated. It only used the principle of a lever to drive the hook on the slide rail, hooking the string and moving it backward. Archimedes said, "Give me a fulcrum and I can pry up the entire earth." Compared to prying up the earth, prying up the string of a crossbow was much easier. Therefore, even if Li Wangyu didn't have the strength to truss a chicken, he could still use the auxiliary winding device to pull the 4-stone crossbow. When everyone saw that after Li Wangyu turned around, the composite crossbow in his hand was already pulled and ready to fire, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Ching Chumo looked as if he had seen a ghost. He pointed at Li Wangyu and stuttered, You, what happened to your crossbow? How could you have the strength to pull the string?" Pai Lupi and the other dukes were also dumbfounded. Especially Pai Lupi, who had personally pulled the crossbow in Li Wangyu's hand. Even he had to use all his strength to pull the string of the crossbow, so how could Li Wangyu sit on it? Fortunately, everyone hadn't read the Marvel comics of the later generations, and they hadn't seen the Hulk movies. Otherwise, they would have suspected that Li Wangyu had been bitten by an insect, causing his body to mutate. Chapter 771. The debauches were all dumbfounded. They looked at the crossbow in Li Wangyu's hand that was ready to shoot. "Brother Chumo, I think my eyes are playing tricks on me. Why do I see that the crossbow in Ziyu's hand is already loaded?" Fang Yai muttered. Ching Chumo rubbed his eyes. He also had a look of disbelief on his face. "Brother Yai, I think I saw it too." Chai Lingwu suddenly slapped his thigh. "It's a smoke screen. It must be a smoke screen. This kid must have hidden a loaded crossbow on his horse. Just now, when we weren't paying attention, he switched the crossbow. Yes, Brother Lingwu is right. It must be like this. Let's go and search his horse." The debauches all shouted and rushed to Li Wangyu's horse. Li Wangyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the debauches' wild imagination. He could only let them search his horse. Ching Chumo even let him get off the horse. He even lifted the saddle to check it. Li Wangyu was so angry that he wanted to kick him. Damn it, he really doesn't have a brain. The crossbow in his hand was about 1 meter long and the crossbow arm was about 1 meter wide. Would he be able to hide such a large composite crossbow under the saddle? Did this guy think he was a robot cat? Pai Lupi, Ching Yao Jin, and the others also came over. They watched the debauches toss and turn, but naturally, they didn't find anything. Apart from the crossbow in Li Wangyu's hand, there was no other crossbow. Just now, everyone saw very clearly that Niu Wu and Lai Hat's troops were all obediently waiting a few steps behind Li Wangyu. No matter what, they couldn't do anything in front of everyone to help Li Wangyu load the crossbow in his hand. Pai Lupi and the others felt that this was too magical. Could it be that Li Wangyu really had some kind of magic? Pai Lupi, Ching Yao Jin, Li Jing, and the others looked at each other and saw a trace of unease in each other's eyes. If Li Wangyu, this brat, really had a way to draw the crossbow, perhaps they would all suffer a loss today. Pai Lupi suddenly felt a little heartache. How could he be so foolish and say that he would give the Sasha Dew purple to this kid? Ching Yao Jin and the rest looked at each other in dismay. F*CK, they seemed to have promised a lot of good things just now. Could it be that they were really going to give them to Li Wangyu, this stinking brat? But if they wanted to pull their faces down and renege on the debt, it was likely that other than the shameless Ching Yao Jin, no one else would do such a thing. Li Wangyu also saw the gloomy expressions on Pai Lupi and the others' faces, and he couldn't help but feel pleased. It was a rare opportunity to make Pai Lupi and the other big shots suffer. Ching Yao Jin looked at the swaying wild boar 200 steps away and rolled his eyes. He shamelessly said, "Brat, since you said that you want to shoot that wild boar, then you have to keep your word. If you don't kill that wild boar today, don't blame me for not giving you anything." His words were very hooligan. The conditions that the others had proposed before were that Li Wangyu only needed to hunt the prey. Qing Yaojin's words directly increased the difficulty by several times. These shameless words made Pai Lupi feel his face burning. But thinking about his Sasha Du Purple, he simply turned his head and pretended that he didn't hear Qing Yaojin's words, allowing him to negotiate with Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu also didn't expect this old man to be so shameless, but he also simply nodded his head. Since Uncle Cheng has said so, this nephew will naturally obey. When Qing Yaojin saw that Li Wangyu had agreed so easily, he actually took an inch and wanted a mile. He shouted, "Since you said that you have a 4-stone crossbow, then it must be very powerful. Since that's the case, then don't go near that wild boar. Just shoot that wild boar from this distance. If you can do it, then I will accept my loss and present you with the gift that I promised you with both hands." When Pai Lupi heard his words, his face couldn't help but twitch a few times. He had the urge to slap this shameless old man to death. Shameful, this was too shameful. But when he thought of his beloved Sasha Du Purple, Pai Lupi decided to endure it again. Everyone thought that Qing Yaojin was purposely making things difficult for Li Wangyu, but who would have thought that Li Wangyu would simply nod his head again? Uncle Cheng's words are very true, so I will do as Uncle Cheng says. If this nephew doesn't kill that wild boar today, then I would be too embarrassed to ask for Uncle's Sasha Du Purple. Pai Lupi and the others were once again speechless. They all raised their eyes to look at the wild boar in the distance. The distance of 200 steps was equivalent to 300 meters in the modern world. At such a distance, even Qing Yaojin and the others couldn't guarantee that they would be able to hit that wild boar. Looking at it from this distance, the black wild boar was only the size of a fingernail. It was still faintly discernible in the grass. Even if one was a godly archer, who would dare to say that they would be able to hit it accurately? Moreover, even if the arrow could hit the target, at such a distance, the arrow would be like the end of a crossbow. How could it kill that wild boar? If one wanted to kill a wild boar, they had to accurately hit its vital points. Otherwise, even if the arrow pierced through, it would only incite the wild boar's ferocity. Or it would be injured and run away with the arrow. Wanting to kill that wild boar from such a distance was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Pai Lupi shook his head. Since Li Wangyu was so arrogant, he naturally wouldn't say anything. Being able to protect his beloved Sasha Du Purple was the most important thing. Li Wangyu looked at the wild boar in the distance and waved at Niu Wu again. "Niu Wu, bring me the scope." Niu Wu had a silly smile on his face. He took out the scope and handed it to his Langjun. Li Wangyu pressed the scope on the crossbow and moved his eyes closer to it to aim at the target. It had to be said that the craftsmen of the Tang dynasty were quite skilled. The scope was completely made of hand-polished crystal lenses and could magnify up to 8 times. Telescopes and scopes didn't have the concept of how far you could see or how clear you could see. The so-called 8-time scope referred to magnifying the image of the target by 8 times. It made the target appear as if it was only 1/8 of the actual distance. For example, at this moment, Li Wangyu was looking at the wild boar 300 meters away through the scope. It was the same as looking at the wild boar 30 to 40 meters away with the naked eye. Although the handmade scope couldn't be as accurate as the precision optical scopes of the future, Li Wangyu confirmed that the error wasn't too big after testing it. At a distance of 100 meters, the error was only a few centimeters. At a distance of 300 meters, the error wouldn't be more than 10 centimeters. This error was enough to hunt a target as big as the wild boar. Li Wangyu aimed at the wild boar in the distance. He took out a steel arrow from the quiver at his waist and gently placed it into the slide of the crossbow. Lang Jun, aim at the side of the wild boar's chest. That's where its heart is. You can kill it in one shot. Niu Wu reminded him in a low voice. Li Wangyu nodded and began to adjust his breathing according to Professor Niu Wu's method. He slowly pressed the crosshair of the scope on the wild boar's body. Even Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and the others closed their mouths. They were afraid to disturb Li Wangyu. Everyone's expression was complicated. They were afraid that Li Wangyu could really kill the wild boar, but they were also secretly looking forward to it. Li Wangyu held his breath and focused. His fingers suddenly pressed the trigger of the composite crossbow. Chapter 772. After Li Wangyu pressed the trigger of the composite crossbow, the crossbow string lost its restraints. Under the huge recoil of the spring steel crossbow arm, the fine steel arrow was instantly propelled forward along the rail. In the next moment, Li Wangyu could clearly see through the scope that blood blossomed from the side of the distant wild boar's body. However, after the wild boar was shot, it didn't immediately fall down. Instead, it was as if it had been hit by a paralyzing talisman. Its body immediately stiffened. Pai Lupi and the others didn't have binoculars, so they couldn't clearly see the wild boar's situation from 300 meters away. However, after everyone saw Li Wangyu shoot the crossbow arrow, the wild boar didn't move at all. It didn't go crazy from being injured, nor did the wild boar escape. It was as if it didn't feel anything. Cheng Yaojin let out a long breath and laughed. Wahahaha, Zio, you brat. You bragged for so long, but in the end, you didn't even know where the arrow flew after you shot it. Pai Lupi also laughed. Zio isn't good at shooting, so it's not strange. Fortunately, the wild boar wasn't startled. Zio, you can still shoot a few more arrows and try again. At this time, Li Wangyu directly put away the composite crossbow in his hand. He had already seen very clearly through the scope just now. The crossbow bolt he had just shot out had very accurately pierced into the side of the wild boar's chest. According to Niu Wu, that was where the wild boar's vital point was. After the wild boar was hit by his arrow, not only did it not run, but it also stiffened in place. It was clear that the arrow had directly pierced through its heart. It was a fatal blow, so there was no need to shoot another arrow. Li Wangyu also didn't expect that the first real battle of his composite crossbow would be so perfect. A 200 to 300 pound wild boar was killed by his arrow from 300 meters away. This kind of exciting feeling made Li Wangyu unconsciously secrete adrenaline and his heart beat very quickly. It was said that men's love for guns and crossbows was deeply ingrained in their genes. Li Wangyu hadn't touched a real gun many times in his previous life. Other than shooting a few bullets during military training in school, he really didn't have the chance to touch a gun, let alone use a gun or crossbow to hunt. Li Wangyu loved the composite crossbow in his hands to death. Being able to personally hunt a wild boar with a crossbow made Li Wangyu feel good to the bone. In response to Cheng Yaojin and Pai Lupi's words, Li Wangyu pretentiously blew at the composite crossbow. It was as if the crossbow was emitting smoke like a gun. Finishing arrows? A real man doesn't need to shoot another arrow. Killing with a single arrow is the true essence of life. Cheng Yaojin curled his lips in disdain. You sure know how to say beautiful words, but that wild boar is still standing there. Before he could finish his words, he was stunned to see the motionless wild boar in the distance tilt its body and fall to the ground. The hounds that were barking around the wild boar understood and rushed forward. They bit the wild boar's hind leg and tried to drag the wild boar back to claim the credit. But how could these hounds be able to drag a 200 to 300 pound wild boar? No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't make the wild boar move an inch. Li Wangyu saw this scene and his face turned black. Damn, he was going to drag this wild boar back and eat it. This kind of rare wild meat should be worth looking forward to. He had never eaten real wild boar in his previous life. Not to mention how many wild boars there were in China. Even if there were, they would be sold at a sky-high price. It was not something a white-collar worker like him could afford. In fact, Li Wangyu didn't know that the taste of wild boar was not delicious at all. Wild boar had a low fat content, a strong smell, and no fragrance. It also had a strong fishy smell. The meat was hard and dry, and the taste was like chewing wax. There was nothing delicious about it. This was normal. Although domestic pigs were domesticated from wild boars, after generations of domestication, the fragrance of domestic pigs was much better than wild boar meat. But anything in his previous life, as long as it had the word wild meat, it would become very high-end. It represented a green ecology and had a high price. As for the taste, no one really cared about it. Li Wangyu was one of the people who was deceived by the word wild meat. His mind was full of the taste of wild meat. After the wild boar was bitten by these hounds, could it still be eaten? This group of hounds didn't have rabies, right? There was no rabies vaccine in this era. If they were infected with rabies, they would die. Even the gods wouldn't be able to save them. Of course, Li Wangyu also knew that this was nonsense. It was impossible for rabies to remain in food that had been cooked at high temperatures. Moreover, rabies was mainly transmitted through blood. There were many people who ate dog meat, but he had never heard of anyone getting rabies from eating dog meat. Li Wangyu began to habitually ponder about these nonsensical things, but a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed across his mind. Rabies. He had been thinking about how to deal with Geisaman at Abyss of Death, but he had no idea where to start. But if he could think of a way to infect young Geisaman with rabies, this hero of Goguryeo would be dead for sure. The fatality rate of rabies was 100%. Even in his previous life, when medical technology was so advanced, this was still the case. Since ancient China, the medical school had actually had some understanding of rabies, and there were many ways to treat it. For example, in the Eastern Jin dynasty's emergency prescription for elbow injuries, it was recorded that people bitten by dogs could not endure the slightest stimulation and would be afraid of sound and water. This was a classic symptom of rabies. Guhong had even thought of killing a rabid dog, taking out the dog's brain, and applying it to the patient's wound. He could be considered a pioneer of immunology in ancient times. When French biologists first developed a rabies vaccine, they infected rabbits with rabies and then took out the rabbit's brain to make an injection. The principle was similar to Guhong's method, but it was 1,000 years later. But Li Wangyu also knew that applying the brain of a rabid dog to a patient's wound was purely a matter of fate. But there was a certain chance. Because the rabies virus in a dog's brain was relatively infective, there was a certain chance that the patient would gain immunity and not get sick. But this method was too simple and crude, and success depended entirely on luck. Li Wangyu didn't believe that there was much chance of curing the patient. As long as young Geisaman was bitten by a rabid dog, in Li Wangyu's view, he was basically a dead man. At that time, no matter how unwilling Goguryeo was, no matter how much young Geisaman's father controlled the Goguryeo court, it would be impossible for Goguryeo to clash with the Tang dynasty. After all, if young Geisaman died of his own illness, how could the Tang dynasty be blamed? The more Li Wangyu thought about it, the more he felt that this method was feasible. He even turned a deaf ear to Pai Lupi's words. Only when Niu Wu couldn't help but nudge him did he react. Uncle, this little nephew was thinking about something else. Does uncle have any instructions? Pai Lupi glared at him and pointed at the corpse of the wild boar that had been dragged back. Zio, could it be that your crossbow really has the strength of 4 pickles of flux energy? At such a long distance, your crossbow bolt was actually able to kill it in one shot. This is truly beyond our expectations. When Li Wangyu heard this, he smiled very brightly and replied without answering the question, Heh, uncle, I wonder when you can gift me the purple. Chapter 773. Li Wangyu's words angered Pai Lupi so much that he rolled his eyes, his heart filled with regret. He felt that he had lost his mind. How could he have come up with such a rotten idea, saying that he would gift his beloved horse, Sasha Luzi, to him? Now that Li Wangyu had really killed the wild boar, Pai Lupi and the other dukes were in a predicament. Pai Lupi wanted to go back on his words, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. He could only vaguely say, "Why are you panicking? Could it be that I don't keep my word?" Li Wangyu curled his lips and whispered, "Who can say for sure? Just now, I wanted to go back on my word. We agreed that I would only need to hunt prey, but now I have to hunt a wild boar. Isn't this bullying an honest person?" Although his words were whispered, Pai Lupi heard them clearly. He couldn't help but blush. He coughed dryly and quickly changed the topic. "Ahem, Ziyu, stop messing around. Hurry up and show me how you string this crossbow." Li Wangyu was helpless. He couldn't force Pai Lupi to ask for a horse. He could only reluctantly pick up the composite crossbow in his hand, open the folding mechanism below the crossbow, and hook the crossbow string. Then, Li Wangyu pressed down on the folding mechanism. Under the force of the lever, the crossbow string was pulled back until the crossbow mechanism was hooked up, completing the string drawing process. This action stunned Li Er, Qing Yao Jin, and the rest, as well as the group of silk pants. What is the meaning of this? How can you string the crossbow so easily? Qing Chimo asked in confusion. Fang Yi even shouted exaggeratedly, this small iron rod can string the crossbow with just a press. How is this possible? Ziyu, did you cast an immortal spell on the crossbow? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. To explain the principle of leverage to this group of illiterates, wouldn't it be like a chicken trying to talk to a duck? On the other hand, Pai Lupi's eyes flashed. He pondered for a moment and asked, Ziyu, the mechanism on your crossbow looks like a hanger. All of them can magnify a person's strength, am I right? The boom was a lifting machine made using the principle of leverage in ancient China. Li Wangyu didn't think that Pai Lupi would be able to associate the composite crossbow with a hanger just by looking at it. Although Pai Lupi couldn't explain the principle of leverage, Li Wangyu still admired him. Uncle is indeed wise. That's right, I used the principle of the hanging rod to think of creating this mechanism to help draw the bowstring. Little nephew calls it an auxiliary winding tool. Pai Lupi nodded and once again took the crossbow from Li Wangyu's hands. After carefully examining it, he shook his head and sighed, this mechanism is very exquisite. It's a pity that it's too delicate. Moreover, it's made of well-tempered steel. It will be very difficult to promote this item in the military. Li Wangyu had to admit that Pai Lupi's insight was indeed unique. Yan Liben had already lamented about this problem. Although the auxiliary winding tool was useful, it wasn't easy to make and the cost was extremely high. Even if the Tang dynasty was flourishing, they still couldn't afford to use it on a large scale in the military. Li Wangyu didn't have any solution to this problem. After all, the auxiliary winding tool had to pull the bowstring of a few hundred caddies of tension. Naturally, it had to be very strong. Only by forging it with well-tempered steel could the bowstring be pulled without being twisted out of shape. Your Majesty, the bravery of the Tang dynasty's soldiers is unparalleled in the world. Even if we don't use this strong crossbow, what does it matter? Qing Yao Jin shouted, unconvinced. Yuqi Jingda and the others also nodded. The strength of the Tang army lay in the powerful cavalry and the bows in their hands. These military leaders of the Tang dynasty didn't like crossbows. In comparison, the convenient bow was more useful for offense, while the crossbow was better for defense. Tang generals like Chu Chu were only thinking about how to go to war, expand the country's territory, and kill the enemy chieftain. Naturally, they had no interest in crossbows. Pai Lupi also knew the moral character of these generals under his command, so he just sighed and didn't say anything more. At least, he continued to fiddle with Li Wangyu's composite crossbow. Pai Lupi took a look at the crossbow's scope and recognized it as a special telescope. He was a little surprised that the telescope and crossbow could be combined like this. No wonder Li Wangyu could accurately kill the wild boar from 300 steps away. He immediately thought that if he ordered people to make a batch of these crossbows and train them, it would be very useful to kill the enemy's commander-in-chief when two armies were facing each other. Pai Lupi silently remembered this matter and planned to order Yan Liben to make a batch of crossbows to try. If Li Wangyu knew what Pai Lupi was thinking, he would probably be shocked. Weren't these the snipers of the future? If Pai Lupi really trained these snipers, the Tang army's vanguard would probably be even more invincible. However, this was all for later, so let's not talk about it for now. Everyone played with Li Wangyu's composite crossbow for a while before continuing to hunt in the Forbidden Garden. Li Wangyu's first hunting trip was quite fruitful. A wild boar weighing more than 200 jin, a few pheasants, a few rabbits, and a deer were dragged back by Niu Wu and his troops. After leaving the Forbidden Garden, Li Wangyu did not return to his mansion in Chang'an City. Instead, he went straight through the city and returned to Dingzhou village. His mind was filled with thoughts of how to use the rabies to kill Yun Geiseman. In fact, there were many ways to quietly kill Yun Geiseman, but Li Wangyu wasn't a killer in the future. He was just an ordinary white-collar worker. It was already very difficult for him to come up with the idea of using rabies to kill someone. Moreover, even if he had thought of using rabies, how to carry it out was still a problem. Sick dogs were easy to find, but how to make those sick dogs bite young Gaisaman was not easy. Just from how this fellow had been able to use his saber to block that arrow from Chang and City, one could tell that young Gaisaman was extremely skilled in martial arts. Moreover, as the deputy envoy of Goguryeo, he always had guards accompanying him. How could those rabid dogs bite him so easily? Moreover, even if young Gaisaman was bitten by a dog, he might not necessarily be infected with rabies. If this problem was not solved, how could he kill this fellow? Li Wangyu had no good solution to this problem, but he did not plan to discuss it with his beautiful boss. Even if Li Wangyu felt that he had not done anything wrong, he did not wish for his beautiful boss to know about this matter of attempting to kill someone else. After returning to the Dingzhou County Count's estate, Li Wangyu was just about to soak in the hot spring to relieve his fatigue when the old steward, Li Heng, walked in and reported, "Lang Jun, the Dingyuan Prefectural Duke's estate has sent over 2 Kunlun slaves, saying that they are a gift to thank Lang Jun for the armor." Kunlun slaves? Li Wangyu was stunned, and then he recalled that when Pai Lupi and the other dukes were fighting to give him gifts in the Forbidden Park, the Dingyuan Prefectural Duke, Zhang Gongjin, seemed to have said that he wanted to give him 2 Kunlun slaves. Back then, there had been too many people who wanted to give gifts, so he had not paid much attention to it. He had only been thinking about Pai Lupi's Sasha Luzi. Now that Zhang Gongjin had really sent over these Kunlun slaves, Li Wangyu could not help but feel a little sick of it. Chapter 774. In later generations, men flaunted their wealth in luxury cars and watches. Of course, there were also pickled vegetables, tea eggs, and wuliangye. In the Tang dynasty, the most awesome 3 treasures were the Kunlun slaves, the Bodhisattva barbarians, and the Xinlua maids. The Bodhisattva barbarians came from the small countries around the Tang dynasty. Their names were no longer known. Li Wangyu only knew that these barbarian women dressed strangely. Their hair was combed up high, and they wore small golden hats and jade bracelets. They looked a bit like the Bodhisattva in the temple murals. Therefore, these beautiful barbarian women were called the Bodhisattva barbarians. For the nobles and princes in Chang'an, marrying such a concubine and bringing her out was a very glorious thing. The Xinlua maids were women from the Xinlua kingdom on the Korean peninsula. They were docile, well-behaved, and very obedient. Therefore, all the officials and nobles in the Tang dynasty were willing to buy a few Xinlua maids to serve them. In Li Wangyu's mansion, there were Xinlua maids among the maids bought by the old butler Li Heng. Because these maids came from the distant Xinlua and were well-behaved, the price of the Xinlua maids was much more expensive than other maids. As for the Kunlun slaves, it did not only refer to black people. It was a general term used by the Tangs for people with black skin, including South Asians and Africans. These Kunlun slaves who were sold to Chang and were strong and could fight. They were the slaves that many playboys in Chang and liked to take with them when they went out. From Li Wangyu's point of view, the so-called 3 treasures of Chang and basically meant that Tyson would be his bodyguard, Fatty D would be his concubine, and Jean Taishi would be his maid. Well, thinking about it this way, it was indeed very ostentatious. In Chang'an City, Li Wangyu had seen many Kunlun slaves. Back then, the old housekeeper Li Heng had also wanted to buy a few Kunlun slaves for the mansion, but he did not manage to do so, which made him very regretful. In fact, for Li Wangyu, it was best if he could not buy them. He did not want to take a few black and hard people around Chang'an. Although Li Wangyu was not racist, he did not like black people. Especially after the incident in a university in Wuxia, he was really tired of those black people. Naturally, he did not want to keep any Kunlun slaves in his mansion. Therefore, Zhang Gongjin sent 2 Kunlun slaves as a return gift, which made Li Wangyu a little. In fact, Zhang Gongjin had good intentions. Although Kunlun slaves were not rare in Chang'an City, slaves from Africa or faraway India were also rare. After all, even Xuanzang had to go to India to get the true scripture. it would be even more difficult to transport these slaves. Therefore, the price was price, 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 and price. Due to the scarcity, most of the Kunlun slaves that were sold to Chang and city were reserved by the nobles and nobles. It was difficult for ordinary people to buy them even if they had money. At least, the old housekeeper Li Hang was not able to buy a Kunlun slave. Although Li Wangyu did not like this gift, since it was given by Zhang Gongjin with good intentions, it would be inappropriate if he did not accept it. He could only wave his hand helplessly, indicating to Li Hang to accept them first and think of a way to deal with them later. At most, he could give them to Qing Chumo and the other rich people. It was not a big deal. Li Wangyu did not care too much about this matter. He casually gave an order and went to soak in the hot spring. This guy was thinking about how to carry out this perfect murder. Why would he care about these trivial matters? He did not like the Kunlun slaves, so he would let Li Hang send them far away. It was not worth his effort. Soaking in the warm pool water, Li Wangyu closed his eyes and let the maidservants beside him massage his back. He was very comfortable. This person really did go from frugal to extravagant. Back then, he had looked down on Pai Lupi and Xing Yaojin for not wanting Phyrus. These men were naked and let their beautiful maidservants attend to them. But now, he had slowly gotten used to this and did not feel ashamed or embarrassed. As he enjoyed the soft massages from behind him, Li Wangyu pondered how to deal with Geisaman in the abyss of death. It was truly not easy to have a mad dog bite young Geisaman. But Li Wangyu had thought that rabies was transmitted through the saliva of dogs and cats. Since this was the case, if he had someone find a mad dog, take its saliva, put it into a needle, and then find a chance to give young Geisaman a shot, he would undoubtedly die. The more Li Wangyu thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. But who would get close to young Geisaman and give him a shot was a problem. He naturally could not do it himself. Everyone in Chang'an knew that Qing Chumo and the others had a good relationship with him. Young Geisaman had accidentally injured Qing Chumo and almost killed the son of Duke Lu. At this time, he was worried about Duke Lu's revenge and was in a state of panic. If he rashly went to the Chamberlain of Dependencies to make friends with young Geisaman, he would probably be suspected. Moreover, Li Wangyu was not an extremely shrewd person. If he had to pretend to be brothers on the surface while secretly thinking about how to give someone a shot and take someone's life, he really could not do such a thing. Two names immediately popped up in Li Wangyu's mind, Su Jingzong and Li Yifu. These two were famous men of the great Yin of the Tang dynasty and would be suitable to help him do something harmful. But Li Yifu had not yet been recommended and was still in the Salt Pavilion of Sichuan, so he could not count on him. Su Jingzong was currently helping him with the matters of the Royal Academy, and he could be considered Su Jingzong's boss. He should find him to discuss this matter. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu suddenly felt that the two Kunlun slaves that Zhang Gongjin had given him had a place to go. If he gave them to Su Jingzong, would he not be afraid that this fellow would not work for him? He did not want these Kunlun slaves, but others did. Using two Kunlun slaves to buy young Geisaman's life was an extremely profitable transaction. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu immediately ordered someone to find Su Jingzong. Su Jingzong, this old bureaucrat, was quite diligent in his work. Ever since he had no choice but to accept the job of the Royal Academy, he had been waiting outside Dingzhou village at the academy's construction site by the Gan River, supervising the officials of the Ministry of Works to build the academy. Hearing that Li Wangyu was looking for him, Su Jingzong did not dare to delay and hurriedly rode his horse to the manor of the Count of Hu County. Su Jingzong got off his horse in front of the castle of the Count of Hu County and threw the reins to the servants of the Lai Hot. Just as he was about to step into the castle, he was shocked to notice that there were two strong Kunlun slaves with skin as dark as charcoal standing beside the castle gate. Su Jingzong could not help but feel envious. He thought to himself that the Count of Hu County was indeed in the limelight. He could even get such rare goods like the Kunlun slaves. There were so many nobles in Chang'an, but there were not many who had Kunlun slaves in their manors. Su Jingzong looked at the black and hard before following the servant girl of the Lai Hot into the castle. Chapter 775. In the guest hall of the castle, Li Wangyu, who had just finished soaking in the hot spring, was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. Several beautiful Xinlua maidservants were massaging his hands and feet, making him look like an evil landlord. Seeing Su Jingzong being led into the guest hall by the maidservants, Li Wangyu smiled and nodded at him as a greeting. He also indicated that Su Jingzong did not need to be polite and should sit down and talk. Su Jingzong respectfully gave Li Wangyu a full bow before carefully sitting down on the sofa. He tried his best to straighten his back, but in his heart, he didn't forget to curse the county count's mansion for being too unruly. For example, the sofa he was sitting on was comfortable, but it didn't have any image to speak of. It was impossible for him to sit upright and still. Moreover, in Su Jingzong's opinion, there were no rules between the maidservants and the master of the county count's estate. Li Wangyu stretched out his hand to touch the beautiful servant girl's soft breasts, but the servant girl gently slapped his hand away. What kind of scandal was this? The maidservant dared to slap the master's hand in such an unruly manner. According to the laws of the Tang Empire, she could be beaten to death. However, not only was the county count not angry, he even turned his head to tease the maidservant with a smile. Su Jingzong inwardly cursed, this county count is really tolerant of his servants. He's not afraid of losing respect. The maidservants in his residence, not to mention touching their hands, even if he was in the mood, he could directly press them onto the bed. Which of those maidservants would dare to say no? Su Jingzong didn't need to worry about the matters of the county count's estate. He could only dryly cough and ask, "Dare I ask the count, why have you called me here today?" Su Jingzong didn't feel ashamed. The vice principal of the Royal Academy called Li Wangyu, a fourth-rank county count who had founded the Tang Empire, count, and even called himself a lowly official. This could be considered as groveling. However, Su Jingzong didn't think this way. He knew that although the saint was the principal of the Royal Academy in name, in reality, all matters of the Royal Academy were decided by the young man in front of him. As for his official rank, was that important? In Su Jingzong's eyes, the young man in front of him was a very thick thigh. Since he had already boarded Li Wangyu's ship, he naturally had to hold on tight. Li Wangyu was already used to Su Jingzong's humility. He nodded carelessly. Just as he was about to instruct the maidservants in the reception room to leave, he saw his beautiful superior walk in. Su Jingzong didn't dare to be arrogant and quickly stood up to greet Su Changqing. Su Jingzong was a rank 3 official in the imperial court. It was embarrassing for him to bow to the woman of the county count who founded the country, but Su Jingzong didn't care about that. After all, after becoming familiar with Li Wangyu, he could tell that the person with the most authority in Noda County Count whose residence was not the county count who himself, but this beautiful woman. Although he was somewhat contemptuous of the county count whose henpecked attitude, it did not affect his respectful attitude towards Su Changqing. Su Changqing returned Su Jingzong's greeting and then asked with a smile as beautiful as a flower, "Principal Su, when is your birthday? Do you know what constellation you have? How about I calculate your horoscope for you?" Li Wangyu speechlessly placed a hand to his forehead and inwardly groaned. Ever since he learned from Yan Liben that the Tang also knew about the 12 constellations and informed his beautiful superior of this matter, this woman seemed to have been possessed. Whenever she saw someone, she would ask about their birthday and horoscope, and then she would analyze their temperament and calculate their recent fortune. Within the county count whose residence in Noda, the more than 100 maidservants and soldiers had almost all been calculated by their beautiful superior. In the Tang dynasty, only a very small number of high-level intellectuals knew about the 12 constellations. Ordinary people knew nothing about them. These maidservants and soldiers did not know anything about the 12 constellations, but they did not know anything about them. They treated their beautiful superior's words as if they were gods. In the future, even horoscope calculation websites were very popular, let alone the Tang people. They believed in these mysterious things without a doubt. His beautiful superior also did not seem to get tired of it, making Li Wangyu speechless. In reality, although Su Changqing liked to study the constellations in the future, it was only for entertainment after tea. He would not be so obsessed. Life in the Tang dynasty was simply too boring for modern people, which was why she was so excited when she learned that the 12 constellations had been introduced into the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu originally did not understand why most women liked constellations. He had even searched for this on Baidu and learned about a term called the Barnum effect. This theory said that people would easily believe that a general and popular personality was suitable for them, even if this personality was empty. The description of the constellations was a very typical Barnum effect. And women were naturally prone to the Barnum effect. Li Wangyu did not know if this was true or not, so he could only believe it for now. Facing Su Changqing's question, Su Jingzong was also stunned. He did not understand what she meant. After a while, he replied, I was born in the 11th month of the lunar calendar. I know the 12 constellations. If I'm not wrong, I have the Scorpio life body. Su Changqing immediately said, the Scorpio life body's guardian star is Pluto, so Scorpio constellation has a mysterious characteristic. It is energetic, jealous, possessive, and holds grudges. Its actions are not bad, but its opinions are lacking. But this year, Scorpio career is developing like a fish in water. His beautiful superior talked endlessly about Scorpio constellation's fate and analysis, making Su Jingzong stunned. He nodded his head, feeling that Su Changqing's words were completely in line with his personality. He had never seen someone use such straightforward words to describe his fate and fate. Su Jingzong was naturally not one of the servant girls in the Hu County Count's household. He knew of the 12 constellations from Indian Buddhism and had even discussed the fate of the 12 constellations with the eminent monks. But in Su Jingzong's view, the eminent monk who had discussed the 12 constellations with him was far less knowledgeable about the constellations than Su Changqing, the wife of the Hu County Count. Su Jingzong's thoughts were not wrong, but in terms of knowledge about the constellations, the eminent monks were not as good as Su Changqing. Of course, this was very normal. In the future, the study of astrology in the West had even become a professional course in universities. Although his beautiful superior was not that professional, compared to the ancient people from 1,000 years ago, there was probably no one in the world who understood the fate of the constellations better than her. Of course, Li Wangyu did not believe in the constellations at all. But if he could use this to fool the Tang people, it would be a wonderful thing. At the very least, he could not think of a way to make the stubborn Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun agree to let him marry his beautiful superior as his wife. He might as well try and see if the fate of the constellations could create some other opportunities for them. In any case, Li Wangyu would not accept marrying another woman as his wife. He could take in a few more concubines, but his wife had to be Su Changqing. Since Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun emphasized so much about matching in terms of social status, if he could package Su Changqing as the master of horoscope divination of the Tang dynasty, he might be able to make these two meddlesome in-laws agree. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu naturally smiled as he watched Su Changqing trick Su Jingzong, treating it all as an experiment. Li Wangyu could see that Su Jingzong's experimental subject was surprisingly effective. As his beautiful superior spoke, the expression on Li Wangyu's face became increasingly solemn and respectful. Chapter 776. His beautiful superior's analysis of Scorpio's character and numerology had fooled Su Jingzong. Although Su Jingzong did not understand a lot of Su Changqing's words, it did not affect him from understanding the general meaning. For example, what kind of planet was Pluto? Of course, Su Jingzong had never heard of it. This dwarf planet, which was invisible to the naked eye and was expelled from the solar system, was only officially discovered in 1930. If Su Jingzong knew about it, then he would be damned. But this did not prevent him from imagining the meaning in his own mind. Pluto, as the name suggests, must be the king of the netherworld. Pluto should be an unknown constellation that he did not know about. These things that Su Jingzong did not understand made him listen more carefully. It had to be said that there was a reason why the study of constellations in the future could attract a large number of fans. Not to mention that the Tang people originally believed in those mysterious things without a doubt. The constellation numerology that Su Changqing talked about was the accumulated knowledge of the later generations over thousands of years. Naturally, Su Jingzong was stunned. Different from the servant girls in Lai Hot, Su Jingzong was not only a listener when Su Changqing talked about the constellation numerology, but he also gave his own opinions from time to time. This made Su Changqing more talkative. Li Wangyu naturally had no interest in these. He was about to yawn as he listened. He also did not understand why a top student from the University of Pennsylvania, the city's white-bone fairy, and the beautiful superior of a professional woman, would be so obsessed with constellations. But since his beautiful superior was interested, he naturally would not disturb her. He simply let the servant girl continue to massage him. He closed his eyes and leaned against the sofa to take a nap. When he woke up, he asked the servant girl next to him and found out that he had slept for almost 2 hours. And the constellation exchange meeting between his beautiful superior and Su Jingzong finally came to an end. Su Jingzong stood up again and respectfully bowed to Su Changqing. "Thank you, Master Su, for clearing my doubts. It turns out that the constellation numerology is so profound. In the future, this Su will have to consult Grand Master Su. I hope that Grand Master Su will not be stingy with his guidance." Originally, Su Jingzong's attitude toward Su Changqing was extremely respectful, but he only called her Lady Su because of Li Wangyu's face. At this moment, Su Jingzong changed his way of addressing Su Changqing as Master Su, which surprised Li Wangyu. In the Tang dynasty, the term Great Master was not only used by the close eunuchs of the emperor to address the emperor, but it was also used by daughters-in-law to address their mother-in-law respectfully. In addition, there was another way to address women who were knowledgeable and learned. Of course, the pronunciations of these 3 great masters were different. The first 2 pronunciations were the same as in the future, and the Great Master Su, that Su Jingzong called Su Changqing, had the same pronunciation as Great Aunt Su. Li Wangyu was wondering if Su Jingzong was flattering him. His beautiful superior casually talked about constellations. How could he have the nerve to call her Great Master? In history, women who could be called Great Masters were all people who left their names in the history books. Su Jingzong just listened to his beautiful superior talk about constellations for half a day and called her Great Master. Wasn't this a bit too shameless? Although with his beautiful superior's talent, there was probably no woman in the world who could compare to her. Chapter 777. Li Wangyu and Qing Chimo's group of wastrels were so close that they were practically wearing the same pants. This was something that everyone in Chang'an knew. Moreover, Qing Chimo had been accidentally injured this time, causing him to lose blood and go into shock. Even Zhang Baozong and Lu Xunwei were helpless. It was only after Li Wangyu gave him his blood that Qing Chimo was pulled back from the gates of hell. This matter had spread like wildfire in Chang'an, and everyone knew about it. Su Jingzong didn't understand what Li Wangyu meant by asking this. The Count and the young Duke are as close as brothers. This lowly official heard that the young Duke lost too much blood this time. It was the Count who gave his blood to him to save the young Duke. Li Wangyu nodded, a pained expression on his face. General Su is right. Brother Chimo and I are as close as blood and flesh. He was injured by the Goguryeo deputy envoy for no reason. If I hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid that we would have been separated by life and death. Every time I think of Brother Chimo's bloody appearance that day, I feel a heart-wrenching pain. Su Jingzong didn't know what to say and could only console him. Fortunately, Count's methods are heaven-defying and the young Duke is also very lucky. Only then did he manage to turn the situation around. Since the young Duke has survived, he will definitely have good fortune in the future. Li Wangyu shook his head. Although that's the case, I still feel that my heart is filled with unease. He stopped mid-sentence and stared at Su Jingzong as if waiting for him to say something. Su Jingzong's mind was filled with questions. He couldn't understand what Li Wangyu wanted to do. After pondering for a while, Su Jingzong asked with uncertainty, "Does Count want to help the young Duke vent his anger?" Li Wangyu slapped his thigh. As expected, General Su understands my intentions. I am very relieved that General Su can think this way. Then I will leave this matter to General Su. Su Jingzong was dumbfounded as if he had been struck by lightning. What did he say? How did it become his matter? Even Duke of Lu couldn't do anything about the Goguryeo ambassadors, so what could he do? This pool of water was obviously very deep. Su Jingzong had always been wise to protect himself, so how could he be willing to get involved? Li Wangyu naturally saw through Su Jingzong's thoughts. He deliberately showed a displeased look on his face. What? Is General Su unwilling to help me? Su Jingzong's face stiffened as he said embarrassedly, "It's not that I don't want to, but the saints said that this was an accident. Even Duke of Lu was helpless against the Gogrian envoy, so how could a lowly official like me share Count's burdens? Wouldn't it be a sin if we delay your important matters?" Li Wangyu chuckled and said, "This matter is actually very simple. It's just that it's not convenient for me to make an appearance. That's why I asked for your help. It's not that I want to make things difficult for you. This." Even if Su Jingzong used his knees to think, he knew that what Li Wangyu wanted him to do was definitely not something simple. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Su Jingzong didn't want to be a busybody, but he was worried that he would leave a bad impression in Li Wangyu's heart. For a moment, he was in a dilemma. Li Wangyu naturally understood Su Jingzong's concerns. He straightforwardly threw out his bait. "General Su, have you seen the Kunlun slaves in my residence?" "Of course I have." "Count, you were even able to obtain such rare goods. This humble official admires you. General Su also likes Kunlun slaves. Why don't you buy a few?" Su Jingzong smiled bitterly and said, "To tell you the truth, which of the hundreds of officials and nobles in Chang and doesn't want to keep a few Kunlun slaves? It's just that Kunlun slaves are too rare. Every year, there are only about 100 Kunlun slaves sold to Chang and through the trade route. They are basically divided among the 5 families, 7 families, and the princes and dukes. Even if I like them, I can't buy them." His answer was naturally within Li Wangyu's expectations. Therefore, this fellow was even happier. "General Su, if you can help me vent the anger in my heart, how about I give you a Kunlun slave?" Su Jingzong's eyes instantly widened. He didn't dare to believe Li Wangyu's words. This temptation was not small. It must be known that even Zhang Gongjin, the founding duke, felt his heart bleed when he gave away 2 Kunlun slaves. Even though Su Jingzong was the vice principal of the Royal Academy, a lower rank 3 official, it was still extremely difficult for him to obtain a Kunlun slave. He was just about to nod in agreement when he suddenly realized that Count Hu was willing to put in so much effort. This matter was probably not going to be easy. Logically speaking, whether it was Duke Lu or Count Hu, if they wanted to make trouble for the Goguryeo diplomatic mission in Chang, and even with the Saints' ban, it would be difficult to stop them. Even if they found someone to sneak into the Chamberlain of Dependencies and beat the Goguryeo diplomatic mission half to death, it wouldn't be a big deal. No matter how Su Jingzong thought about it, he couldn't figure out why Li Wangyu would use him, even going so far as to use Kunlun slaves as a reward to tempt him. He was greedy, but he wasn't stupid. Humans would die for wealth, and birds would die for food. This was something he understood. Su Jingzong swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He asked, "Count, how do you want to vent your anger on the young duke? What can this lowly official do for Count?" Seeing his nervous appearance, Li Wangyu's smile became even more relaxed. It's actually very simple. You just need General Su to befriend that Goguryeo Deputy Ambassador Yun Gaesaman and invite him to the Peace Square or the Hu Taverns to drink and make friends." Su Jingzong thought that he was hearing things. It was that simple? Was this Count Hu's revenge? "Count, what do you mean by this? There's no need for you to ask about other matters. Relax, I won't harm you. I'll have to trouble General Su with the matters of the Royal Academy in the future, so how could I put General Su in danger?" Li Wangyu naturally didn't tell Su Jingzong the complete truth. While his beautiful superior was chatting with Su Jingzong about the horoscopes, he had closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, but he was thinking about Death Abyss and Gaesaman. He naturally couldn't let Su Jingzong know the truth. Otherwise, given this fellow's cowardly personality, if he knew that he was going to take the life of the Goguryeo deputy ambassador, he probably wouldn't agree even if he was beaten to death. Even if he used his influence to forcefully suppress him, there would still be many variables. Thus, Li Wangyu dispelled the idea of discussing with Su Jingzong and made a plan for himself. Li Wangyu's words allowed Su Jingzong to relax a little. He naturally understood that while this count who was extremely intelligent and had unfathomable knowledge, he had a lazy personality and didn't have the patience to deal with such trivial matters. Su Jingzong also knew that Li Wangyu was definitely not telling him the truth. However, he had no grudges with Count Hu, and he was following Count Hu's lead. There was truly no need for him to harm him. When he thought of this and thought of those two towering Kunlun slaves in front of Count Hu's estate, Su Jingzong couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. In Chang'an, with his status, he could easily obtain Guanyin Man, Xinlua maidservants, and Guanyin Man. He also didn't lack for beauties. However, such beautiful Kunlun slaves were truly hard to come by. It would be a pity to miss this opportunity. In the end, Su Jingzong gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Since Count trusts this lowly official dares to refuse. However, this lowly official has nothing to do with that Goguryeo deputy ambassador. It won't be easy for this lowly official to rashly request an audience. Chapter 778. In response to Su Jingzong's question, Li Wangyu casually shrugged. Duke Su, this matter is simple. I've heard that Kunlun slaves are rare goods even in Goguryeo. I presume that young Gaisman also likes them? Duke Su has the Kunlun slaves as a stepping stone. Are you afraid that you won't be able to get close to young Gaisman? Su Jingzong was taken aback. Could the Kunlun slaves that County Count who had given him be used as a stepping stone to get close to the Goguryeo deputy envoy called young Gaisman? Wouldn't he have done all this for nothing? Li Wangyu saw that Su Jingzong was in a daze and knew that he had misunderstood. He smiled and said, Duke Su, be at ease. My residence has 2 Kunlun slaves. I'll give one to Duke Su and the other to young Gaisman. Only now did Su Jingzong realize that he had misunderstood Li Wangyu's intentions. He couldn't help but feel his face heat up as he hurriedly changed the topic. Count, this lowly official is only worried that young Gaisman will not easily leave the Chamberlain of Dependencies after Duke Lu's announcement. Li Wangyu was not worried about this. In a few days, it will be the Lunar Summit, and the Goguryeo diplomatic mission will be going to the Taiji Palace to meet the sage. Presumably, as the deputy envoy of the Goguryeo diplomatic mission, young Gaisman will also be going to meet the sage. As long as he shows himself, with Duke Su's abilities, you won't be able to get close to young Gaisman. Su Jingzong nodded. As an old bureaucrat, he naturally didn't need Li Wangyu to instruct him on such matters. In truth, Su Jingzong felt that the matter Li Wangyu had instructed him to do was very simple. He had plenty of ways to achieve his goal. Su Jingzong was even thinking that he didn't need to give the precious Kunlun slaves to the Goguryeo deputy envoy to become friends with him. But this was just a thought. While Su Jingzong was greedy, he was also clear about what he could and could not do. If County Count Hu found out that he had secretly taken a Kunlun slave, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? Su Jingzong was only slightly worried. Li Wangyu had invested so much, so it was likely that he was after something big. It was probably not as simple as just venting his anger as he had said before. However, since he had already agreed to this matter, it would not be good for him to go back on his word. In any case, even if Li Wangyu wanted young Gaisman's life, Su Jingzong didn't care about the lives of these Goguryans. He just had to be careful and not let Li Wangyu use him as a scapegoat. Li Wangyu then instructed the old steward, Li Heng, to bring several hundred taels of gold to Su Jingzong, claiming that it was for his expenses. It was to be used for the banquet at Peace House and the Hu Tavern. Su Jingzong pretended to refuse for a while and finally accepted the gold with a smile. After having a delicious meal at Lai Hot, he led the 2 black and hard men back to Chang'an. After sending Su Jingzong away, Li Wangyu temporarily put the matter of young Gaisman's murder to the back of his mind. He did not intend to kill young Gaisman in a short time. After all, the death of the deputy envoy of the Goguryeo diplomatic mission in Chang'an was a troublesome matter. Moreover, there were many renowned doctors in Chang'an. If young Gaisman fell ill and Pai Lupi sent Sun Simiao and Zhang Baozong to treat him, it would be bad if someone discovered the illness. The matter of young Gaisman's death had too many implications. Li Wangyu was prepared to keep it to himself and not tell anyone, so he naturally had to clear himself of suspicion. It was precisely for this reason that Li Wangyu believed that the best time to strike was when the Gogrian diplomatic mission was preparing to leave Chang and then find a chance to give Yun Gaisaman a shot. By the time Yun Gaisaman's rabies broke out, the Gogrian diplomatic mission would have left Chang and would have nothing to do with the Tang dynasty or him. He had Su Jingzong get close to Yun Gaisaman precisely so that he could strike quietly and without attracting attention. But this was just Li Wangyu's own plan. He had no idea if it could be realized, so he could only take it one step at a time. In any case, there were still several months before the Gogrian diplomatic mission left Chang but there was no rush. During this period of time, Li Wangyu had become idle again. He had left the matters of the academy to Su Jingzong to manage. Back then, when he was recruiting new students from the Imperial College, he had used a set of psychological tests to filter out more than 100 pure and patient students. After a few months of training, these students would be able to join the academy and serve as teaching assistants to teach the children. But Li Wangyu, this lazy bum, didn't even want to do such a thing. He shamelessly threw this matter to his beautiful superior. In his words, his beautiful superior had often trained new employees in the company and was very experienced. In this regard, the beautiful boss just rolled her eyes at him, and then happily ran off to teach the group of rookies in the workplace. Li Wangyu couldn't help but secretly laugh at this. He naturally knew that his beautiful superior wouldn't refuse him. First of all, the beautiful boss was also bored. Although she was in charge of the Shun Feng Carriage Company, the underwear store, and other industries, the army of women she led had now grown up and managed those industries in an orderly manner. There was almost no need for her to personally go out and work every day. Recently, she had been spending more and more time at the county magistrate's estate in Dingzhou, and she had become more and more proficient at mahjong. Even Li Wangyu was no match for her. Moreover, to be able to train a bunch of rookies was an interesting matter for his beautiful superior. The Tang dynasty was a society where men reigned supreme. As a professional woman of the future, she was naturally very unhappy, but there was nothing she could do. Li Wangyu naturally understood the disappointment in his beautiful boss's heart, so he deliberately let her train that group of scholars. To be able to give instructions to more than 100 Tang dynasty scholars was naturally a form of mental pressure for his beautiful superior. Li Wangyu didn't care whether those Tang dynasty scholars would be unhappy to be taught by a woman or not. Ever since Pai Lupi was prepared to personally become the president of the Royal Academy, and even the vice president was a lower third-rank official in the imperial court, the Royal Academy was no longer a grassroots organization. Those students who had left in anger because they thought that Li Wangyu had deliberately humiliated them were now regretting it so much that their intestines turned green. There were also countless scholars who wanted to enter the Royal Academy to teach. If Li Wangyu was willing, he could easily recruit 10 times the number of scholars, let alone 100. It was hard to find a three-legged bastard, but there was no lack of two-legged scholars. Moreover, the Tang dynasty's academy treated them well. Under such circumstances, if anyone dared to cause trouble because his beautiful superior was going to train them, Li Wangyu wouldn't mind making an example out of them and kicking them out. As a wife-protecting maniac, Li Wangyu dared to make his beautiful superior unhappy for the rest of his life. After throwing these troublesome matters out of the way, Li Wangyu was free again. Looking at the blonde beauty who was swaying in front of him every day, Li Wangyu couldn't help but ponder over the words his beautiful superior had said that day. Taking Aphrodite, who wasn't even 16 years old, into his room, was he too much of a beast? But compared to being worse than a beast, wasn't it acceptable to be a little more beastly? At this thought, Li Wangyu couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. He gritted his teeth, called Niu Wu, and rode straight to Chang'an City. Chapter 779. Li Wangyu had only gone to Chang'an for one thing, and that was to buy a piece of land. The purpose of buying land was, of course, to build the theater that he and his beautiful superior were planning. The theater was naturally for the performance, and the performance needed someone to manage it. That person was, of course, his beautiful blonde, Aphrodite. Then, a certain someone could openly take the blonde into his room. It had to be said that a man needed motivation to do something. It was not easy to buy a suitable piece of land in noticed Chang and city, but this was not a problem for someone of Li Wanyo's status. Lu Deheng and Chui Zhuo went straight to Chang'an and Wanyan counties. Lu Deheng and Chui Zhuo immediately ordered the officials of the county government to take out the files and maps, and found a few vacant plots of land for Li Wangyu to choose. Most of these were confiscated land by the county government. Li Wangyu could not help but laugh when he saw a house in Guangda Lane. He had an impression of this house. It seemed to be the house of the wealthy Luo Hui, who had been ordered by Ho Junji to arm wrestle with him and the other fops. After Luo Hui failed, he fled Chang and city and his whereabouts were unknown. His house had been confiscated by Chang and city and was ready to be sold. The location of this house was rather good. It was close to the bustling Shi city and was not small. Li Wangyu took a liking to this house at first glance. The backyard wall of Luo Hui's house was the wall adjacent to the Shi city. Li Wangyu pondered for a while and felt that he could open a door on this wall as the entrance to the theater in the future. Although the doors of houses could not be opened on the streets unless one was a third-rank official or above, Li Wangyu felt that it was not a big deal for him to go through the back door with Pai Lupi. Moreover, he wanted to build a theater and not a house, so it should not be a big problem. As an elegant art theater performance, the tickets were naturally not cheap. The target audience was of course the officials and aristocratic families of Chang and city. The officials and aristocrats could not possibly go around Guangda Lane to watch the show, right? Guangdi Lane did not have enough space for everyone to park their horses and carriages. Chui Ming House, how much is this house in Guangda Lane? I'm quite interested in this house. Chui Zhuo smiled fawningly and said, County Count Hu, this house belongs to Luo Hui, who has no criminal record in the county. It's not worth much. If County Count Hu is interested, you can just give him a few tens of thousands. Li Wangyu naturally knew that Chui Zhuo was trying to curry favor with him, but with his current net worth, he disdained to take advantage of such a situation. Luo Hui's house in Guangda Lane was in an excellent location. According to the current market price in Chang'an, it would not be less than 1,000,000 yuan, or even more. If he really only gave a few tens of thousands of dollars, it would not be worth it if someone caught him and impeached him in the future. I appreciate Chui Ming House's good intentions, but this house will be sold at the market price, Li Wangyu said calmly. Chui Zhuo could only smile awkwardly. He stretched out his hand to summon an official from the Ministry of Civil Affairs and asked, How much is this house in Guangda Lane? According to the current market price in Ming House, it should be 2,000,000 yuan. 2,000,000 yuan was about 8,000,000 yuan in the future. It was actually quite cheap to buy a house that occupied a few acres of land. Li Wangyu could not help but curse the black-hearted developers in the future when he thought of the 100-square-meter house he bought with a loan of more than 2,000,000 yuan. Okay, I'll buy this house at this price. I'll have someone send the gold later. Li Wangyu did not hesitate at all and immediately made the decision. Chui Zhuo nodded repeatedly. He did not care whether he received the money or not, and immediately ordered the official from the Ministry of Civil Affairs to process the title deed for Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu did not refuse. After all, he did not lack the money from Chang'an, so he did not hold back. After drinking 2 cups of tea with Chui Zhuo, the official from the county government completed a series of procedures. The house that occupied a few acres of land in Guangda Lane was now Li Wangyu's property. After receiving the title deed, which was still wet with ink, Li Wangyu smiled at Chui Zhuo and said, Chui Ming House, I don't need to trouble you for one thing. I'll have to trouble you to find some craftsmen to demolish the house for me. Ah. Demolish? Li Wangyu's words stunned Chui Zhuo. He had also seen Luo Hui's house. It was beautifully renovated, and the carved beams and painted rafters had been put in a lot of money. In his opinion, although the house was only a civilian house, it did not match Li Wangyu's status as the county earl who founded the country. However, he could just find some craftsmen to renovate and expand it. Why did he have to demolish it? That would be too extravagant. Li Wangyu smiled and said, I don't intend to use this land for living. Naturally, I have to demolish it and rebuild it. Chui Zhuo asked cautiously, May I ask, what do you plan to build? Is there anything I can do to help? Nothing much. I just plan to build a theater for watching plays. Watching plays? Theater? Cui Zhuo did not understand what Li Wangyu was saying, but he did not dare to continue asking. He could only pretend to understand and nodded. He planned to find someone to ask what a theater was. After leaving the Chang and County Yamen, Li Wangyu saw that it was still early, so he went directly to the Ministry of Works in the Imperial City and asked to see the Minister of Works, Duan. To build a theater, cement and craftsmen from the Ministry of Works were indispensable. Now that the cement was in the hands of the Ministry of Works, the civilian craftsmen could not do this. When Duan heard his subordinate's report, he felt his head swell. Ever since he became the Minister of Works in the second year of Zhongguan, he had been tormented by Li Wangyu. Whether it was building the Huxin County Earl's mansion or building the baseball field, they all gave the Ministry of Works endless headaches. Li Wangyu's prodigal road was even more lifeless. He took away a lot of mirage mud from the Ministry of Works, which gave Duan a headache. Now, Huxin County Earl Li Wangyu could be said to be on the Ministry of Works blacklist. Everyone, from the Minister of Works, Duan, to the ordinary officials of the Ministry of Works, could not help but shiver when they heard that Li Wangyu had come to visit. Everyone's first reaction was, F***ck, is this guy here to cause trouble again? Naturally, Duan could not avoid him. He could only rub his temples and order people to invite Li Wangyu into his office. Zio, how come you have time to come to the Ministry of Works today? Li Wangyu smiled and bowed to Duan. Minister Duan, I have come to ask for your help again today. Duan's hand, which was stroking his beard, could not help but tremble. He almost pulled out a few strands of his beard. Zio must be joking. The Ministry of Works is only in charge of some construction matters. How can they help you? In addition, the amount of mirage mud produced by the Ministry of Works is limited. Last time, you took so much mirage mud from the Ministry of Works in order to repair the road. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. If Zio wants to ask for mirage mud again today, you can save your breath. Duan glared at him. He did not give Li Wangyu a chance to speak and directly refused. Li Wangyu's smile froze. He cursed Duan in his heart. Asking for some cement was the same as asking for his life. Did he have to go so far? It was not like he did not pay. Not only did he pay, but he also paid a high price. F***ck, 5 strings of copper coins for a ton of cement. He did not even complain that it was expensive. This old man Duan actually complained that he used a little cement from the Ministry of Works. He was really stingy to the extreme. Li Wangyu and Duan were very familiar with each other. He knew that the old man was joking with him, so he decided to act shamelessly. Minister Duan, I really did come today for the mirage mud. If you don't give me the mirage mud today, I will not leave. You won't leave? That's fine. Since Zio is willing to stay in the Ministry of Works, I will let the night watchman on duty go home. I can't ask for more than for Zio to lead your troops to help me on duty. Duan's words almost made Li Wangyu's nose crooked from anger. Why did this old man not play by the rules? Chapter 780. If Duan refused to sell him the cement, Li Wangyu would never be able to build the theater. Li Wangyu pulled a long face and replied to Duan's teasing with a mischievous smile. Minister Duan, isn't it just some mirage mud? Do you really think it's a treasure? Besides, you can't burn the bridge after crossing the river. This mirage mud was given to the saint by me. The Ministry of Works got the recipe for mirage mud for free. Shouldn't they give me some? Besides, I spent a lot of money to buy it from the Ministry of Works. It's not like I took it for free. Duan heard this and glared at him. Zio, you still have the nerve to say that? This mirage mud is so precious, but you used it to pave roads. Do you know how many fortresses and cities at the border are waiting for the mirage mud to be repaired and strengthened? How can you waste it for no reason? Li Wangyu naturally knew that Duan was telling the truth. Ever since Pai Lupi and the others learned about cement, they immediately thought of using it to strengthen the city walls and fortresses. Li Wangyu could understand using cement for military purposes, but it was also proper business for him to build roads and theaters. In the end, the production of cement was too low. Li Wangyu touched his nose and smiled. If the production of mirage mud is not enough, then we can increase it. Why does Minister Duan make things difficult for me? I have great use for the mirage mud. Humph, it's easy for you to say. Mirage mud needs lime to be burned. Now that the production of lime is not enough, how can it be easy to increase the production? When Li Wangyu heard Duanluan's words, he couldn't help but think of the undiscovered lime mines in Hu County. Originally, he wanted to monopolize the lime mines, but there were too many things to do, so he completely forgot about it. After thinking about the many troubles of opening the mines himself, Li Wangyu, a lazy person, simply gave up on this idea. It seemed that he had to take the old path, which was to cooperate with others and let them manage the lime mines while he waited for the profits. However, he did not want to be a partner in this business with Pai Lupi. Should he ask Pai Lupi to sell the lime to the Ministry of Works? Wasn't this taking money out of his own pocket? Li Wangyu thought about it. Why not take care of Cheng Yaojin and those old hooligans? Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, Chai Shao, these dukes could also be pulled in for a share. After all, there were plenty of lime mines in the Guanzhong Path, and he could easily form a partnership with a public house. At the thought that all the Grand Dukes of the Tang dynasty were his partners, Li Wangyu could not help laughing. Let's see who else would dare to provoke me in the future. Ho Junji, Zhang Liang, and those people with 5 surnames and 7 nobles. Would they dare to fall out with a group of dukes? When Li Wangyu thought of this, he couldn't help but chuckle. This made Duanluan extremely surprised. He couldn't figure out what was wrong with this kid. After Li Wangyu came to his senses, he said seriously, Minister Duan, if I can get you a large amount of lime, would you be willing to buy it? At that time, can you provide me with mirage mud? Hearing this, Duanluan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Zio, is this true? If you really have a large amount of lime, I can buy it at 50 coins per stone. I'll buy as much as you have. As for the mirage mud you want, as long as there is enough lime supply, you can have as much as you want. The price will be the same as before. Li Wangyu curled his lips. This old man was really calculating. This kind of volcanic ash cement was just calcining lime and clay together. There was no cost to remove the lime. Duanluan, this old man, actually wanted to buy his lime for 50 coins. After calcining it, he would sell it to him for 250 coins. He really thought of him as a fool. Minister Duan, do you think I don't know how to calcinate the mirage mud? I'll sell the lime to you. After calcining it, you'll sell it to me at 5 times the price. Do I have the word stupid written on my forehead? Li Wangyu's words made Duanluan's face turn red. He felt that he seemed to be a little unkind. Huh, Zio, what are you talking about? I was wrong just now. As long as you have enough lime supply, the Ministry of Works won't make any money from you. We'll supply you at 60 coins per stone. Li Wangyu nodded with satisfaction. Minister Duan, it's a deal. Zio, when can you start to supply the Ministry of Works with lime? I won't hide it from you. The sage has been urging us to increase the production of mirage mud. Now that the imperial court has seen the usefulness of mirage mud, it's an urgent need everywhere. Zio, the mirage mud you made is really a treasure that benefits the country and the people. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for being the Minister of Works. Duanluan smiled amiably and was very amiable. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. He thought that Duanluan, this old man, said nice words. In the end, when he wanted to get some cement from the Ministry of Works, this old man blew his beard and glared at him, refusing in every way possible. It was as if he had gone to his house to rob him. When Li Wangyu heard that he could supply lime, he immediately changed his face. This made Li Wangyu wonder if this old man had learned the Sichuan opera's face-changing skills. Bah, in the Tang dynasty, from Pai Lupi to these high officials in the imperial court, none of them were good people. They only knew how to bully an honest person like him. However, whether it was Duan Luan or the bad-tempered Wei Zheng, they were very much to Li Wangyou's liking. This group of lovable and hateful officials of the Tang dynasty. Minister Duan, there's no rush for lime. Hee, the mine hasn't been opened yet. As for the mirage mud, this nephew needs it urgently. How about you give me 1,000 stones first? When Duan Luan heard this, the smile on his face disappeared. He glared at Li Wangyou. Zio, are you here to make fun of me? The mine hasn't even been opened yet and you dare to say that you can supply lime to the Ministry of Works? Do you think this old man is stupid? How can I be fooled by a brat like you? Li Wangyou was speechless. Why did this old man change his face faster than flipping a book? Minister Duan, how can this nephew deceive you? 1 month. This nephew guarantees that in 1 month, the Ministry of Works will be able to start steadily supplying lime. Really? How much can it be? How could Li Wangyou know how much lime could be produced from those mines? In the future, it was mechanized mining. In the Tang dynasty, it was all manual labor. He didn't dare to guarantee the output. Well, I think I can still guarantee 10,000 stones a month. Li Wangyou pondered for a moment and replied. 10,000 stones, that's 500 tons. If he cooperated with Qing Yaojin and opened a few more mines at the same time, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Good. Then this old man will believe you this time. Come, let's make an oath. In 1 month, if this old man doesn't see lime, don't blame this old man for finding a saint to judge. Li Wangyou nodded straightforwardly. He clapped hands with Duan Luan and settled on the supply of lime in a month. Duan Luan also straightforwardly summoned the officials of the Ministry of Works and told County Count Hu that if he needed it, he could give 1,000 stones of mirage mud. Li Wangyou thanked Duan Luan again and again before leaving the Ministry of Works. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Wangyou estimated that he wouldn't have time to go back to Zhou village today. He sent one of his troops back to report. He called Niu Wu and led his troops. Holding the mentality that the wind was blowing and the water was cold, he went to kill his way to Duke Lu's residence. Chapter 781. Ever since he rescued Qing Chimo, Li Wangyou had been avoiding the Duke Lu residence and the old hooligan Qing Yaojin. Usually, if it was not necessary, he would never pass by the Duke Lu residence. He would rather take a detour than pass by the old hooligan's residence. Saving other people was one thing, but saving the old hooligan's eldest son, the only way to thank him was to drink himself to death. It was as if he was not drunk and unconscious, Qing Yaojin was not grateful enough. Li Wangyou had long been too lazy to complain about the old hooligan's way of doing things. Today, if it were not for the lime mine, Li Wangyou would not walk into a trap. Wahahaha, boy, you are finally willing to come. Come, prepare the food and wine, today we are not going home until we are drunk. Li Wangyou and his party had just stepped into the Duke Lu residence when Qing Yaojin's hoarse voice resounded throughout the residence. Rubbing his temples, Li Wangyou carelessly bowed to Qing Yaojin. Uncle Qing, the matter of drinking is not urgent. Today, this nephew has something good to discuss with Uncle Qing. Qing Yaojin's eyes lit up. Which gambling house do you want to bet with? Last time I bet with you, boy, I won until old man Chui's eyes turned green. Wahaha, it was very satisfying. Li Wangyou was speechless. This old thing, winning money from his father-in-law, was still so happy. What was even more shameless was that after winning the gold, he did not know how to share it with him. Uncle Qing, this nephew came today not to bet, but to cooperate with Uncle to open a mine. Open a mine? What mine? Gold mine or copper mine? Lime mine. Qing Yaojin was stunned, then reacted. Is it the lime used to make mirage mud? This is a good business. Boy, do you know where there is a lime mine? Li Wangyou nodded. This nephew naturally knows. That is why I came to discuss this matter with Uncle Qing. Wahahaha, boy, you still have a conscience. You did not forget your Uncle Qing when it comes to making money. It is not in vain that I dote on you. Let's go, let's drink and chat. Li Wangyu secretly curled his lips. He didn't know where this old hooligan's confidence came from. He actually had the nerve to say such shameless words. Hee, Uncle Cheng, this nephew knows of more than one limestone mine. Why don't we invite Uncle Qin, Uncle Yuchi, and the others as well? Li Wangyu remembered that there were about 5 or 6 limestone mines in Hu County. Qingyao Jin, Li Jing, Qin Xiong, Yuchi Jingda, Chai Shao and Niu Jinda were just enough. Qingyao Jin was stunned when he mentioned the names of the dukes. Then, he slapped Li Wangyu's shoulder heavily, causing him to grimace in pain again. Good boy, I didn't misjudge you. Men, take this daddy's greeting card and invite second brother, old man Yuchi, and the others. Li Wangyu did not personally visit each family to discuss this matter. Instead, he asked Cheng Yaojin to invite Qin Xiong and the others. In Cheng Yaojin's opinion, it was naturally to let him sell a favor to everyone. In the future, if these limestone mines made money, whether it was Qin Xiong or Yuchi Jingda, they would all owe Cheng Yaojin a favor. Actually, to Li Wangyu, he was just being lazy. How much time would it take to go to each of the duke's manors? How much time would it take? How much wine would it take? It was better to let the old hooligan invite everyone to Duke Lu's mansion. He only needed to waste a bit of time. Cheng Yaojin invited everyone on behalf of County Count Li Ziyu. Naturally, no one would refuse. This group of dukes did not live far away. Not long after, everyone gathered in the main hall of Duke Lu's mansion. Cheng Yaojin waved his hand. Immediately, groups of servant girls brought wine and food for everyone. Musicians played music and danced in front of the hall to liven things up. It was very lively. After 3 rounds of wine, Li Wangyu's face had become rosy. He didn't dare to drink anymore. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to talk about proper business today. Uncles, this little nephew asked Uncle Cheng to invite all of you here today because I have a business deal. I want to see if all of you are interested. Yuchi Jingda laughed. Huh, Ziyu, you are now the famous god of wealth in Chang'an City. If you have any business deal and are willing to bring us along, that's a good thing. There's nothing to discuss. Just say it directly. No matter how much gold you want, Laozi will listen to you. Old ignorant Yuchi's words are beautiful. That's right, that's the truth. Ziyu, you are willing to bring us uncles to make money. What else is there to say? Cheng Yaojin raised his head and gulped down a mouthful of wine. It was rare that Yuchi Jingda did not quarrel with Cheng Yaojin. The surrounding group of dukes also nodded repeatedly, feeling that what the two said was reasonable. Li Wangyu blushed with shame. When did he have such charisma? He naturally did not know how shocking it was for a white-clothed youth to establish such a large family business in just over a year's time. Even Yuchi Jingda, who had always been proud and arrogant, could only say the word admire in regards to Li Wangyu's business skills, not to mention others. Heh, then this little nephew will speak frankly. This little nephew knows that there are a few lime mines in Hu County that have yet to be discovered. This little nephew is a lazy person and does not have the patience to deal with these trivial matters. Therefore, I want to partner with all of you uncles and operate those lime mines. What do you uncles think? Lime mines? Is that the lime used to make mirage mud? That is a business that benefits greatly with little capital. Ziyu, are you really willing to use this kind of mine to partner with us? Li Jing was astonished when he heard this. Li Wangyu nodded. Duke Wei's words are correct. It is precisely that lime mine. This little nephew has already discussed it with Minister Duan of the Ministry of Works. 50 when per stone. The Ministry of Works will buy as much lime as there is, so there is no need to worry about lime sales. Cheng Yaojin was furious. That old man's surname Duan is going too far. Ziyu, why did you agree to his conditions? I bought some mirage mud from the Ministry of Works, but it costs 350 wen per stone. Isn't it too much of a loss to sell it to the Ministry of Works for 50 wen? Everyone nodded in agreement. They also felt that Li Wangyu's price was too cheap. Li Wangyu said with a smile, "Uncles, mirage mud is expensive because the lime is transported from afar. This little nephew has inquired before. The lime used by the Ministry of Works costs 100 won per stone. The lime mine that this little nephew knows of is in Hu County, only a few dozen li away from Chang'an. It is very convenient to transport it. 50 won per stone seems cheap, but from now on, the Ministry of Works can only use the lime produced by our mines. This is a monopoly business. Uncles, you must not underestimate the profits involved." Duanluan had offered to sell lime to the Ministry of Works for 50 won per stone. He was just waiting for Li Wangyu to haggle over the price. The price in his heart was 100 won per stone. Duanluan did not expect that the always shrewd Li Wangyu would agree to it. This shocked him greatly. How could he have known that Li Wangyu was thinking about monopolizing the supply of lime? His appetite was quite big. Li Wangyu's words made Qing Yaojin and the others ponder for a while. In the end, they slapped their thighs. "Ziyu, you little brat, you are indeed full of cunning ideas. Fine, we will do as you say. How are we going to share this lime mine? You should give us an explanation. We will listen to you." Chapter 782. The discussion process with the bigwigs was very simple. Mining, 50-50, simple and clear. Li Wangyu and each duke's residents would each contribute half to purchase the land where the lime mine was located, as well as the various mining expenses. As for how the lime mine would be mined and how it would be managed, Li Wangyu did not care. He was prepared to be a hands-off shopkeeper and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. As for recruiting absentee workers, building mines, and many other tedious matters, Qing Yaojin and the other bigwigs patted their chests and took on all of them. Regarding Li Wangyu's lazy behavior, none of the bigwigs expressed any dissatisfaction. After all, this cooperation was purely because Li Wangyu was leading them to wealth. Everyone could see the benefits of mirage mud and knew its value. As for the lime used to make mirage mud, it was naturally a hot commodity. Unlike copper and gold mines, the output of lime mines was very shocking. Li Wangyu estimated that the price of 50 copper coins per dan would not be maintained for long and would continue to fall. The price of mirage mud would also continue to fall. As for directly using lime to make mirage mud, whether it was Li Wangyu or the other bigwigs, they did not plan to participate for the time being. After all, Pai Lupi had already taken the production of mirage mud back to the imperial court and treated it as a strategic resource. Naturally, it would not be their turn to produce it. Li Wangyu provided the location of the lime mine, so it was only right for the dukes to contribute. Moreover, Qing Yaojin and the other bigwigs had a large group of stewards in their residences. These trivial matters would naturally be handled by the stewards of the various residences. There was no need for the bigwigs to worry about it. Qing Yaojin ordered someone to bring over a map. Li Wangyu began to outline the location of the lime mine on the map for the bigwigs. It had to be said that as the great general of the Jianghu guards, the maps in Qing Yaojin's residence were all used for military campaigns and were very detailed. They were much more detailed than the maps in Chang and for 10,000 years. Although the mountains and rivers had changed a lot in the past 1,000 years, Li Wangyu only remembered that there were many lime mines in Shijing Town and Hu County in the future. He had asked Yang Quan before, but there was no place called Shijing Town within the jurisdiction of Hu County. Fortunately, Li Wangyu still remembered the general location of Shijing Town in the future. It was 14 li south of Hu County, at the northern foot of Mount Zhongnan. After searching for a while on the map, Li Wangyu determined the approximate location of the lime mine. As for which mountain the mine was located on, it would be up to the big shots to send artisans who specialized in mining to find out. When Li Wangyu said that there was a limestone mine in Hu County, Qing Yaojin and the others believed him without a doubt. No one asked him how he knew about this. Everyone was already used to Li Wangyu's mysterious way of doing things. Now, everyone believed that Li Wangyu was the reincarnation of some almighty Daoist. In this regard, Li Wangyu was happy to see it happen, and it saved him the trouble of making up lies. The matter of him working with Qing Yaojin and the other big shots to mine the lime mine was settled. Including Qing Yaojin, none of the big shots had any plans to sign a contract with Li Wangyu. By now, Li Wangyu was well aware of the habits of these bigwigs. Naturally, he would not ask for trouble and insist on signing some sort of partnership agreement with these dukes. They were all famous dukes who had founded their own countries. If he signed an agreement with them, wouldn't he be slapping their faces? After the matter was settled, Qing Yaojin and the others once again started to drink. Within Duke Lu's residence, a new round of noise started. Li Wangyu had always politely rejected the gatherings of the nobles of the Tang dynasty. There was no other reason other than that he was too agitated. It was not without reason that people in the future called the stinky Tang dynasty dirty. The open atmosphere of the Tang dynasty, especially among the nobles, was not inferior to the debauchery of the nobles of ancient Rome. Those unrestrained and informal behaviors made Li Wangyu unable to bear it. Even people like Qin Xiong, Niu Jinda, and Li Jing, who were usually upright and prudent, did not care about their image at the banquet. They hugged the young ladies in their arms and touched them up and down. These beautiful young ladies were all the concubines that Qing Yaojin, the old hooligan, kept in the residence. In Li Wangyu's eyes, these concubines were no different from the prostitutes in Pingkong Fong. Concubines were completely different. Concubines had a certain status in the family, even if it was not high. Concubines were actually not much different from maids and maids. They could be bought with money. There was no limit to the number of concubines. As long as one could afford it, they could have as many concubines as they wanted. Concubines not only needed to serve the master, but they were also the playthings of the master and the guests. Concubines were of a lower status than concubines. Concubines were usually singers and dancers. Of course, no matter if they were concubines or concubines, it was normal for them to accompany the guests in bed. As for giving concubines away, that was a common thing among the nobles of the Tang dynasty. Even Su Dongpa, such a romantic person, often gave his concubines away. Bai Ji even had a poem, 10 years of spring cries become oriole tongues, 3 years of disdain for old ugliness change into moth eyebrows. It meant that after 3 years, concubines felt that they were too old and had to be sold in exchange for a new batch. From this, one could see that concubines were indeed very lowly and pitiful in ancient times. Qing Yaojin, this old hooligan, had dozens of concubines in his residence. Including Li Wangyu, all the founding dukes had 2 or 3 young and beautiful concubines serving them. This group of old hooligans, after drinking a few cups of wine, did not care if they would poison Li Wangyu, this young man, and directly touched him in the hall. Yuqi Jingda, that old man, quickly stripped the concubines by his side into pink little white lambs. He was just short of directly performing a live erotic scene in this hall. Qing Yaojin and the others not only did not feel offended, but also applauded loudly. Niu Jinda was considered more reserved. His pair of large hands had already reached into those concubines' dresses and continuously kneaded. Seeing this, Li Wangyu was very speechless. As for Li Jing, this old man, his hair and beard were already white, but he was hugging a few young women who were old enough to be his granddaughters for a while. He even let those concubines use their mouths to feed him wine. He was really old and unruly. During the banquet, all kinds of shining white peaks and tender gasps were heard, dazzling Li Wangyu's eyes. Seeing this, he even wanted to call the police. Although the concubines of Qing Yaojin's residence were young and beautiful, Li Wangyu did not want to have any mishaps. To have something happen with the concubines of Qing Yaojin, this old scoundrel's residence, just thinking about it was too frightening. Continuing to stay in Duke Lu's residence's main hall to be stimulated and forced to endure was really unbearable. What was the difference between this and watching a later generation Japanese romance movie? Li Wangyu simply glanced at Niu Wu, who was standing on the side, and secretly gave him a meaningful glance. Naturally, the meaning was to quickly run away. Uncle Cheng, this little nephew is going to go to the toilet and change clothes. For the time being, I will take my leave. Li Wangyu stood up and bowed to Qing Yaojin, who was playing happily with his concubines. Qing Yaojin did not mind and only let the concubines by Li Wangyu's side accompany him to the toilet to take care of them. Li Wangyu said that he wanted to go to the toilet, but that was just an excuse. In reality, he was planning to escape. How could he be willing to let these concubines follow him? He promptly said that he was familiar with the way and that it was enough for his own troops to follow and take care of him. How could Qing Yaojin know what he was thinking? He also did not take it seriously. In any case, Li Wangyu had come to his residence many times and was also familiar with the way, so he just let him do as he pleased. As for Yuqi Jingda and the others, they had already sunk into the land of warmth and tenderness. How could they still care about what Li Wangyu wanted to do? Li Wangyu also did not speak much nonsense. Leading Miao Wu, he turned around and headed in the direction of Duke Lu's residence's toilet. Chapter 783. Ever since his beautiful boss and Empress Zhangsun coerced all the noble ladies and young ladies in Chang and city to go to the county magistrate's mansion in Dingzhou village in Hu County, all the officials and aristocratic families in Chang and city asked for the blueprints from the county magistrate's mansion and competed with each other to renovate the bathroom facilities. These hostesses had seen the modern bathroom facilities in the county count's mansion, so how could they continue to use the dirty and smelly toilets in their original mansions? For a time, orders for all kinds of bathroom tiles, toilets, and sanitary wares in the porcelain kilns and workshops outside Chang and city increased greatly, which made the shopkeepers who had never made these rare things happy and annoyed. Fortunately, these things were actually not complicated, and they were not difficult for the skilled porcelain craftsmen of the Tang dynasty. The toilets in Qing Yaojin's mansion were naturally all renovated. The originally dirty toilets were covered with shiny tiles, and ceramic toilets and sanitary wares were used. Also, the old scoundrel had plagiarized the Turkish bath in Li Wangyu's castle. He had built a bathing pool and sauna room in his own residence. As for the Taiji Palace, it had already been renovated. Pai Lupi was even more shameless. He directly asked Li Wangyu to show his respect for a batch of bathroom tiles and toilets, which made Li Wangyu spend a lot of money. After all, an ordinary duke's mansion had at most a dozen toilets. But in Noda's Taiji Palace, there were more than 100 toilets, and the number of tiles and ceramic toilets needed was innumerable. How could Li Wangyu not hate it? When the officials and nobles learned of Pai Lupi's public bribery, they became more and more envious of Li Wangyu's imperial favor, which made Li Wangyu speechless. Li Wangyu led Miao Wu to the bathroom of Duke Lu's mansion. After relaxing for a while, he was ready to slip away. Looking around, Duke Lu's mansion was brightly lit, and there were maids and servants shuttling back and forth, constantly delivering hot delicacies and wine to the nobles in the main hall. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him and Miao Wu, Li Wangyu immediately slipped down the small road to the main gate of Duke Lu's mansion. Unexpectedly, after taking 2 steps, Li Wangyu, who was anxious to escape the tiger's den, did not pay attention and directly bumped into someone coming from the opposite side. "Zio, where are you going? The main hall is not in this direction." Li Wangyu raised his head and saw that the person he had bumped into was Qing Chubi. He subconsciously gestured for him to keep quiet. "Brother Chubi, don't disturb your family." "Hee, little brother just remembered that there is still soup boiling in the manor. I must go back and take a look." Li Wangyu spouted some nonsense to appease Qing Chubi. He turned around and wanted to leave, but Qing Chubi grabbed his sleeve. "Zio, what are you doing? Where do you want to go sneakily?" "Oh, I know, you want to sneak away. Am I right? Zio, do you dislike my Duke Lu's mansion for not being a good host?" Li Wangyu was stunned. When did this guy become so smart? "Your family's mansion is not being a bad host, it's being too considerate. If I don't run, I'm afraid those concubines will climb onto my bed." Li Wangyu thought that the concubines of Duke Lu's mansion had all served Qing Yaojin, that old rogue, and felt uncomfortable. How could he still have any romantic thoughts? However, he naturally could not say these words to Qing Chubi, and could only be vague. "Brother Chubi, what are you talking about? What's the difference between your family and mine? I really have something to do, and I can't bear to disturb Uncle Cheng's mood," so I left without saying goodbye. Ching Chubi did not pay attention to Li Wanyo's words, and directly shouted with his hoarse voice inherited from Qing Yaojin. Brother, come quickly. Zio wants to run. Brother Chubi, don't shout, don't shout. Li Wangyu was shocked and reached out to cover his mouth, for fear that this guy would provoke Qing Yaojin again. Although the three brothers of the Qing family were not triplets, they seemed to have telepathy. Qing Chubi had just called out when Qing Chumo and Qing Chuliang's figures appeared from the small path. Li Wangyu was speechless. Could these two guys teleport? How did they come so quickly? Qing Chubi's voice, was it really not summoning a mythological beast? Surrounded by the three brothers of the Qing family, Li Wangyu simply raised his hands and surrendered. Three brothers, I admit defeat. What do you want, just say it. Li Wangyu only needed to look at Qing Chumo's sneaky smile to know that this guy absolutely did not have good intentions. Perhaps these three swindlers were deliberately waiting for him here. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Qing Chubi immediately smiled and said, Waha, brother is right. Zio, you really can't hold back your temper and go drink with those old things. Before he could finish his words, Qing Chuliang covered his mouth. Li Wangyu felt a headache coming on. He held his forehead and felt sorry for Qing Yaojin. To be called an old thing by his own son, such an unfilial son, even if he was beaten to death, it would not be wrong. Qing Chumo also ignored his stupid brother, and hugged Li Wangyu's shoulder and said with a sneaky smile, Zio, let's go. Peace Lane or the Hu Wine Shop, you choose. Today, brother is treating, you are responsible for the bill. Wahahaha, these words are really good. I treat, you pay naturally came from Li Wanyo's mouth, but it was immediately copied by this group of swindlers. Now, they kept saying it every day, and it was almost becoming a mantra. Whether it was going to the Hu Wine Shop or Peace Lane, Li Wangyu would accept it. It was better than continuing to stay in the Duke Lu's residence and watch a group of old swindlers act out an erotic scene. At least it was not an eyesore. He accepted his fate and nodded, saying weakly, then let's go to the Hu Wine Shop in the West Market. Compared to harming the poor women of the Tang dynasty in Peace Lane, Li Wangyu would rather lead these swindlers to the Hu Wine Shop to harm the Hu concubines. The three brothers of the Qing family naturally did not have any objections. They happily escorted Li Wangyu out of their residence and towards the West Market. What made Li Wangyu even more speechless was that this bastard Qing Chumo did not forget to be generous. He actually ordered his servants to immediately go to the other swindlers' residences and inform them to gather at the Hu Wine Shop in the West Market. Today, someone was treating, so hurry and eat. If it were not for the fact that he could not beat these three brothers, Li Wangyu would definitely let them know why the flowers were so red. After a while, the swindlers and Li Wangyu gathered at the Hu Wine Shop in the West Market and started a new round of revelry. With County Count Hu and a group of young dukes at the door, the shopkeeper of the Hu Wine Shop naturally did not dare to be negligent. He respectfully invited everyone into an elegant room, and then sent the youngest and most beautiful Hu concubines in the wine shop into the room. Li Wangyu was not some old master or a moralist, so he was very relaxed and at ease with these swindlers. His arms were wrapped around two scantily clad Hu concubines, and he was very happy to take advantage of them. While everyone was drinking and having fun while chatting, Li Wangyu noticed the conversation between Chai Lingwu and Du He and couldn't help but frown. Chapter 784. Just as Li Wangyu was exchanging toasts with Qing Chumo and the others, he heard Wei Shuyu and Chai Lingwu laughing and saying, Brother Lingwu, I heard that you know Master Faya of the Mercy Temple? Chai Lingwu nodded. Yes, there is such a thing. I am acquainted with Grandmaster Faya. The retired emperor missed my mother, so he invited Great Master Faya to my brother's residence to perform a blessing ceremony for my mother. Why, does Brother Shuyu want to find Master Faya? Chai Lingwu's mother was Princess Ping Yangzhao, Li Yuan's third daughter. Princess Ping Yangzhao could be called a heroine. At the end of the Sui dynasty, when the world was in chaos, she gathered the heroes of Guangzhong and led the army of women to achieve great things. She joined forces with Pai Lupi on the north bank of the Wei River and together they broke through Chang'an. Unfortunately, in the 6th year of Wuda, Princess Ping Yangzhao passed away, which made Li Yuan and Pai Lupi very sad. Princess Ping Yangzhao was the only woman in the history of Huaxia to be buried with military rites. It could be said that she was truly honored in life and death. Li Yuan also missed this daughter of his very much. He often ordered Buddhist and Taoist, two sects eminent monks and Daoist priests to perform rituals and pray for Princess Ping Yangzhao. It's like this. My mother's birthday is coming soon, and she is a devout Buddhist believer. Therefore, I want to find a Buddhist scripture personally copied by a monk as a gift for my mother. In Chang'an, Master Faya is a monk of the San sect. If I can ask him to personally copy a Buddhist scripture, it would naturally be excellent, Wei Shuyu explained with a smile. Chai Lingwu didn't say anything and immediately agreed. Brother Shuyu, don't worry. Leave this to me. Then thank you, Brother Lingwu. Come, let me toast you. Fang Yai couldn't help but laugh. Why are you two patronizing yourselves? Everyone, come, today is a beautiful day, and it's rare for Zio to be the host. Don't waste this wine and beauty. Everyone, drink up. Hearing Fang Yai's words, everyone laughed and raised their cups. There was a lot of noise in the room. No one paid attention to the conversation between Chai Lingwu and Wei Shuyu. Only Li Wangyu was stunned. Master Faya? Why did this name sound so familiar? Where have I heard of it before? He furrowed his brows and pondered for a long time. Then, he suddenly stood up, scaring the wastrels. Zio, what are you doing? You're not going to change again, are you? Brat, are you trying to escape by peeing again? Brothers, keep an eye on Zio. Don't let him slip away. Haha. Li Wangyu did not pay attention to the playboy's teasing. He only remembered who Master Faya was. There was a record in the old book of Tang. 3 years ago, there was a shaman Faya, who entered and left the two palaces by chance, but was forbidden from doing so. Faya was resentful and spoke evil words, and was executed. Demon Monk Faya. Jingguan Year was a very famous case. Although there were only 36 words about Faya in the old Tang book, its influence was huge. This Master Faya could be considered an eminent monk during the Sui and Tang dynasties. He was loved and respected by Li Yuan and Crown Prince Li Jiancheng. Faya could enter and leave the palaces as he pleased. For a time, he was very famous in Chang'an city. Countless noble families and officials tried to befriend him. However, every dog has its day. In the 9th year of Wuda, Pai Lupi risked everything and started the Xuanwu Gate Rebellion. He killed Crown Prince Li Jiancheng and Prince Qi Li Yuanji, forcing Li Yuan to abdicate. Li Yuan was forced to make Pai Lupi the crown prince. He then abdicated and lived in the Taiji Palace. However, this Master Faya still frequently entered and exited the palaces to meet with Emperor Li Yuan and discuss Buddhism. If Faya only talked about Buddhism, it would be fine. As an emperor, Pai Lupi would not make things difficult for a monk. However, this great Master Faya was not someone who knew when to advance or retreat. In private conversations with the retired Emperor Li Yuan, he often complained about Li Er, speaking out against injustice for the Crown Prince Li Jiancheng, feeling indignant about the retired Emperor Li Yuan's encounter. Although these words between Faya and Li Yuan were private, in Noda's Taiji Palace, how could there be a wall that did not leak out? This matter naturally spread into Pai Lupi's ears. Pai Lupi was annoyed and decided to remove Faya's right to enter and leave the palaces, forbidding him from ever entering and leaving the palaces again. By right, this matter should be considered over. Faya could continue to stay in his Great Mercy Temple as a senior monk and live in peace. However, Faya belonged to the type of person with extremely low emotional intelligence. He actually held a grudge because Pai Lupi removed his right to enter and leave the palaces. He started to call himself the reincarnation of the living Buddha on the streets and wantonly attacked Pai Lupi. He attributed the locust plague and drought in the 2nd year of Zhengguan to Pai Lupi's immoral behavior, saying that it was God's punishment for the Xuanwu Gate incident, for killing his brother and imprisoning his father. Such treasonous words were naturally reported to the imperial court. Faya was only a monk and not a noble family like the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs. How could Li Er be merciful? He simply ordered the Ministry of Justice to arrest him and then pushed Faya to Shi City where he was beheaded in public. Not only did Faya succeed in seeking death, he was also given the title of Demon Monk Faya. What was even more tragic was that before Faya died, he accused Prime Minister Pei Ji of being his accomplice. As a result, Pei Ji was demoted and sent back to his hometown. Li Yuan also quickly moved out of the Taiji Palace because of this matter and moved to the Cold Death Palace. 6 years later, he died of an illness in Death Palace. Li Wangyu recalled this incident clearly and thought that Wei Shuyu actually wanted to ask for Faya's handwritten Buddhist scriptures for his mother. He felt that something was wrong. Although in the history books, it was only recorded that Prime Minister Pei Ji was unlucky because of Faya, who could guarantee that Wei Shuyu or Wei Zheng would not be implicated because of this? After all, ever since he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, the changes caused by the flapping of butterfly wings were not few. Who knew if Wei Shuyu had asked for a copy of Faya's Buddhist scriptures for his mother in history? Who could be sure that after Faya was arrested by the Ministry of Justice, he would not randomly accuse others? Li Wangyu also knew that the main reason why Prime Minister Pei Ji was demoted and sent back to his hometown because of the case of Demon Monk Faya was that Pei Ji was an old official of the retired emperor, Li Yuan. Pai Lupi's actions were also to clean up Li Yuan's influence in the imperial court. However, it was best to avoid such matters as much as possible. It was already the 3rd year of Zhongguan, and Faya should be banned from the palace by Pai Lupi soon. At this time, it would be unwise to get involved with that idiot. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu could not help but advise, Brother Shuyu, I advise you to change the congratulatory gift for your mother. You don't need the Buddhist scriptures copied by Master Faya. His words made Wei Shuyu, Chai Lingguo, and the others stunned. They asked in confusion, why do you say that? What's wrong with the Buddhist scriptures personally copied by Master Faya? That's something that many people in Chang and could not get even if they wanted it. Li Wangyu scratched his head in annoyance, but he did not know how to explain it. Should he say that he knew that Faya was about to be unlucky? No one would believe this, and if this were to spread out in the future, it would be even more troublesome. This was a bit of a pain in the ass. Chapter 785. In the face of the popinjay's doubts, Li Wangyu could only beat around the bush, vaguely saying, that great Master Faya, I feel that although he is valued by His Majesty the retired emperor, he might not be some eminent monk. Fang Yai asked curiously, oh? Why do you say that? Everyone in Chang knows about Master Faya's reputation. Li Wangyu shrugged, aren't the disciples of the Sand sect all about jumping out of the mortal world and cutting off worldly ties? Then why does this Master Faya frequently go in and out of the Forbidden Palace? In little brother's opinion, he's just a person that's angling for fame and fortune. On the other hand, old immortal's son had tactfully refused the title of nobility bestowed by the saint and lived in seclusion in the mountains to research the Tao of medicine. Anyway, Master Faya would seek his own death soon. Li Wangyu didn't care whether or not he would offend this person and directly demoted him to fishing for fame. Wei Shuyu pondered over Li Wangyu's words and shook his head, not saying anything more. He was also a smart person and picked out 2 phrases from Li Wanyu's words, Emperor Emeritus, and forbidden to enter and leave the palace. Ever since the aristocratic families led hundreds of officials to force the emperor to abdicate in the 2nd year of Zhongguan, everyone could see that the so-called filial sons and fathers of the royal family was just a joke. His father, Wei Zheng, was an imperial censor of the censorate and Pai Lupi's confidant. At this time, it wasn't worth it for the Wei residents to form a relationship with Master Faya, the Emperor Emeritus' favorite. If his master was suspected by the saint because of this, it would be bad. Wei Shuyu understood this point and suddenly felt that he hadn't thought it through before. He looked at Li Wangyu with eyes full of gratitude. He faintly sensed that this was probably the reason why Li Wangyu was against him asking Master Faya for scriptures for his mother. In the elegant room, apart from the playboys, there were also 20 to 30 prostitutes present. It was naturally inconvenient to continue talking about this topic. Everyone laughed and started fooling around with the prostitutes again. Of course, Li Wangyu was not a gentleman. After reminding Wei Shuyu, he also drank and made merry with the other playboys. His hands had already reached into Hu Ji's lapel and started to play with the soft parts of the beautiful Hu Ji beside him. He was very happy. Although he wouldn't really do anything, if he didn't take advantage of her, wouldn't that be too much of a loss? After messing around with the popinjays, Li Wangyu did not think too much about the demonic monk Faya. In the next few days, he was busy recruiting craftsmen and preparing to start building the theater. But Li Wangyu did not expect that the words he said in the Hu wine shop that day were actually heard by Hu Ji, who was present, and then told it to the other guests as a joke. Gradually, the news that the Count of Huxian was disrespectful to the great master Faya of the Mercy Temple and called him a fame-seeking person quickly spread throughout the city. Many of great master Faya's followers were unhappy with Li Wangyu because of this. If not for the fact that they were afraid of Li Wangyu's noble status as the founding county count, Li Wangyu's mansion in Kaihua Square would probably have had rotten eggs and vegetables thrown at it in protest. After all, Faya was very famous. He was originally an eminent monk at the end of the Sui dynasty and was valued by Li Yuan and Li Jianxing. He had countless followers in Chang'an. When Li Wangyu's words got out, it was like poking a hornet's nest. Among the hundreds of officials and nobles in Chang'an, there were many who were followers of Faya. After all, for Faya to be able to gain Li Yuan's trust, his eloquence was naturally outstanding. Hearing him preach and explain the Buddhist doctrine, many officials and nobles were convinced. Otherwise, why would Wei Shuyu want to use her connections to ask for a scripture personally copied by Faya as a birthday gift for her mother? The common people didn't dare to do anything to Li Wangyu. At most, they would curse him in private. However, these officials and nobles might not be so easy to talk to. Even many of the young imperial censors from the censorate were prepared to impeach Li Wangyu at the court meeting against Pai Lupi for the crime of humiliating a Buddhist monk. When Ma Zhou, Yan Liben, Lu Rengui, and Sheng Guanyi learned of this matter, they were also very worried. They immediately ran to Lai Hot to ask to see their teacher. They wanted to see if there was any way to resolve this matter. "Teacher, I heard that many of Great Master Faya's followers are complaining about you. I even heard that some imperial censors in the censorate want to impeach you," Ma Zhou said worriedly in the main hall of Lai Hot. Yan Liben also nodded. "That's right. I also heard about this matter. Teacher is indeed a bit rash. After all, Great Master Faya is a favorite of the Emperor Emeritus. Offending him rashly will cause a lot of trouble." Lu Rengui and Sheng Guanyi were now following Su Jingzong to manage the Royal Academy's affairs. They didn't know much about the court matters. Although they were worried for Li Wangyu, they didn't know what to say. Li Wangyu didn't care about the worries of his disciples. After all, in his opinion, Faya was just a grasshopper after autumn. He wouldn't be able to jump around for long. It was already the 3rd year and 4th month of Zhengguan. Pai Lupi would probably issue an edict soon to prohibit Faya from entering and leaving the palace. Of course, others didn't know about this. Li Wangyu didn't expect that his private conversation with the rich kids would cause such an uproar. Li Wangyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry about the influence of these shamans. He waved his hand at his 4 disciples and smiled. "It's fine. It's just a small matter. I'm just talking in private. Don't tell me that Great Master Faya will cause trouble for me." But Ma Zhou wanted to persuade his teacher again, but he saw the old butler Li Heng hurriedly run into the hall. Lang Jun, Great Master Faya of the Mercy Temple requests an audience. Li Heng's words stunned Li Wangyu. What did Great Master Faya mean by coming to his residence? Did he really come to reason with him just because he said in private that Great Master Faya was fishing for fame? No wonder this guy would seek his own death. His EQ was indeed worrying. Li Wangyu pondered for a moment and nodded at Li Heng. "Invite Great Master Faya in." The old butler Li Heng continued. Lang Jun, Pei Sikong and Duke Song also came with Great Master Faya. Li Wangyu was stunned again. Pei Ji and Xiao Yu also came? What were they trying to do? Were they here to support Great Master Faya? What made Li Wangyu speechless was that it was one thing for Pei Ji to come. In any case, just by looking at how this guy was bitten and dragged into the water by Great Master Faya, he knew that the two had a deep relationship. It was the kind of evil that he brought upon himself. But why did Xiao Yu come? The old man's pneumonia back then was cured by him and Lu Shenwei. There was still a relationship between the two parties. Li Wangyu immediately understood something. Whether it was Pei Ji or Xiao Yu, they were both Li Yuan's old officials. He had scolded Great Master Faya. Presumably, Li Yuan would be very unhappy about it, right? Pei Ji and Xiao Yu might have accompanied Great Master Faya at Li Yuan's behest. On a deeper level of thinking, even though he was Pai Lupi's confidant, he had scolded Great Master Faya. He was afraid that Li Yuan would misunderstand that he had said what he had said at Pai Lupi's behest. Understanding this, Li Wangyu felt very helpless. What kind of nonsense was this? Chapter 786. Li Wangyu was sick of this, but he couldn't refuse to see Pei Ji and Xiao Yu. He could only have the old butler Li Heng invite Faya and the others into the residence. Not long after, Li Heng respectfully invited Pei Ji and Xiao Yu into the main hall. As for the white-bearded old monk beside them, he was obviously Faya. Just from appearance alone, Li Wangyu had to admit that this monk Faya indeed had the appearance of an enlightened senior monk. He looked to have a very pure and tranquil aura. It was no wonder that he was able to obtain Li Yuan and Li Jianxing's trust. If Li Wangyu didn't know about Faya's absurd actions, he might have been fooled by him. Although he knew that Faya had brought Pei Ji and Xiao Yu here to cause trouble for him, Li Wangyu could only pretend that he didn't know and greet the three of them politely. Greetings to Pei Sikong, Elder Xiao, this master must be Master Faya? It's an honor to meet you. Pei Ji wasn't familiar with Li Wangyu and had only seen him at court. They didn't have much of a relationship, so he only greeted Li Wangyu very calmly. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, had an awkward expression. After greeting Li Wangyu, he didn't say much. It was obvious that coming to Lai Hot to denounce Faya wasn't his original intention. The truth was indeed so. When the monk Faya found out that Li Wangyu, the county count of Huxian, evaluated him as someone who was fishing for fame, he immediately flew into a rage. He immediately ran to Taiji Palace to seek an audience with Li Yuan, hoping that Li Yuan would uphold justice for him. When Li Yuan heard about this, he naturally wasn't happy. He directly sent a message to Pei Ji and Xiao Yu, asking them to accompany Faya to the county count's manor to denounce Faya and demand an explanation. Xiao Yu and Li Wangyu were friends and naturally didn't want to get involved in this kind of mess. However, he couldn't go against the will of the Emperor Emeritus, so he could only reluctantly follow Pei Ji and Faya to the county count's manor. As for Faya, he bowed with one hand. Amitba, poor monk greets County Earl. However, I'm afraid that County Count Huxian's I'm looking forward to meeting you for a long time, isn't that a lie? When Li Wangyu heard this, he couldn't help but be astonished. Was Faya's EQ really that low? She was just being polite and courteous, but he actually made things difficult for her as soon as they met. Even if she had said in private that he was fishing for fame, it wouldn't make him fall out with her like this, right? No matter what, he was still the founding county earl of the Tang dynasty, while Faya was just a monk. Their statuses were not equal at all. Could it be that Faya had inflated to such an extent because of Li Yuan's favor? Li Wangyu thought about it again, but he was not surprised. This brainless monk, even after Li Er revoked his right to enter and leave the imperial palace, he still held a grudge and spread rumors everywhere. So it was normal for him to attack a small county earl who founded the country. When Li Wangyu thought about this, he couldn't be bothered to lower himself to Faya's level, so he smiled and didn't say anything. On the other hand, when Ma Sizhou and the others heard Faya's words, their faces were filled with dissatisfaction. Li Wangyu invited Faya, Pei Ji, and Xiao Yu to take a seat in the main hall before ordering people to serve them tea and snacks. Only then did he smile at the three of them and say, "May I know why the three of you have graced me with your presence?" Xiao Yu calmly sat at the side and stared at the teacup in his hand, as if he could see a flower in it. Pei Ji coughed lightly and said, "County Earl Hu, We took the liberty to visit today because there have been many rumors recently that County Earl who seems to have misunderstood Master Faya. That's why I shamelessly accompanied Master Faya here with Master Xiao to clarify this matter." Before Li Wangyu could say anything, Faya rudely interrupted Pei Ji and asked, "County Earl who? Poor monk heard that you said that poor monk was someone who fished for fame. Is that true?" Li Wangyu was stunned. This guy really wasn't polite at all. Faya's attitude made Li Wangyu a bit angry, so he straightforwardly nodded and said, "That's right, it is true." He didn't care what Faya thought and didn't want to continue pretending to be a snake. He directly nodded and admitted it. In any case, he was sure that Faya couldn't do anything to him. He was the one who said bad things about him, so what could a bald donkey like him do? Good, good. Since Count Huxian has admitted it, then this humble Daoist wants to argue with you. Faya was so angry that his beard trembled. He pointed at Li Wangyu and said angrily. Li Wangyu originally didn't want to bother with him, but seeing him like this, he thought of an elegant story between Su Dongpa and Buddhist Master Foyan in history. He couldn't help but laugh, thinking that he could also follow suit and tease Faya a bit more. "Master Faya, I've heard that in Chang and City, everyone calls you the eminent monk who sits on the purple golden lotus. I wonder if that's true." Li Wangyu did not answer the question, but asked Faya back with a smile. These 4 sentences came from Su Dongpa's Water Mirror Chronicles. The 8 winds referred to the 8 realms of praise, knowledge, slander, reputation, profit, decline, bitterness, and joy. Su Dongpa's poem was naturally a good one. Moreover, this poem praising Buddha was used to describe Faya, which was even more flattering. When Pei Ji and Xiao Yu heard Li Wangyu say this, they thought that he was admitting his mistake and couldn't help but smile. When Faya heard this, his face was also filled with joy. He nodded slightly and said, "Amitba, it's just the world's wrong praise." "Huh, you are indeed not an ordinary person, but..." Li Wangyu's smile disappeared and he said expressionlessly, "It's just bullshit." When he said this, everyone was shocked. Not only did Pei Ji and Xiao Yu not expect Li Wangyu to swear, but even Ma Zhou and the others were dumbfounded. No matter what, Faya was still a famous eminent monk in Chang and City. Li Wangyu's comment about him, fishing for fame, had already caused a lot of trouble. Now, he actually scolded him with bullshit. If this matter spread out, it would probably cause even more trouble. Faya, who had been proud of Li Wangyu's poem, was so angry that his whole body trembled. He pointed at Li Wangyu and couldn't say anything for a long time. When had he ever been insulted like this to his face? "Since you are unmoved by the 8 winds, why is it that my casual comment about fishing for fame blew you from Mercy Temple to my residence? What kind of logic is this? Aren't these words bullshit?" Faya froze when he heard this and his old face turned red. If Faya was really a cultivator of the Tao, he naturally shouldn't say anything more. Leaving obediently was the right thing to do. People of Buddhism naturally had to avoid anger, arrogance, and rashness. Faya, on the other hand, had come to denounce Li Wangyu just because of a comment. Naturally, he couldn't be called a cultivator of the Tao. Faya flew into a rage out of humiliation and stood up. He pointed at Li Wangyu and scolded, Count who has such a sharp tongue. Poor monk has learned a lot. However, Count who has gone too far and insulted poor monk so wantonly. Aren't you afraid of the world's gossip?" Chapter 787. Li Wangyu's previous words made Pei Ji and Xiao Yu's faces twitch. They didn't know what to say. Faya's angry rebuke made the two of them feel even more awkward. Now, not to mention Xiao Yu, even Pei Ji was filled with regret. He didn't understand why he accompanied this monk to Count whose residence to be humiliated. Li Wangyu didn't even bother to lift his eyelids in the face of Faya's angry rebuke. He found Faya's words even more hilarious. This idiotic monk actually thought that he represented Buddha? That he represented all living beings in the world? Huh, what a long-winded mouth. What does Great Master Faya think of me? Li Wangyu suddenly asked. Ma Zhou and the others couldn't help but be stunned. What did their master mean? You've already scolded Faya for farting, yet you're still asking Faya how he thinks of you? What good words could there be? As expected, Faya's face was ashen. He didn't have the demeanor of an eminent monk. He flung his robe and said angrily, "Humph, poor monk county count who is just an arrogant brat with glib words. He's not human." These words completely shed all pretense of cordiality. Since Li Wangyu had already scolded him for farting, Faya naturally had to scold him back, angrily saying that Li Wangyu wasn't human. Ma Zhou and the others heard this and glared at Faya. With Faya's status, it was too arrogant for him to say such words. Even Pei Ji and Xiao Yu had ugly expressions. They felt that Great Master Faya really didn't know when to back down. Pei Ji was still thinking that he had to persuade the retired emperor not to come into contact with a monk like Faya in the future. Li Wangyu didn't get angry at all. Instead, he laughed loudly. I think Great Master Faya is like a Buddha." Everyone was stunned again. They didn't understand what Li Wangyu meant. Great Master Faya had already scolded you for being inhuman, yet Li Wangyu still said that Great Master Faya was like a Buddha? Could it be that he felt that saying farting was too much and wanted to say something nice to salvage their relationship? Ma Zhou was displeased and asked directly, "Teacher, what do you mean by that?" Li Wangyu winked at his disciple and said with a smile, "Bin Wang, do you know what is the most important thing for those who practice Zen?" Ma Zhou did not understand. He looked at Yan Liben, Lu Rengui, and Sheng Guanyi beside him. The four of them did not understand what Li Wangyu meant. Disciple does not know. Please answer my question, teacher. Li Wangyu said with a laugh, "See your nature clearly, point straight to your heart. What you have in your heart is what you have in your eyes. Therefore, in my opinion, Master Faya is a Buddha, while in Master Faya's opinion, I am an arrogant and inhuman person." As soon as he said this, everyone in the hall was shocked. Faya, who had just been unable to restrain his anger, had his face flushed red. He opened his mouth but was unable to say anything. As for Pei Ji and Xiao Yu, their gazes towards Faya were even stranger. After a long while, it was Pei Ji who coughed softly and cupped his hands towards Li Wangyu, county count who, today's matter was abrupt. "I am ashamed. I still have other matters to attend to and will not stay any longer. Farewell." Xiao Yu naturally stood up and bowed towards Li Wangyu to bid farewell. Accompanying Faya on this trip today, he felt that he had lost all his face. At this moment, Faya did not dare to say anything more and could only leave with Pei Ji and Xiao Yu. When Pei Ji and the others left, Ma Zhou, Yan Liben, and the others almost laughed out loud. As for Li Wangyu, this little division commander, he was filled with even more admiration. Their teacher's mouth was really unforgiving. He actually used Buddhist etiquette and beat around the bush to scold Faya, the famous senior monk of Chang and city. It was really satisfying to the extreme. However, while it was satisfying, Ma Zhou and the others were still faintly worried. After all, Faya's influence in Chang and city was not small. Many nobles were believers of Faya. Previously, their teacher had only said that he was fishing for fame, and it had already caused quite a stir. Today, their teacher had scolded him again. It would probably cause even more trouble. On the other hand, Faya had come to denounce him but had been rendered speechless by Li Wangyu. This made Faya feel even more resentful. He silently returned to the Mercy Temple and kept thinking about how to take revenge on Li Wangyu. However, Ma Zhou and the others did not expect that before Faya could make things difficult for Li Wangyu again, Pai Lupi had found out about his private conversation with Li Yuan. In his fury, Pai Lupi immediately issued a decree forbidding Faya of the Mercy Temple from entering the Forbidden Palace. Faya was actually forbidden from entering the Forbidden Palace by the saint. This matter immediately exploded in Chang and city. Those nobles who were prepared to make things difficult for Li Wangyu because Li Wangyu had humiliated Faya all kept their mouths shut. The censor who wanted to impeach Li Wangyu directly tore the memorial he had written to pieces. No one was a fool. At this moment, they could all see that Faya of the Mercy Temple was in big trouble this time. However, different from the original history, the officials and nobles all connected the matter of Faya being forbidden from entering the palace to the retired emperor. In the eyes of the nobles, this was purely the saint standing up for his nephew, Li Wangyu, the Count of Huxian. Not only did the officials think so, but Faya also thought so. This made Faya even more furious, and he became jealous of both Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu. As the saying goes, one can defy the evils of heaven, but one cannot survive the evils of one's own making. The brainless Faya took bigger and bigger steps on the road to death. After that, he caused all kinds of waves. Not only did he drag Pei Ji down, but he also dragged many people down with him. This was also a variable that Li Wangyu did not expect. However, this was all for later. Let's not talk about it for now. After Li Wangyu sent Faya away, he did not take this person to heart. After all, he still had many things to do. How could he have the time to care about what Faya was thinking? There was good news from the Duke's side. According to the approximate location that Li Wangyu had circled on the map for them, the craftsmen sent by the Duke's public house to explore the mines had already discovered a few lime mines. These lime mines were almost all located in barren mountains. Qing Yaojin and the others did not spend much effort to buy these mountains from Yang Quan. Now, they had begun to recruit craftsmen wantonly and were preparing to open the mines. In fact, Li Wangyu was the most concerned about the construction of the theater. After all, this matter concerned his sexual happiness, so naturally, Li Wangyu was full of enthusiasm as if he had been injected with chicken blood. The house that he bought from the Chang and county government was razed to the ground in less than 2 days. The craftsmen that Li Wangyu had recruited had also begun to enter the site and start construction according to his drawings. With the help of cement and the small amount of work, the craftsmen estimated that they would be able to complete the construction of the theater in about a month. After dealing with all these matters, Li Wangyu returned to Dingzhou village and prepared to give the phone to Aphrodite. Of course, the premise was that he had taken the blonde girl as his wife. This was what Li Wangyu was looking forward to the most. Chapter 788. On this day, in the Huxian County Count's mansion, everyone, including the old butler Li Hang, Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the maids, were shocked to find that their Langjun seemed to be a little different. He was trying to please Lady Su to the extreme. Even Su Changqing's personal maid was chased far away by Li Wangyu. She was like a servant in the mansion, very attentively following Su Changqing around, asking about his well-being and serving him attentively. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They couldn't understand what was wrong with their Langjun. In the past, although their Langjun respected Lady Su, he didn't flatter her like this, even deliberately trying to please her. Seeing Li Wangyu's spineless behavior, the old butler Li Heng shook his head and sighed again, then went to do his own things. His Langjun was really hopeless, so the old man simply didn't want to see it. Others didn't know what Li Wangyu was doing, but the beautiful boss was well aware. When Li Wangyu attentively massaged her shoulders, the beautiful boss glanced at him flirtatiously. Has the construction of the theater in Chang'an City started? Yes, it started. It will be finished in about a month. Come, Changqing, try this grape. It's quite sweet. Li Wangyu chuckled and immediately picked a grape. He carefully peeled the skin and put it into the beautiful boss's cherry mouth. The beautiful boss snorted coldly. Humph, you're in a hurry. Are you in a hurry? Li Wangyu smiled and said, Changqing, what are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Hee, I'm just worried that you'll be bored at home. Humph, keep this nonsense to deceive others, you scumbag. The beautiful boss spat at him. Li Wangyu touched his nose awkwardly, but he couldn't refute. Speaking of this matter, he really was a scumbag. He slept with a goddess like the beautiful boss, but he still ate from the bowl and looked at the pot. If it was in the future, he naturally wouldn't dare to have such thoughts. If he could have a girlfriend like his beautiful boss, he would definitely treat her like an ancestor. He would hold her in his hands, afraid that she would fall, and afraid that she would melt in his mouth. How would he dare to have any improper thoughts? If he was too timing, his third leg would be broken. It was just that after he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, his environment and status had greatly changed, which made him unconsciously change his way of thinking a lot. In fact, this was also something that he had no qualms about. As for the beautiful superior, although she was unwilling, she could only turn a blind eye and let him be. Scolding Li Wangyu was just to vent the anger in his heart. The beautiful boss stood up and stretched her waist, revealing the alluring curves of her delicate body. Although Li Wangyu had seen this kind of seductive scenery countless times, his eyes were still fixed on his beautiful boss's alluring body. Su Changqing rolled his eyes. "What are you looking at? Let's go see Aphrodite tonight." Li Wangyu wasn't an idiot. He knew that the more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make. Keeping his mouth shut was the best choice. "I'm going to Chang'an City to take a look at the carriage business and lingerie shop. I won't be coming back tonight. I'll be staying at Kaihua shop." The beautiful boss rolled her eyes at Li Wangyu again. Then, she swayed her slim waist in a flirtatious manner and left with a large group of maids and her female assistants, as well as a large group of guards. Li Wangyu naturally understood what the beautiful boss meant. He smiled so widely that his eyes turned into crescents. Nodding and bowing, he respectfully sent the beautiful boss off. After returning to the castle, Li Wangyu went straight to the huge bathroom at home. Seeing that their master was about to take a bath, the maids hurried to serve him, but Li Wangyu waved them away. "You don't need to serve me today. Just go and call Aphrodite over." The maids were a little surprised, but didn't dare to ask any questions. After curtsying, they hurriedly left to summon Aphrodite. They couldn't be blamed for being surprised. Apart from Su Changqing, who was the mistress of the county count's residence, Aphrodite's status was also rather special. Aphrodite wasn't Li Wangyu's concubine, nor was she a maid. Even the old steward Li Heng didn't know how to treat her. Aphrodite didn't have to serve anyone in the residence, much less entertain anyone with her looks. Li Wangyu even assigned her 2 personal maids to take care of her daily life. As for basic necessities, she was only slightly worse off than Su Changqing. Therefore, even though Li Wangyu didn't take Aphrodite as his mistress, everyone, including the old steward Li Heng, tacitly agreed that she was their master's woman. When Li Wangyu suddenly asked someone to summon Aphrodite to serve him, the maids naturally let their imaginations run wild and they covered their mouths in amusement. Li Wangyu closed his eyes and comfortably soaked in the hot spring water. A pair of soft little hands caressed his shoulders and gently massaged them. Without opening his eyes, Li Wangyu knew that the person who came was the blonde beauty just by smelling the exotic fragrance in his nostrils. He couldn't help but feel a burning sensation in his lower abdomen. He opened his eyes and looked at the blushing blonde with a mischievous smile. He directly reached out to embrace the teenage version of Angelina Jolie and kissed her seductive flaming red lips. The scorching kiss almost made Aphrodite breathless. After their lips parted, the blonde beauty's towering breasts heaved up and down violently. "Master, I..." Aphrodite's heart was beating wildly. Just as she was about to speak, Li Wangyu pulled her into the water, causing her to cry out in shock. After falling into the water, the silk dress became almost transparent and clung tightly to her delicate body. The clothes that were covered in water droplets and the faintly discernible devilish figure made Li Wangyu howl like a wolf. In the huge Turkish bathroom in the count's mansion, soft moaning sounds rang out for nearly an hour. Several maids from Lai Hot stood guard outside the bathroom door with flushed faces. They naturally knew what was happening in the bathroom. In fact, many of the maids who felt that they were pretty were very jealous that Aphrodite could be favored by their master. If Li Wangyu wanted these maids, he didn't need to use force at all. All he had to do was beckon with his finger and the hundreds of beautiful maids in the mansion would probably line up to climb onto Li Wangyu's bed. However, if that was really the case, Li Wangyu would probably die in less than 3 months and announce the end of their transmigration journey. After an extremely erotic bath, a satisfied Li Wangyu held Aphrodite's hand and led her to his study in the castle. He chuckled and was about to push her into his room. Aphrodite ignored the discomfort in her body and waved her hands repeatedly to refuse. "Master, why did you bring me to the study? Big sister Changqing has instructed that apart from you and her, no one else is allowed to enter this study. I can't. Li Wangyu laughed out loud and reached out to scratch her perky nose. Little fool, I brought you here naturally because I received Changqing's permission. From now on, there will be one more person who can enter this study. Upon hearing this, Aphrodite gasped and covered her mouth with both hands in disbelief. Chapter 789. Everyone in Count Hu's residence knew that the only forbidden area in the residence was their Langjuan study. No one, including the old butler Li Heng and the little lass Perrin, was allowed to enter that tightly shut study. Apart from Li Wangyu and Su Changqing, no one else was allowed to enter Count Hu's residence in Noda. Not only were the keys to this study in the hands of Li Wangyu and Su Changqing, but there were also guards stationed in front of the study 24 hours a day to prevent anyone from peeping in. Even the cleaning work in the study was done by Su Changqing himself. Of course, the blonde beauty would be able to take care of such trivial matters in the future. The reason why Li Wangyu and Su Changqing prohibited others from entering this study was naturally because there were various items that Su Changqing had brought from the Tang dynasty in the future, as well as the manuscripts that she and Li Wangyu had transcribed based on their memories and the contents of the mobile phone. None of these items were suitable for leaking to the outside world, so they were naturally hidden away by the two of them. Usually, Su Changqing and Li Wangyu would hide in the study when they had nothing to do, listen to music, watch videos, and reminisce about their lives in the future. Today, Li Wangyu had brought Avro to the door of the study because he had discussed it with his beautiful superior. From now on, the study would be open to Avro. Although their core secrets would never be revealed to others, there was no harm in revealing some secrets to people they trusted to a limited extent. For example, even if the blonde beauty Avro found out about the mobile phone, it wouldn't affect her at all. She wouldn't find out that Li Wangyu was a transmigrator from the future. However, Avro was so touched by Li Wangyu's words that she almost cried. Even though the blonde beauty had just given herself completely to Li Wangyu, she didn't expect that her Langjun and Madame Su would allow her to enter this study. Su Changqing had repeatedly forbidden everyone from entering this study. As a result, everyone in the Hu County Count's manor had long viewed the ability to enter this mysterious study as the exclusive right of the owner of the manor. Now that Li Wangyu had said that Avro could enter this study in the future, the blonde beauty was naturally thrilled. In her heart, as a concubine, the best outcome for her was to become Li Wangyu's concubine. Therefore, even though Li Wangyu had just eaten the blonde beauty clean, she didn't dare to have any other thoughts in her heart. Langjun, are you telling the truth? I can enter this study in the future? Of course, why would I lie to you? Li Wangyu smiled and at the same time motioned to the troops standing guard in front of the study that they didn't have to stop Avro from entering and leaving the study in the future. The troops naturally agreed to their Langjuan's orders, but their gazes toward Avro became more respectful. Clearly, at this moment, they also regarded Avro as one of the mistresses of Count Hu's residence. Li Wangyu took out the key to the study that he always carried with him and opened the steel door. He then took the blonde beauty's hand and pulled her into the study. In fact, there wasn't anything special about the layout of this study without the modern items. Li Wangyu pulled Avro to sit on the sofa and placed her on his lap. He then hugged the blonde beauty's soft and delicate body and said, "Avro, I brought you to this study to show you a treasure. However, you must remember that everything you see or hear in this study must be kept strictly confidential. Apart from me and Changqing, no one else is to be revealed. Can you do that?" Avro nodded fervently when she heard this. "Yes. Don't worry, Langjun, this slave will remember. This slave swears to the sun god that even if this slave dies, this slave will not reveal anything about Langjun to anyone else." Li Wangyu stroked the blonde beauty's hair lovingly. "It's not that serious. There's no need to talk about dying or living. Just remember to keep it a secret." Avro nodded repeatedly and was very obedient. She was also very curious about what Li Wangyu would show her. In the Count Hu's residence, the servants and troops all secretly spread rumors that their Langjun was the reincarnation of the celestial lord of the heavens and had unfathomable abilities. Moreover, their Langjuan's immortal treasure was definitely stored in that study where no one else was allowed to enter. As this rumor spread, not only did Avro believe it without a doubt, but even the old Li family, the old steward Li Hang, and the little lass Perrin believed it. Therefore, when Li Wangyu told Avro to keep it a secret, the blonde beauty recalled the rumors in the residence and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She didn't know what kind of treasure her Lang Jun would show her. This European girl Avro had a little habit. Whenever she was nervous, she would subconsciously stick out her pink tongue and lick her red lips. She sat on Li Wangyu's lap and subconsciously stuck out her tongue to lick her rosy lips. The thin layer of perfume added a layer of lustrous color to her already plump, bright red lips. Due to her subconscious action, Aphrodite's innocent face appeared exceptionally alluring. Li Wangyu hugged the soft blonde beauty in his arms and couldn't help but feel a burning sensation in his lower abdomen when he saw her expression. Lang Jun, what treasure are you going to show this slave? Lang Jun, you. The blonde beauty suddenly felt something strange in her lower body as she spoke. She immediately realized what was going on and couldn't help but blush shyly as she became flustered. At this moment, Li Wangyu didn't care about the phone at all. His hand subconsciously climbed up to the peak as he turned into a wolf once more. Finally, the flames of war in the study were extinguished once more. Li Wangyu, whose back was aching, pulled Avro to the sofa again. He lamented inwardly that he really had to seize the time to train his body. Avro ignored the discomfort in her body and carefully wiped the sweat off Li Wangyu's forehead with a silk handkerchief. Li Wangyu took out his phone and handed it to Avro. This is the treasure I'm going to show you. Avro sized up the strange object in front of her curiously, but she didn't know what this thin black thing was for. Lang Jun, what exactly is this? Don't worry. Open your eyes wide. It's time to witness a miracle. Li Wangyu stretched out his finger and gently tapped on the screen. The next moment, Avro immediately let out a cry of surprise as her eyes widened and her mouth opened slightly. Her face was filled with horror and astonishment. Lang Jun, is this an immortal magic treasure? Why did you put Sister Changqing in this little box? Did Sister Changqing do something wrong? Avro's words stunned Li Wangyu. He looked down at the phone and couldn't help but chuckle. The screensaver of the phone was a picture of his beautiful boss smiling at him and the blonde beauty. Chapter 790. Faced with Avro's bewilderment, Li Wangyu was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. Silly girl, this is a phone that can be used to take photos. The Changqing you see is just a photo of her. I didn't lock Changqing up. I don't have the guts to do that. Come on, I'll take a photo for you and you'll know. With that said, he did not wait for Avro to object before he picked up the phone and took a selfie of the two of them. Immediately after, a photo of him hugging Avro appeared on the screen. The blonde girl shrieked in fright and covered her eyes with her hands, not daring to look again. Li Wangyu only found Avro's reaction amusing, but he was not surprised. After all, in history, when cameras were first introduced to China during the late Qing dynasty, people regarded them as some kind of evil magic and were terrified of them. It was even said that the camera could steal one's soul. People were still like this more than 1,000 years later, so it was not surprising that Avro, the blonde girl, was frightened by the phone's camera function. Before he showed the phone to Avro, he was already mentally prepared for this. Avro, look, I'm in the photo too. It's okay, don't be scared. The photo is just an image of us. Li Wangyu gently pulled down Avro's hands that were covering her eyes and explained with a smile. Only then did Avro carefully peek at the phone screen again. Staring at the screen, she saw her husband smiling at her and her frightened self. Li Wangyu explained for a long time before Avro, the blonde girl, finally accepted the fact that the phone was taking photos. Is this an immortal treasure, Lang Jun? Lang Jun, are you really the reincarnation of Lord Taibai Jingxing? You even have such a treasure? After Avro let go of her fear, she regained her girlish nature and kept swinging Li Wangyu's arm coquettishly as she asked questions. Li Wangyu enjoyed it very much as his arm kept rubbing against the blonde girl's chest. He did not explain whether he was the reincarnation of the so-called Lord Taibai Jingxing, nor did he explain what the phone was. For some things, it was better to continue to keep a sense of mystery. As for Aphrodite's misunderstanding, it wouldn't hurt anyone to let her continue to misunderstand. What made Li Wangyu speechless was that after he taught the blonde how to use the phone to take selfies, the girl actually held the phone tightly and began to pose for selfies in all kinds of poses. Oh my god, is it the nature of every woman to love taking selfies? Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes, but he was too lazy to say anything, allowing the blonde beauty to take photos of him with her phone. It wasn't until Aphrodite was done playing that he picked up the phone again and said seriously, "Aphrodite, do you still remember the stage performance I told you about before?" Confused, Aphrodite nodded and blinked her blue eyes, looking at Li Wangyu adorably. "I remember. You mentioned it before, but you didn't explain to me what a performance was." Li Wangyu nodded. "That's why I asked you to come to the study today. The answer you want is right here." With that, he clicked on the video on the phone and began to play a clip of the opera Turandot. Aphrodite, the blonde beauty, widened her eyes again and looked at the video on the phone in horror. Lang Jun, what is this? Why are those people in this treasure? Are they demons that have been imprisoned by Lang Jun with immortal spells? Li Wangyu face-bombed and didn't bother to explain further. Don't ask so many questions. Just watch carefully. This is the stage performance I told you about. Those people in it are actors. They are performing an opera called Turandot. It's about a princess named Turandot who wants to avenge her ancestor who was kidnapped in the dark night. He roughly told the plot of the opera Turandot to Aphrodite so that the blonde beauty could understand the story. After Aphrodite recovered from her shock, she was soon attracted by the video that was being played on her cell phone and watched it with rapt attention. The song, Turandot, on the beautiful boss's phone was just a fragment of a famous aria, "No One Can Sleep Tonight." It was sung by the Tatar Prince Caliph in the opera on the night he asked Princess Turandot to guess his identity. Although the blonde beauty couldn't understand the lyrics of the opera, she was already attracted by the melody of the song. After watching the excerpt of the opera for several minutes, Aphrodite's eyes began to sparkle. Lang Jun, is this the stage performance you were talking about before? Yes, that's right. This is just one of them. It's called an opera. After saying that, Li Wangyu clicked on the other videos of the stage performances for Aphrodite. After watching the videos, Aphrodite was deep in thought. Lang Jun, I think I understand now. So this is a stage performance. It's really interesting. Li Wangyu was overjoyed. It's good that you understand. I'm currently building a theater in Chang'an. I'm building a stage performance in Chang'an, and I plan to put the stage performance on the stage. Aphrodite, I want you to be in charge of this. Are you willing? Me? Aphrodite was in disbelief and waved her hands in fright at Li Wangyu's words. Me? No, I'll do it. Li Wangyu waved his hand heroically. Why not? You can do it if I say you can. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. Chongqing and I both have high hopes for you. This is also why Chongqing agreed to let me bring you into this study. Hearing that, Aphrodite was so nervous that she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. She grabbed the hem of her clothes tightly and lowered her head in silence. Li Wangyu was also a little anxious. If Aphrodite wasn't willing to take over this matter, his theater would be built for nothing. Aphrodite, it's settled then. I'll leave this matter to you. I'll support you no matter how much manpower and material resources you need, as long as you do it well. Li Wangyu acted like a domineering CEO and didn't give Aphrodite a chance to refuse at all as he gave the order directly. Since her Lang Jun had already said so, Aphrodite naturally didn't dare to refuse anymore. She could only bow and agree to the matter. Since the 12 sets of golden saint robes that Li Wangyu had made as a prank back then were snatched away by Pai Lupi and that bunch of shameless old hooligans, the stage performance of Saint Seiya Arrows naturally couldn't be performed anymore. However, this wasn't a problem for Li Wangyu. In any case, there were plenty of stories that could be adapted for the stage in the future. The Legend of the White Snake, The Seven Fairies, Miss Conch, The Nine-Colored Deer, The Treasured Lotus Lamp, and so on were all ready-made stories. Li Wangyu didn't care if Aphrodite could accept it or not. He told these stories all at once, and Aphrodite was fascinated by them again. Chapter 791. The third year of Zhengguan, the end of May, early summer. In the city of Chang'an, the officials and nobles, as well as the common people, were stirred up by another event. The Tang Theater in Guangda Lane was about to open. The Tang Dynasty Theater was a new thing created by Count Li Wangyu of Huxin County. No one knew what a theater was. However, when the Count of Huxin County went to the Chang court and personally sent an invitation to Pai Lupi in front of the officials, inviting the sage, the empress, and the imperial concubine to the Tang Dynasty Theater to watch a play, it was like a sudden gust of wind stirring up a pool of spring water. It attracted the attention of the officials and nobles in the main hall. When it came to eating, drinking, and playing, the things that Count Li Wangyu of Huxin County made were all attractive. Needless to say, the food of Count Huxin County was already famous for. Even Pai Lupi had to admit that his nephew really knew how to eat. Even the imperial kitchen in Taiji Palace used cooks stolen from the Count of Huxin County. The Xiaodao wine and tea ceremony were also popular in Chang'an City and the Tang Dynasty. There was no need to talk about playing. Not to mention the baseball league that made everyone in Chang'an City crazy. Even the mahjong and poker games from the Count of Huxin County had long been the favorite toys of the officials and the common people in Chang'an City. Therefore, although the people did not understand what this theater was and what watching a play was, it did not affect their expectations. After all, the entertainment in the Tang Dynasty was really lacking. How could they not be tempted by such a novel thing? Pai Lupi naturally accepted the invitation from his nephew. Zio, what is the meaning of watching a play? Pai Lupi sat high on the throne and curiously looked at the invitation in his hand. Li Wangyu smiled and did not answer. He deliberately kept him in suspense. Your Majesty, of course it is something fun. Your Majesty will know when you see it. If I were to say it in advance, wouldn't I lose the fun? Pai Lupi didn't mind him pretending to be mysterious. He nodded and said with a smile, since that's the case, then we will personally go and take a look. But if you're not interested, be careful that we'll settle the score with you. Your Majesty, don't worry. Your subject guarantees that it will be a refreshing experience for your Majesty. In Taiji Palace, as the officials listened to the conversation between Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi, their hearts itched with curiosity. They were even more curious about the theater and play that Li Wangyu had mentioned. Qing Yao Jin, this old fellow, did not care about etiquette and directly shouted in a hoarse voice in Taiji Palace, Zio, could it be that you only invited His Majesty and not us? When Li Wangyu heard Qing Yao Jin shouting like this, he couldn't help but laugh. This Qing Yao Jin was really a good supporting actor. Wasn't the reason why he came to attend the Chang court meeting and sent an invitation to Pai Lupi in front of the officials and nobles all for the sake of advertising? Li Wangyu was the only one in the entire Tang dynasty who could advertise in Taiji Palace. Qing Yaojin's question gave Li Wangyu an opportunity to continue advertising. He laughed loudly and said, Uncle Qing, please don't be impatient. How could this nephew dare to forget Uncle Qing? This nephew will naturally send the invitation to Uncle Cheng's residence later. When Qing Yaojin heard this, he was very satisfied. Wahahaha, at least you know how to behave. There are many people in my residence, so you should leave some seats for me. Li Wangyu wanted to go up and kiss this old fellow. This supporting actor's level was definitely at the level of Yu Qian. He actually said what he wanted to say. Li Wangyu pretended to be in a difficult position. Uncle Cheng, this won't do. This nephew's theater has a limited capacity and can only seat about 300 people. Therefore, each invitation can only allow one relative to enter. Please forgive me, Uncle Cheng. This wasn't Li Wangyu being unreasonable. It was just that the Tang dynasty didn't have loudspeakers now. Therefore, in order to ensure that everyone in the theater could clearly hear the dialogue and singing of the actors on stage, Li Wangyu didn't build a very large theater when he designed and built it. The semicircular theater, including the private rooms on both sides, could only hold about 300 people. Qing Yaojin didn't say much about his words, but the officials in Taiji Palace were muttering in their hearts. In Chang and city, there were at least 500 to 600 officials and nobles. Including their relatives, there were thousands of people. According to County Count Hu, the Tang Dynasty Theater could only hold about 300 people, and each invitation could only allow one relative to enter. This meant that County Earl Hu could only send out 100 or so invitations at most. Therefore, it was worth pondering over who would be able to receive an invitation from County Count Hu. Obviously, if the princes, dukes, and princes were excluded, there wouldn't be too many invitations left. At this time, the officials in Taiji Palace probably didn't need to ponder over the matter of invitations. Those who felt close to Li Wangyu weren't in a hurry. They assumed that Li Wangyu wouldn't forget to send them an invitation. However, the officials above the third rank who weren't close to Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, if others could receive an invitation and they couldn't, it would be a great loss of face. Therefore, after the daily court, the nobles who felt that they were qualified to receive an invitation all sent out their servants to keep an eye on Li Wangyu's mansion in Kaihua Square. They wanted to see which mansion the steward of Lai Hot went to deliver an invitation. Big shots like Li Daozong, Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Qing Yao Jin, and Yuqi Jingde naturally didn't need to be nervous. Li Wangyu personally went to them and sent them an invitation. As for Yu Shinan, Kong Yingda, Lu Quan, and Duan Luan, who were close to Li Wangyu naturally didn't forget about them. He personally went to them and sent them an invitation. Even though Li Wangyu didn't like the heads of these aristocratic families, he still went to them. Both sides pretended to be cordial and courteous, then sent an invitation to Cui Xian and the other family heads to the theater to watch a play. After all, Li Wangyu also knew that the heads of the 5 families and 7 families were powerful. Even Pai Lupi didn't want to fall out with them. When it was time to give them face, Li Wangyu still had to give them face. Moreover, he had previously colluded with Pai Lupi and the others to swindle so much gold from the aristocratic families. Now, he gave them face and sent an invitation. In Li Wangyu's eyes, it was only right. These invitations had to be sent by Li Wangyu personally, so the nobles in Chang and city knew in their hearts. Everyone made a rough estimate. After removing 50 to 60 invitations, there were less than 100 left. In the following days, Li Hang, the old housekeeper of the Huxin County Count's mansion, led the officials in the mansion, shuttling through Chang and city to respectfully send invitations to the various mansions. And the officials who received the invitations were all very enthusiastic, even though Li Hang's status was far below theirs. If it were in the past, these nobles wouldn't even look at the old housekeeper of the Huxin County Count. But these days, no matter which mansion Li Hang went to, the master of the house would personally welcome him at the gate. He would personally lead him to a seat in the hall and let the servants serve him tea and snacks. They were very enthusiastic. Chapter 792. Li Wangyu's invitations had stirred up a lot of unrest in Chang and city. Those nobles who thought they had enough status but still hadn't received any invitations from Lai Hot, felt even more uneasy. Although no one knew what the Tang Dynasty Theater was for, that wasn't important. What everyone was fighting for was nothing more than face. If they couldn't get an invitation from County Count Hu, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? How would they be able to raise their heads in front of their colleagues in the future? Thus, the nobles who weren't familiar with Li Wangyu all started to think of ways to get closer to County Count Hu. Wuxia had always been like this since ancient times. The network of relationships was very complicated. Not familiar with County Count Hu? That didn't matter. He could always find someone close to Li Wangyu in the network of the nobles. They didn't want to go directly to County Count Hu and ask for an invitation, so they had to ask someone else. As a result, Li Wangyu's residence was very lively these days. Yu Shinan, Kong Yingda, and the others couldn't refuse the requests of their old friends, so they could only shamelessly go to Li Wangyu and ask for an invitation. Even the group of playboys didn't hesitate to ask for an invitation. Zio, Big Brother doesn't want much. Just give me 10 invitations. Wahaha, I want 15. If you don't give it to us, Big Brothers won't leave. The playboy surrounded Li Wangyu and clamored. They were so noisy that Li Wangyu felt like his head was about to explode. He really wanted to kick them for asking such an exorbitant price. These bastards, what did they think his invitations were? They still had the nerve to ask for 10 or 20 invitations. They were too shameless. Li Wangyu angrily raised a finger. One for each person. Take it or leave it. Zio, how can one be enough? Big Brother has patted his chest and guaranteed that he will definitely get the invitation from you. You can't let Big Brother go back on his word, can you? Cheng Chumo was not willing to give up and pulled Li Wangyu to ask for the invitation. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and remained unmoved. Anyway, I don't have any extra invitations right now. Take it or leave it. Fang Yai was furious. He reached out and grabbed Li Wangyu's collar. Zio, are you not going to give your brothers any face? Li Wangyu glanced at him. No. What do you want? In the next second, Fang Yai changed his expression like a Sichuan opera. The anger on his face was replaced by a flattering smile. He loosened his grip on Li Wangyu's collar and gently brushed off the dust on him. Hee, it's nothing, it's nothing. Zio, you said it yourself that each of us will get an invitation. Hurry up and give it to me. This bastard. Li Wangyu speechlessly looked at the future cuckold of the Tang dynasty and raised his middle finger to show his disdain. He then asked Li Heng to send over 9 invitations to distribute to the playboys. It was not that he was being unreasonable and unwilling to give out more. It was just that there were too many monks and too little porridge. There were only about 150 invitations in total. It was really not enough to distribute. The playboys were also well aware of this. They had asked for an exorbitant price just now just to tease Li Wangyu. Because of the invitation from Count Huxian, the Tang dynasty theater became the most popular topic in Chang and city. Even the common people, although they had nothing to do with the invitations, did not stop them from gossiping. Just which residents had received an invitation, which residents had not, and just what the Tang dynasty theater was doing were all things that the nearly 1 million residents of Chang and could not help but gossip about. After busying himself for nearly a week, Li Wangyu had distributed more than 150 invitations. Almost all of the top-class nobles of Chang and city had been swept up in one fell swoop. Other than Hou Junji, Duke of Lu, Li Wangyu did not simply laugh off his enmity and send him an invitation. Whether it was Cui Xian or Jing Yuanshou, Li Wangyu could easily send an invitation to them, but not to Hou Junji. The two-faced man Li Wangyu could not forget how Hou Junji had forced Niu Yong and Niu Wu to duel with 10 of his soldiers in the Valley of the Jade Star Palace. Although Hou Junji had gone for wool and come home shorn, losing not only 10 soldiers but also his gambling house, the narrow-minded Li Wangyu was still unwilling to forgive this fellow. Duke of Lu Hou Junji's failure to receive an invitation from County Count who caused quite a stir in the capital. Many people who didn't get along with Hou Junji were chuckling and waiting to see him make a fool of himself. When Pai Lupi learned of this matter, he summoned Li Wangyu to the palace and advised him to reconcile with Hou Junji and not let his emotions affect his decisions. But no matter how much Pai Lupi tried to persuade him, Li Wangyu stubbornly refused to budge. In the end, Pai Lupi could only helplessly shake his head and let him be. On this day, it was the opening day of the Tang Dynasty Theater. The morning drum had just been beaten and the doors opened, and the street outside Guangda Square was already packed with spectators. At this time, the doors of the theater were tightly shut, and the plaque on the door was still wrapped in red silk. And in front of the theater, there was a ribbon that blocked the way. Outside the theater, 2 rows of theater staff were already standing in neat rows, led by a blonde lady with blue eyes. It was none other than Aphrodite. The clothes worn by these Tang Dynasty theater staff were extremely strange in the eyes of the Tang people. Needless to say, Li Wangyu's mischievous sense of humor had caused him to tailor these clothes based on the uniforms of the modern era. The women wore cheongsams while the men wore tunic suits, and each of them had an exquisite nameplate pinned to their chests. A 4-wheeled carriage slowly drove over from the end of the street. Next to the carriage was Li Wangyu and his guards, paying respects to Lord Count. Several dozen theater staff immediately greeted Li Wangyu in unison. Li Wangyu jumped off his horse and helped his beautiful superior down from the carriage before turning to look at the blonde lady. Aphrodite, is everything ready? Aphrodite's face was flushed with excitement. Yes, Lang Jun. Good. When the saint arrives, we will open for business. Yes. The nobles invited by Li Wangyu arrived one after another. Seeing that the theater doors were tightly shut, they were also puzzled. But they were not in a hurry. They got off their carriages and horses on the street, exchanged greetings with their host, Li Wangyu, and chatted in groups of 3 to 5 as they waited. Qing Yaojin, however, was a little impatient and shouted at Li Wangyu, "Zio, why aren't you opening the door? As the host, how can you stop the guests outside the door when you're treating them to a meal?" Li Wangyu hurriedly explained with a smile, "Uncle Qing, don't be anxious. I'm also waiting for the saint to cut the ribbon and open for business." Qing Yaojin naturally didn't know what cutting the ribbon was, but when he heard that they were waiting for Pai Lupi, he could only mumble a few words and didn't say anything else. At this moment, the imperial guards in bright armor trotted into the street and drove the crowd away from the center of the road. Everyone knew that the emperor of the Tang dynasty, Pai Lupi, was about to arrive. Sure enough, not long after, Pai Lupi led Empress Zhangsun, concubine Yang, and the others to the theater under the escort of the imperial guards. Li Wangyu hurriedly went forward to greet them. "Greetings, uncle and aunt." Don't stand on ceremony. "Zio, why is the theater doors still closed? Am I not welcome?" Pai Lupi was in a good mood today and joked with a smile. Li Wangyu hurriedly explained, "Uncle, I'm waiting for you to cut the ribbon." "Cut the ribbon?" Pai Lupi was puzzled. Li Wangyu pointed to the ribbons in front of the theater doors and explained, "Uncle, cutting the ribbons represents the opening of the theater. This nephew wants to ask uncle to cut the ribbon for this nephew's great Tang theater to gain favor." Chapter 793. Pai Lupi naturally wouldn't refuse Li Wangyu's request. However, to Pai Lupi and the other nobles of Chang and city, the ribbon-cutting ceremony was very novel. Led by Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi walked to the ribbon in front of the gate. There was an eye-catching embroidered ball made of red silk tied to the ribbon. A maid immediately came forward with a tray on which a pair of shiny golden scissors was placed. "Uncle, please use the scissors later to cut this piece of red silk," Li Wangyu explained with a smile. "Zio, this is a novel idea." Pai Lupi didn't stand on ceremony and reached out to pick up the golden scissors. The musicians who had already been prepared on both sides immediately played a cheerful tune under Aphrodite's command, attracting the attention of all the guests. The ribbon-cutting ceremony, which was commonly seen in later generations, had its origins. Some said that it originated from the launching ceremony of a new ship in Europe, while others said that it originated from a shop owner in a small town in the United States. But in any case, there was a reason why the ribbon-cutting ceremony could become popular all over the world in later generations. The nobles waiting in front of the Tang dynasty theater were also curious to the nobles who were waiting here. Under Li Wangyu's guidance, Pai Lupi used the golden scissors to cut the red silk. The group of employees in front of the theater immediately began to applaud and cheer, which also led the guests to applaud as well. There was a jubilant atmosphere at the scene. Then, the door of the theater behind everyone opened with a bang and someone immediately ignited Li Wangyu's specially made firecrackers behind the door. The earth-shattering crackling sounds rang out and smoke filled the air. There was also a strong smell of gunpowder in the air. Pai Lupi and the nobles were naturally not surprised by Li Wangyu's specially made firecrackers, but it was different when the crowd outside the theater heard the commotion. The continuous explosion of firecrackers frightened the people of Chang and city who were watching the commotion. The crowd kept retreating, causing some disturbances. The sky is clear and the sun is bright. Why is there still the sound of thunder? It seems to be coming from the Tang dynasty theater of County Jianghu. What is this count up to now? Fortunately, there were some knowledgeable people in the crowd who immediately explained to the crowd that the firecrackers were made by County Jianghu. The sound was as loud as thunder and was very awe-inspiring, causing the crowd to exclaim in amazement. Li Wangyu then respectfully invited Pai Lupi to unveil the plaque of the theater, revealing the words, "Tang Dynasty Theater," on the lintel of the door. Just by looking at the unique Feibai script, the guests knew that it was clearly written by a sage. They were even more envious of Li Wangyou's emperor's favor. It was hard to find a second person in the world who could invite a sage to inscribe on a business. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, Li Wangyou hurriedly invited Pai Lupi, Empress Zhangsun, concubine Yang, and the others into the theater. The invited guests were also led by the well-trained staff of the theater and entered the theater through the door. However, as soon as they entered the door, the guests, including Pai Lupi, were stunned again. The door was actually divided into two forks, with male and female servants waiting for them. "Zio, what are you up to this time?" Qing Yaojin directly shouted. Li Wangyou chuckled and said, "Uncle Qing, this theater that I built is not just a place to watch plays. If it was just that, it would be too boring. This theater of mine is for eating, drinking, and playing. It has everything. For the convenience of the guests, other than the theater for watching plays, the rest of the entertainment is divided into two parts for men and women. They don't interfere with each other." When Pai Lupi and the others heard this, they became interested and wanted to see what kind of fun things Li Wangyou had prepared. However, when the old rogue Qing Yaojin heard this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and smile lewdly. "Zio, are you planning to snatch the business of Peace House?" Li Wangyou was choked by Qing Yaojin's words and almost couldn't catch his breath. Motherf *Ker, this shameless old rogue, does he think he's running a brothel? Li Wangyou's face darkened. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this guy who didn't want virus. He accompanied Pai Lupi to the male section of the theater. As for Empress Zhangsun, concubine Yang, and the other noble ladies who came with the guests, only his beautiful boss and Aphrodite were taking care of them. He didn't need to worry about them. Originally, Li Wangyou only wanted to build a theater for watching plays in the Tang dynasty. However, he discovered that the theater wasn't large at all because of the problem of sound amplification. As a result, only a small part of the land on Guangda Lane was used to build the theater. Li Wangyou naturally wouldn't tolerate such waste. He rolled his eyes and came up with a plan with his beautiful boss. They simply turned the Tang Dynasty Theater into the world's first high-end business club that integrated eating, drinking, and entertainment. In addition to the small theater for performances, the theater also had a chess room for gambling and playing cards, a sauna for bathing and relaxation, and all kinds of delicious food and wine. As for the female guests, there were more shops selling rouge, face powder, all kinds of jewelry, as well as ready-made clothes and underwear. In short, Li Wangyou and his beautiful boss directly turned the Tang Dynasty Theater into a money-squandering establishment for the nobles of Chang'an. Today, Li Wangyou invited Pai Lupi and the other guests to a banquet. Naturally, there was no charge. However, after today, if these big shots came in again, they wouldn't be able to get away without taking out a few strings of copper coins. Moreover, a few strings of copper coins could be regarded as the lowest expense in the Tang Dynasty Theater. There was only more expensive, not the most expensive. When it came to the items sold in the female guests department, it was estimated that many guests would have a heart attack. Among them, the most expensive was a silver-plated bronze mirror that was taller than a person. The beautiful boss didn't hesitate to set a price of 250 taels of gold for this mirror. In this regard, Li Wangyou also cursed in his heart. Who the hell would spend 250 taels of gold on this broken mirror? That person would be a real fool. However, Li Wangyou would soon find out that he was a fool. Because that silver mirror had been taken away on the day of the opening ceremony, Pai Lupi led a group of civil and military officials, as well as members of the imperial family, and followed Li Wangyou to tour the Tang Dynasty Theater. Every time they went to a special place, it would inevitably cause a burst of discussion. Qing Yaojin was the most addicted to mahjong. When he reached the chess room, he couldn't move and insisted on dragging Yuqi Jingda, Qin Xiong, and the others to play mahjong with him. In this chess room set up by Li Wangyou, every room was luxuriously decorated, and there were 2 beautiful maidservants waiting on them. As for the mahjong, it cost a lot of money to find jade to carve it. Li Wangyou's mahjong had long been popular in Chang'an. Today, there were many guests who liked mahjong. Excited, many guests didn't care to continue shopping. They pulled their friends, occupied a private room, and began to build the Great Wall. Li Wangyu naturally let them be. He only ordered the maidservants in the theater to carefully serve these big shots. Then, he led Pai Lupi and the others to continue strolling. Chapter 794. Li Wangyu accompanied Pai Lupi to a spacious hall in the theater, which aroused Pai Lupi's interest. Zio, in this hall, what are these tables for? Pai Lupi pointed at the tables. If there was a transmigrator, they would naturally know that they were a few billiard tables. To be precise, they were a few snooker billiard tables. This was naturally Li Wangyu's new toy. Billiard was actually very simple to make. In Europe, the history of billiard was at least 600 years. Therefore, it was not difficult for Li Wangyu to find a craftsman to make it. The queue and countertop of the billiard table were easy to make. He directly let the craftsman lay the ground with polished stone and then spread a layer of flannelette. Then, there would be a high-quality countertop that would not be deformed. The only thing that cost a lot of money was the billiard balls on the table. In the beginning, the billiard balls were also made of wood. Later, billiard balls made of ivory appeared. Finally, in modern times, they were made of synthetic resin. Li Wangyu, the nouveau riche, did not care about the wooden billiard balls. He waved his hand and took out a lot of copper coins. He asked people to buy ivory from everywhere and use ivory to make a batch of billiard balls. Snooker required 1 white ball, 15 red balls, and 6 colored balls. A total of 22 balls were needed. A single tusk could only make 5 billiard balls. Just one snooker machine required at least 3 elephant tusks to make. Moreover, the quality of the billiard balls was high. The roundness had to be round and the weight of each ball had to be the same. Therefore, for this batch of ivory billiard balls, Li Wangyu spent a lot of money. Fortunately, there was no animal protection now. Otherwise, Li Wangyu's extravagant practice would be criticized by many people. However, Li Wangyu did not feel guilty about this. Anyway, even if he did not use the ivory, the elephants would still be slaughtered by Europeans in the future. After all, in history, European nobles slaughtered at least 10,000 elephants every year for ivory billiard balls. Compared to this, the ivory that Li Wangyu used paled in comparison. As for whether Li Wangyu would follow his example of bringing the billiards to the Tang dynasty and hunt those poor elephants, it was none of Li Wangyu's business. In fact, Li Wangyu was not very proficient in billiards, but he was bored in the Tang dynasty, so he naturally wanted to find some fun for himself. That was why he spent a lot of money to hire a craftsman to make these billiard tables. In response to Pai Lupi's question, Li Wangyu smiled and explained the rules of billiards. Uncle, this is a billiard ball made by your nephew. The game was very simple. Hit the white ball with the cue stick, let the white ball hit the other balls, and hit them in the holes on the 4 corners of the table and on both sides to score points. Different colored balls are worth different points. Red balls are worth 1 point, yellow balls are worth 2 points. As Li Wangyu explained, he took the cue stick and demonstrated it to Pai Lupi and the others. After his explanation, Pai Lupi, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the other big shots became interested. Zio, this thing is very interesting. It's somewhat similar to Chuiwen. Come, how about playing around with me? Pai Lupi understood Li Wangyu's explanation and immediately waved for someone to pass him the cue stick. He imitated Li Wangyu's posture just now, lying on the table and gesturing. In response, Li Wangyu naturally did not refuse. He signaled to the maid beside him to arrange the balls on the table for them, and then made a please gesture to Pai Lupi, inviting Pai Lupi to start the game. In the future, although Li Wangyu was not good at billiards, he was still considered skilled. Against a rookie like Pai Lupi, he was naturally at ease. After a round of snooker, he won rather easily. This ignited Pai Lupi's competitive spirit, and he actually pulled Li Wangyu to continue. Li Wangyu naturally could not disobey the emperor's order. However, he did not give Pai Lupi any face, and unceremoniously won another round. This made Pai Lupi so angry that his face turned black. Thus, Li Wangyu, who wanted to continue showing off his skills, was rudely chased off the table by Pai Lupi, and replaced by Zhang Sun Wuji, who was already envious, to continue playing with him. The result was self-evident. After a round of pecking between rookies, Pai Lupi, who had 2 rounds of experience, narrowly won against Zhang Sun Wuji, and finally laughed heartily. Not bad, this thing is very interesting. Mito, bring a billiard table back to the palace for me. Pai Lupi did not hold back at all. He did not even greet Li Wangyu, the host, and turned his head to instruct Mito, who was beside him. Li Wangyu almost choked with anger, but he had nothing to say. He could only secretly curse the shameless Pai Lupi in his heart. Was there still any law in snatching other people's property so openly? However, even if he had any opinions, he could only keep them in his heart. After all, the world was big, and Pai Lupi was the biggest. Pai Lupi had his fill of billiards, and then he toured around the Tang Dynasty Theater with Li Wangyu. He was very interested in the various entertainment and leisure facilities, and he also praised Li Wangyu. It was not until noon that Li Wangyu ordered the servants to treat the big shots who were having a great time to a meal. In the theater, there were many boxes with different decorations, which were specially built to entertain guests. Li Wangyu respectfully invited Pai Lupi and the others to a box called Dongfeng Pavilion. Pai Lupi looked at the words Dongfeng Pavilion on the box, and could not help but ask curiously, Zio, what is Dongfeng Pavilion? Li Wangyu was waiting for Pai Lupi to ask this question. He immediately coughed softly and said loudly, Uncle, this is taken from a poem. You will know when you hear it. Oh. Read it. The sun and moon are shining in the sky, and the mountains and rivers are strong. Peace is not repaid, and I am willing to send a letter to the Dongfeng Pavilion. Li Wangyu immediately read the poem shamelessly, but Pai Lupi could not help but be a little stunned. Behind him, Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other big shots had strange expressions. It was no wonder that they had such expressions. It was really Li Wangyu's poem that was too shameless. The poem that Li Wangyu read was written by Chen Shubao, the successor of the southern and northern dynasties. After he became a prisoner, he wrote a poem to flatter Emperor Wen of Sui. The Dongfeng Pavilion referred to the Fengshan Pavilion. Chen Shubao's poem was praising Emperor Wen of Sui, saying that Emperor Wen of Sui should go to Mount Tai to do the Fengshan Pavilion. Li Wangyu shamelessly used this poem to flatter Pai Lupi, which was why everyone's expression was so strange. Uncle, the world is peaceful now, and it is all because of Uncle Saint Aura. At present, my great Tang is undergoing a new era and is thriving. The common people all sincerely bow to Uncle. Uncle is the son of heaven, and your achievements surpass the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. I think Uncle is worthy of the Dongfeng Pavilion. That is why I boldly named this pavilion Dongfeng Pavilion. In fact, Pai Lupi had never been able to do the Fengshan Pavilion in his life. However, at this time, Pai Lupi was in the prime of his life. Naturally, he yearned for the Fengshan Pavilion. Li Wangyu's blatant flattery made Pai Lupi very happy. However, he was too embarrassed to say anything. He just coughed dryly and said, Zio is thoughtful. Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others were not as shameless as Li Wangyu. It was not easy for them to say anything about this topic. They could only laugh dryly and follow Pai Lupi into this Dongfeng Pavilion. Chapter 795. During lunch, all the guests, including Pai Lupi, were naturally happy. Lai Hot's delicacies were well known in Chang'an. The only thing that made Li Wangyu unhappy was that the old hooligan Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda, these old fools, had drunk too much. They were almost about to go crazy drunk and tear down his theater. Even Li Wangyu was forced to drink a few cups of wine by these old bastards, making his face and ears red. If he didn't run away quickly, he reckoned that today's opening ceremony of the Tang Dynasty Theater would have been ruined by these old bastards. After lunch, Li Wangyu hurriedly told the maids to bring the guests some hangover soup. After resting for a while, he prepared to enter the main topic of today's opening ceremony, which was to go to the theater and watch the performance. Li Wangyu had put in a lot of effort to build this theater. Not to mention other things, just the huge circular ceiling was enough to give the craftsman, who had never built such a building, a headache. The theater was able to accommodate 300 people. The stage was about 2 meters high and was completely made of wood and stone. The bottom of the stage was empty, which could hide all kinds of mechanisms, props, and actors. The curtains behind the stage could move and change according to different plots. What gave Li Wangyu the most headache were the two problems of sound amplification and lighting. After several discussions with his beautiful boss, in addition to using the semicircular theater to amplify sound, he also ordered the craftsman to make many sound amplifiers with copper sheets. The principle of this kind of copper sound amplifiers was actually the same as Chinese clocks. Using the hollow metal material to produce resonance, it played the role of amplifying the sound. After experimenting, Li Wangyu confirmed that even if he was sitting in the last row of the theater, he could still clearly hear the music and dialogue on the stage. Only then was he satisfied. However, this was also the reason why the theater could only accommodate 300 people. No matter how big the theater was, the sound amplification effect couldn't be guaranteed. As for the stage lighting, because there were no light bulbs, Li Wangyu could only make do with what was available. He ordered the craftsman to make a concave copper mirror to be plated with silver, and a large oil lamp to illuminate the middle. This was basically a replica of the story of Edison using a mirror to reflect the light of a candle to illuminate the doctor so that he could perform surgery on his mother. Although the story about Edison was fake, it didn't affect Li Wangyu's ability to use the concave mirror to illuminate the stage. The effect of this simple lighting setup was not bad. The characteristic of the concave mirror was that it could actually project the effect of a spotlight on the stage. Li Wangyu even used the gunpowder he created to design a lot of fireworks for the stage. Li Wangyu was sure that today's performance would definitely shock Pai Lupi and the other country bumpkins of the Tang dynasty. The seats in the theater were all made by Li Wangyu according to the seats in the movie theaters of the future. The only difference was that each seat was very wide and soft. There were also wide armrests, making it very comfortable to sit on. Between every two chairs, there was a tea table for tea and snacks. Li Wangyu's target customers were the nobles in Jianghu. If he wanted to take money out of these people's pockets, he naturally had to give them the best enjoyment. The actors in the theater were all singers that Li Wangyu bought from Taichung Temple after spending a lot of money and pestering Pai Lupi for a long time. They were given to Aphrodite to train for more than a month. Fortunately, these singers had already undergone professional training in Taichung Temple. Although the rehearsal time was short, Li Wangyu was very satisfied after watching their performance. He didn't consider that these singers were all trained by Taichung Temple with a lot of effort, but they were almost all taken away by Li Wangyu. Because of this, the chief of Taichung Temple had complained to Pai Lupi many times. There were no male actors in the theater because Li Wangyu didn't want to get into trouble. After all, love stories were unavoidable in a stage play. If he let the male and female actors act lovey-dovey on stage, Li Wangyu was afraid that he would be scolded to death by those pedantic people. In this way, Li Wangyu would rather let a woman play the male role than cause trouble. This wasn't a big deal. Anyway, he didn't want to see men perform on stage. In the orchestra pit in front of the stage, dozens of musicians were busy adjusting the instruments in their hands. In an era without tape recorders, these musicians had to perform the dubbing needed to be done live. Needless to say, these musicians were naturally robbed by Li Wangyu from Taichung Temple. Thinking about it this way, he didn't seem to be in a position to say those words when he complained that Pai Lupi robbed his billiard table. The group of guests, under the attentive guidance of the servant girls serving in the theater, entered the theater one after another and took their seats. Immediately, a servant girl brought them tea, snacks, and fruits and placed them on the tea table between the seats. Most of the guests were very curious after entering the theater. They looked around like curious babies. Even the wide seats under their buttocks were new to these nobles of Jianghu. They kept getting up and sitting down. They were full of country bumpkins, and were no different from Granny Lu when she first entered the Grand View Garden. As for Pai Lupi and those old men, they didn't show their cowardice in front of the crowd because they had their own private rooms. Li Wangyu imitated the design of the European theaters of the future. On the second floor of the theater, there were all kinds of private rooms. It was to make it convenient for Li Er and the other princes and dukes to watch the show. In each private room, there were specially selected beautiful servant girls to serve them. It was luxurious to the bone. After Pai Lupi followed Li Wangyu into the private room, he looked around and was very satisfied. He walked to the railing and looked down. Looking at the stage with thick curtains, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Zio, what kind of performance is this? What is the meaning of this? Are there singers performing?" He guessed like this because Li Wangyu took away so many singers from Taichung Temple. Li Wangyu didn't explain. He just smiled and said, "Uncle, you will know when you see it with your own eyes. I can only guarantee that you and Aunt will have a worthwhile trip." Empress Zhongsun glared at him and said, "Humph, if it's boring, be careful that I will settle accounts with Chongqing." Li Wangyu was speechless. Empress Zhongsun acted like a motherly model in front of others. How could she be so stingy to him? In fact, he also knew that Empress Zhongsun treated him like this because she didn't treat him as an outsider. After chatting for a while, it was time for the performance to start. Immediately, the servants in the theater filed in and extinguished the oil lamps that were used to illuminate the theater. Soon, the entire theater fell into darkness. This caused the guests who had never seen a performance before to burst into a clamor. They did not understand what had happened. In the orchestra pit, music sounded, and the noise in the theater below slowly subsided. On the stage, the curtains were slowly opened. Chapter 796. Of the many stories that Li Wangyu had told her, the blonde's favorite were love stories like The Cowherd and the Weaver Girl and Liang Shanbua and Zhu Tai. Regarding this, Li Wangyu was also very speechless. Sure enough, regardless of ancient times or modern times, women loved these kinds of love stories. No wonder the Korean TV series in the future could earn so many women's tears and money. Because of Avlo's insistence, the first performance in the Tang Dynasty Theater was The Cowherd and the Weaver Girl. Everyone knew the story of the Cowherd and the Weaver Girl. It was about a hooligan who peeped on a girl bathing and shamelessly stole her clothes, threatening her to marry him. After the girl was forced into marriage, she gave birth to a son and a daughter. Later, when the girl's mother found out about this, she took the girl home and magnanimously didn't pursue the responsibility of the hooligan youth. Who would have thought that the hooligan youth wouldn't let it go and chased after the girl? In the end, the girl's mother had no choice but to allow the hooligan youth to see the girl once a year on Chinese Valentine's Day. This was Li Wangyu's understanding of the beautiful love story of the Cowherd and the Weaver Girl. He couldn't understand why a hooligan youth who forced a wife into marriage would become a love classic in the future and even turn Chinese Valentine's Day into Chinese Valentine's Day. Fortunately, Li Wangyu didn't dare to say this out loud. Otherwise, if his beautiful boss heard it, it might turn into domestic violence. The curtains slowly opened and the singer who played the role of the cowherd appeared amidst the music. The development of the plot soon attracted the attention of everyone in the theater. There was no more noise, and everyone, including Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun, stared intently at the performance on the stage. Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss hadn't misjudged her. Avlo really was a genius. She had merely watched the performance videos on her phone and listened to Li Wangyu's story, so she could choreograph the entire performance to perfection. The performance that Avlo choreographed was similar to the songs and dances of the future, but the dialogue was also like a play. However, Li Wangyu had to admit that the performance was very exciting and enjoyable. Moreover, the musicians and singers who had been robbed from Taichung Temple were indeed professionals trained by Taichung Temple over the years. Even though they had only rehearsed for a short month, the singers on stage were all professionals in terms of dancing and singing. They definitely weren't something that a regular troupe could compare to. Even he and his beautiful boss were enjoying the performance in the theater, let alone the country bumpkins from the Tang Dynasty in the theater. More than 300 guests, including Li Er, were all immersed in the plot on stage. But when the stage came to the scene of a kind and hard-working male prostitute being chased out of the house by his mean brother and sister-in-law after the death of his parents, there was a sudden situation off stage. Someone suddenly stood up and glared at the singer who was playing the role of a brother and sister-in-law on the stage. He scolded her angrily, "How dare you? Killing your own kind is a heinous crime. How dare you dare? Guards, come. Take these two people down and put them in prison to investigate their crimes." Li Wangyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the agitated Wei Zheng. Was this old man crazy? Did he actually take the performance seriously? Before he could say anything, Empress Zhongsun also stood up angrily. "I think Wei Zheng is right. Erlang, although this concubine shouldn't interfere in politics, this concubine really can't stand this kind of reckless person. Erlang, please issue an edict to give justice to the Cowets and punish the Cowets." The 300 or so guests below also started to clamor, looking like they wouldn't give up until the Cowets and Wei Zheng were arrested. Qing Yao Jin, Yuqi Jingda, and the other old fogies even rolled up their sleeves and wanted to rush up to the stage to beat them up. On the other hand, the two singers who were playing the Cowets and Wei Zheng were so scared that their faces turned pale and they almost collapsed on the stage and burst into tears. This farce made Li Wangyu really speechless. *CK, he knew that this group of country bumpkins was going to do something. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed to Empress Zhongsun. "Auntie, calm down, calm down. This is a play, a performance, fake, all fake. It's just a play. The Cowets and Wei Zheng are only singers. How can Auntie bear to throw them into prison?" With Li Wangyu's reminder, Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun, who were still immersed in the plot and unable to extricate themselves, suddenly came to their senses. They looked at each other and couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Pai Lupi coughed dryly. "Cough, cough," made Guanin's meaning is, those singers who acted well will be rewarded. He turned his head and waved at Mitua, pointing at Qing Yao Jin and the others who were cursing non-stop. "Go. Tell these bastards not to cause trouble and not to disturb me from watching the performance. Look at what they're like, scaring those girls so much they're about to cry. This group of old men, they're not human." Mitua secretly wiped away his cold sweat. He didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly turned and led the palace guards away, jogging to dissuade Wei Zheng and the others. In reality, Mitua, who had been behind Pai Lupi, was also entranced by the performance and almost shouted along with him. He even felt the same way because, when Mitua was young, he had entered the palace with nothing and became a eunuch because, after his parents passed away, he was bullied by his Cowets and Wei Zheng. They even sold him to the palace. Thus, if Li Wangyu hadn't spoken, Mitua would have almost lost his composure. He muttered in his heart, what kind of performance did the Huxin Count put on? It was really bewitching, but Mitua couldn't help but admit that it was beautiful, really beautiful. In addition to Pai Lupi's orders, he had jogged all the way because he wanted to quell the commotion as soon as possible and let the performance continue. He couldn't wait to find out what happened next. Wei Zheng and the others, who had been stomping their feet and cursing, came back to their senses after Mitua led the palace guards over. After an explanation, they couldn't help but blush. If it weren't for the fact that he was concerned about the development of the plot, Wei Zheng would have covered his face and left. Embarrassing, it was really too embarrassing. However, there were many guests present like Wei Zheng, so no one laughed at each other. After a long while, the theater quieted down again. Li Wangyu hurriedly signaled Aphrodite to let the performance continue. However, affected by this farce, the Cowets acting as the Cowets were trembling with fear, making Li Wangyu feel very uncomfortable. Fortunately, the plot progressed quickly and didn't involve the Cowets. Otherwise, Li Wangyu would really be worried that today's performance would be ruined. The plot quickly reached the climax. The 7 fairies descended to the mortal world to take a bath. The old bull suddenly spoke human language and told the cowherd to take away the weaver girl's clothes. When the 7 fairies acting as the 7 fairies hid behind props and pretended to take a bath and threw out the clothes one by one, the scene became noisy again. Chapter 797. What a disgrace! What a disgrace! How dare you put on such a filthy show in broad daylight? An old man with white hair and beard stood up angrily, pointing at the performance on the stage and scolding loudly. Li Wangyu was speechless again and put his hand to his forehead. *CK, what he was afraid of really happened. This kind of pedantic old man really gave him a headache. In fact, Li Wangyu also thought about whether to simplify the scene of the 7 fairies bathing. However, thinking about the atmosphere of the Tang dynasty, which was much more open than the Ming and Qing dynasties, he felt that it shouldn't be a big problem. In fact, after the scene of the 7 fairies bathing began, Li Wangyu stole a glance at the expressions of Pai Lupi, Empress Zhongsun, Concubine Yang, and the others, but he didn't see anything unusual. Even Pai Lupi was a little excited in his seat, twisting his body and leaning forward. Obviously, he was looking forward to the following plot. This pervert despised him. Therefore, it was obvious that only a few pedantic old men would be dissatisfied with this scene. Seeing this clearly, Li Wangyu was relieved and didn't want to pay attention to it. This kind of pedantic old man, when he wanted to build the women's restroom, had already been disgusted. He really didn't want to continue dealing with them. Anyway, Li Wangyu didn't believe that the more than 300 guests present would let this kind of person continue to make a fuss and not want to watch the performance. Sure enough, as he expected, before the pedantic old man could yell a few words, Qing Yao Jin, Yuqi Jingda, and the other old men jumped up and cursed angrily. Bah! Where did an old fart like you pop out from? Don't make a fuss over there. If you don't shut your bird mouth, do you believe that I won't crush your balls? Old thing, get out if you don't want to watch. Don't disturb your grandfather's mood. Shut up. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk nonsense? The pedantic old man was a little dumbfounded after being scolded by Qing Yao Jin and the others. Before he could say anything, the hundreds of guests in the theater started to make a ruckus because of Qing Yao Jin and the other big shots. Get out, you pedantic teacher. If you don't want to watch, then don't make a fuss and disturb us from watching the show. That's right, you're so insensible. County Count who kindly invited you to watch a show, but you're so disrespectful. You're not worthy of being a minister of the Guanglu Temple. Tomorrow at the regular court, this old man will definitely impeach you. The old master, who originally thought that he had the upper hand, was even more at a loss now. He looked around and realized that no one supported him. Even his wife, who came with him, covered her face with her sleeves, looking as if she did not want to know him. The old master was so angry that his whole body was trembling, but he did not dare to say anything. He was too ashamed to stay any longer. He could only fling his robe fiercely and turn to leave. This pedantic old man was the minister of Guanglu Temple, a third-rank official in the imperial court. He was usually in charge of offering sacrifices, court meetings, and banquets. But he had never expected that on the second day of court, several people would step forward and impeach Pai Lupi. Even more unexpected was that Pai Lupi would actually use his lack of manners as an excuse to reprimand him, causing the old man to lose a great deal of face. These are all stories for later, so let's not talk about them for now. After the old man was driven out of the theater, the crowd once again turned their attention to the stage, all of them entranced. Time passed, and the plot reached the point where the heavenly queen mother discovered that the hoodlum young man had taken her daughter for himself. She sent out heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals to rescue the kidnapped woman. The curtains rolled back, and the stage scenery and props changed again and again. Amidst the beautiful musical accompaniment and singing, there was a boom. In the center of the stage, a ball of fire exploded, and blue smoke billowed into the air. Several musicians playing the roles of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals appeared on stage, wearing dazzling golden armor. However, this sound gave the guests quite a fright. The ladies among the guests were all scared out of their wits and screamed. The timid ladies were so scared that they fell to the ground and covered their heads with their sleeves, crying for help. Li Er, Qing Yao Jin, and the other big shots laughed out loud when they saw this. They didn't feel any sympathy at all. Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to this continuous farce, and he let this group of country bumpkins do as they please. After nearly 4 hours of performance, it was finally coming to an end. The cowherd and the weaver girl were separated by the Milky Way, and could only meet on the Magpie Bridge every year on the Qixi festival. The ladies of Chang'an were all teary-eyed, and the handkerchiefs they used to wipe their tears were wet. In fact, the story of the cowherd and the weaver girl was not a rare story. There were records of the cowherd and the weaver girl in the Book of Songs, and there were legends of the cowherd and the weaver girl in the northern and southern dynasties. But reading the stiff words in the books was not as touching as watching the story performed by the musicians on the stage. The musicians playing the roles of the cowherd and the weaver girl sang the lyrics on the stage. Hand in hand, line up in groups, build the Magpie Bridge across the Milky Way, and let the cowherd and the weaver girl meet on the Qixi festival. What match, the shackles from millions of years ago, still can't be broken today. No matter who comes to oppose it, we'll never regret it. Empress Jiangsun, concubine Yang, and the others in the box started to wipe their tears at this sad scene. Li Wangyu noticed Empress Jiangsun's tears, and couldn't help but shudder. Damn it, wasn't this the best time for him to convince Empress Jiangsun to marry his beautiful superior? It was said that women were emotional, and he and his beautiful superior were so in love, so what match was there for them? Was Empress Jiangsun going to be that hateful queen mother who could bear to break him and his beautiful superior apart? At this thought, Li Wangyu couldn't help but give Aphrodite 32 likes in his heart. This performance of the cowherd and the weaver girl was well arranged. The curtains on the stage slowly lowered and the performance came to an end, but the over 300 guests were still immersed in the story and couldn't extricate themselves. Maids and servants entered the theater and lit up the oil lamps used to light up the theater. Li Wangyu coughed lightly, startling Empress Jiangsun, who was still thinking about the story, out of her reverie, and he revealed a flattering smile. "And, I wonder if you're satisfied with today's performance?" "Of course, I'm satisfied. I've never seen such a wonderful song and dance before. It can be said to be exquisite beyond compare. It's been hard on you, Zio." In Empress Jiangsun's view, this performance, which was completely different from the songs and dances of the Tang dynasty, could only be rehearsed by a powerful Daoist like Li Wangyu or a reincarnated celestial lord. Hee, it's good that Aunt likes it. But what do you think of the Queen Mother? As a descendant of the heavenly palace, that Queen Mother is narrow-minded and doesn't have the heart of a mother model at all. I don't like her very much. Empress Jiangsun was full of anger at the mention of the Queen Mother. Beside her, Yang Fei also nodded in agreement. Everyone didn't have a good impression of the Queen Mother who cruelly broke up the cowherd and the weaver girl in the play. And, do you think that the cowherd and the weaver girl can be considered an immortal couple? Empress Jiangsun continued nodding. Ancient poetry is profound. The faraway Altair star, the bright and clear river of Han women, slender and white hands, reading books and writing tools. They don't form a chapter all day long, their tears falling like rain. The river is clear and shallow, but different from each other. It's filled with water, and words cannot be spoken. Zio, the cowherd and the weaver girl can naturally be considered an immortal couple. Although they only meet once every year on the Qixi festival, their love is stronger than gold and makes people envious. Hearing Empress Jiangsun's words, Li Wangyu laughed even more happily. Chapter 798. Li Wangyu rubbed his hands together, his face full of smiles. He asked carefully and expectantly, "Auntie, if I take a fancy to a girl from an ordinary family, would you allow me to marry her?" "No. Absolutely not." Empress Jiangsun actually gave the answer without hesitation. Her phoenix eyes stared at Li Wangyu. "Ziyu, don't let your imagination run wild." Li Wangyu only felt that thunder was rolling above his head. His whole person instantly became Spartan. Isn't this double standard too serious? Just now, she was rebuking the Queen Mother with a face full of righteousness. How come her face changed faster than flipping a book? "Aunt, there's really no need for this prejudice." Li Wangyu still wanted to argue, but he was mercilessly interrupted by Empress Jiangsun. "Okay, don't talk about this anymore. Ziyu, don't worry. I'll definitely choose a good marriage for you." "No, Aunt, okay, I've said it. I'll make a decision for you on this matter." At this time, in Li Wangyu's eyes, Empress Jiangsun no longer had the luxury of being a mother of the world. She had almost become Snow White's evil stepmother. Li Wangyu wanted to cry but had no tears. He couldn't understand why Empress Jiangsun was so stubborn and why she was so concerned about his marriage. Pai Lupi didn't say anything on the side. He only looked meaningfully at Li Wangyu, then led Empress Jiangsun, concubine Yang, and the others back to the palace. The conversation between Li Wangyu and Empress Jiangsun was naturally heard by the beautiful superior. This inevitably made her expression dim, and she lowered her head in silence. Li Wangyu hurriedly reached out and grasped the beautiful superior, Ri. His tone was unusually firm. Changqing, don't worry. At worst, you and I can just leave here. The world is so big, where is there no place for us to stay? Su Changqing silently leaned her head on his shoulder and said faintly, are you willing to give up everything now? For you, I'm willing to give up anything. Humph, I don't believe you. Su Changqing's fingers gently stroked Li Wangyu's palm. Deep down, she was very satisfied with her man's answer. Li Wangyu was so anxious that he began to swear, I promise. I won't marry anyone other than Changqing. If there is even half a lie, may the heavens strike me with lightning. All right, I believe you, all right? There's no need to be anxious about this matter. Let's take it slow. There will always be a way. Su Changqing gently kissed Li Wangyu's cheek and instead spoke words of comfort. Li Wangyu was also very helpless. He held his beautiful superior's hand and looked at each other speechlessly. Not to mention how Li Wangyu criticized the overbearing Empress Jiangsun in his heart, the Chang'an Theater immediately became popular in Chang'an after its opening. The advance tickets for the theater had been sold for a month. Even so, the demand still exceeded the demand. Fortunately, those who could enter the Tang dynasty theater were all nobles and officials in Chang'an. Otherwise, the scalpers would have been born more than 1,000 years in advance. In the future, when blockbuster movies were released, fanatical fans would go to the theater to watch the movie twice and thrice. However, compared with the crazy noblewomen in Chang'an, watching the movie twice and thrice was nothing. Almost all of them, including Empress Jiangsun, had settled down in the Tang dynasty theater. Every day, after having lunch in the palace on time, they would go to the Tang dynasty theater with concubine Yang and the others to watch the performance of the cowherd and the weaver girl. So far, Aphrodite had only rehearsed this scene. Even so, no one disliked it. Instead, they watched it over and over again with great interest. However, the Tang dynasty theater could only accommodate about 300 people. Therefore, those noblewomen who could not buy tickets were so anxious that they almost hanged themselves. For this reason, he cried and made a fuss in the manor, and even wanted to go on a hunger strike and hang himself. He wanted to force his Langjun and father to think of a way to get a precious theater ticket from Li Wangyu, the county count of Hu. Because of this, the doorstep of Li Wangyu's mansion in Kaihua Square was almost flattened by the hundreds of officials. He was so scared that he ran back to Dingzhou village in Huxin County in the middle of the night and shut himself in, refusing to see any guests. He also underestimated the charm of this play. A theater ticket was not cheap at all. It could even be said that it was ridiculously expensive. Even so, it was still difficult to get a ticket. The entertainment programs in the Tang Dynasty Theater were also full. Business was surprisingly good. In just a month after the opening of the theater, Li Wangyu heard the report from Aphrodite and the old butler Li Heng. He was surprised to find that the money he had invested had been earned back. This was not a theater. It was simply a money-sucking treasure bowl. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only shrug his shoulders and express that the people here were stupid and rich. If there were other transmigrators, they should come quickly. After finishing the theater, before Li Wangyu could take a breather and enjoy a few days of comfortable life, Su Jingzong came looking for him again. Earl, the Goguryeo diplomatic mission has already entered the palace to bid farewell to the sage. They will set off soon and return to Goguryeo. What are your next plans? Su Jingzong still did not understand Li Wangyu's thoughts. He followed Li Wangyu's instructions and easily established a relationship with Yun Gaesaman. After gifting young Gaisaman a Kunlun slave, the two of them had become rather close, at least on the surface, they seemed to be close friends. In these 2 months, Su Jingzong often invited young Gaisaman to Pingkong Square or the Hu taverns in Shi City to indulge in wine and women. But Su Jingzong, who was spending Li Wangyou's money while eating, drinking, and playing with women at public expense, felt more and more uneasy. He didn't understand what Li Wangyou's intentions were. If he wanted to teach young Gaisaman a lesson and vent Xing Chumo's anger, he didn't need to use such a method. Su Jingzong even faintly guessed that Li Wangyu was not only venting Xing Chumo's anger, but also trying to take young Gaisaman's life. But Su Jingzong did not dare to make such a judgment. After all, he also knew that if young Gaisaman died in the Tang dynasty, not even Li Wangyu, as the county earl who founded the dynasty, would be able to bear the consequences. Li Wangyou's eyes flashed upon hearing Su Jingzong's report. It seemed like it was time for the dagger to be revealed after so many days of planning. That's good. General Su, invite the Goguryeo diplomatic mission to a banquet 1 day before it departs. I only have one request. You must get young Gaisaman drunk. Can General Su accomplish this? That's naturally not a problem, but what does Lord Count intend to do? Is there anything you need my cooperation with? Su Jingzong still wanted to get to the bottom of this. Li Wangyu, however, did not reveal anything. It's nothing. As long as General Su can do what I ordered, it's fine. Remember, you must get young Gaisaman drunk. Yes, this lowly official understands. Su Jingzong knew that Li Wangyu wouldn't tell him the truth, so he didn't ask any more questions and nodded. Chapter 799. After Su Jingzong left with a head full of confusion, Li Wangyu immediately went to find Niu Wu. Niu Wu, have you prepared the things I asked you to find? Lang Jun, I've prepared them long ago. But why did you ask me to prepare those things? They look quite frightening. Niu Wu nodded, but he was also confused. Of course I have a use for them. Let's go. Take me to them. Li Wangyu did not explain. The less others knew about this, the better. It was not that he did not trust Niu Wu. Li Wangyu had absolute trust in this loyal Guanzhong man. But it was better to be safe than sorry. If Niu Wu knew the truth and accidentally let it slip, that would not be good. Thus, although Li Wangyu needed Niu Wu to help him carry out some things, he did not plan on explaining the cause and effect of the matter clearly. Niu Wu was curious about this, but he was smart enough to know what to ask and what not to ask. Thus, he did not say much. Li Wangyu did not lead the other troops of the manor. He followed Niu Wu through the manor of Noda, turning here and there until they came to a remote wooden house. This was originally where Li Wangyu had led the Niu brothers to make gunpowder. Because he was afraid that something would happen, he had moved this wooden house to a remote corner of the manor and forbade other people from the manor from coming here. Niu Wu came forward and pulled open the door of the wooden house. Immediately, a wave of fierce barking came out. There were several large metal cages placed in the wooden house, each containing a crazed dog. The eyes of these dogs were completely red, and disgusting saliva dripped from the corners of their mouths. When they saw Li Wangyu and Niu Wu, they constantly thrashed about in the cages, looking like they were going to eat someone. The dogs in the metal cages would occasionally twitch and spasm, appearing rather manic. Li Wangyu knew very well that these were classic dogs that had been infected with rabies. He had asked Niu Wu to secretly collect rabid dogs. His goal was naturally to use the saliva of these rabid dogs to go to Een Death Abyss and Gaisaman. Niu Wu, I have something I need you to do for me. Li Wangyu whispered to Niu Wu after observing the rabid dogs. Although there was no one else around the wooden house, he subconsciously lowered his voice. Niu Wu's single eye flashed. Lang Jun, just give me your orders. I dare not disobey. Li Wangyu waved his hand. It's not that serious. We just need to keep it a secret. Tomorrow, you. His voice grew softer and softer. Niu Wu listened carefully. Although he still didn't understand, he didn't ask. He only nodded vigorously to show that he understood. After instructing Niu Wu, Li Wangyu walked out of the wooden house with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked up in the direction of Chang, and with a confused expression. The next day, after the drum of dusk sounded, the doors of the markets in Chang and slowly closed with squeaking sounds. Most of them slowly fell into a deep sleep. Peace Square was the only place that was still brightly lit. There was lights singing and dancing, and it was very lively. The Chamberlain of Dependencies of the Tang dynasty had actually been established in Peace Square. It was hard to say which big shot had come up with this genius idea. Because the Goguryeo diplomatic mission would be leaving Chang and tomorrow and returning to Goguryeo, the entire mission was celebrating in Peace Square tonight. Young Gaisman had been invited by his new good friend, the vice principal of the Tang dynasty's academy, Su Jingzong, to a familiar brothel so that he could send him off with wine. Worthy little brother Suan, after this farewell, who knows when we'll meet again? Come, let's drink. This elder brother can only use this cup of wine to send you off. I wish you great success in Goguryeo. Su Jingzong raised his cup in a toast to young Gaisman. In a private room, 5 or 6 beautiful courtesans dressed in thin clothing that revealed their cleavage were attentively attending to the two of them, constantly filling their cups with food and wine. Young Gaisman drank all the wine in his cup and then buried his face in the bosom of the courtesan next to him, greedily breathing in the fragrance of her perfume. After a long while, he finally raised his head. Brother Yan, this little brother really doesn't want to leave Chang'an. The women of the Tang dynasty are much better than the women of our Goguryeo. TSK, they're so tender that you can squeeze water out of them. That's only natural. I don't dare to speak about anything else in Chang'an, but the brothel of Peace Square is unparalleled in the world. Come, let's drink. Today, the two of us must get drunk. Cheers. Young Gaisman boldly raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. The courtesans in the private room had already received Su Jingzong's orders and were pouring cup after cup of wine for young Gaisman. They were not drinking the rice wine or wine that the Tang often drank, but the highly concentrated Xiaodao wine from Li Wangyo's Xiaodao winery. Thus, after 2 hours of drinking, young Gaisman was so drunk that he couldn't even speak properly. No, enough, little brother, tomorrow, we still have to set out. Today, we can't drink anymore. Young Gaisman still had a sliver of consciousness left, and he stopped Su Jingzong from pouring more wine. Su Jingzong naturally wouldn't let him do as he wished. He had promised Li Wangyu that he would get young Gaisman drunk today. Although young Gaisman was already drunk, Su Jingzong was afraid that he would ruin Li Wangyu's plans, so he naturally had to continue pouring wine for him. Little brother Su Wan, what are you saying? Have you heard of a poem written by the famous county count Hu of Chang'an? Laughing in the spring breeze, dancing in gauze clothes, how will the gentleman return in peace if he is not drunk? Today, we brothers will part, but we don't know when or where we will meet again. How will he return in peace if he is not drunk? Come, fill little brother Su Wen's cup with wine. Drink. Under Su Jingzong's constant urging to drink, young Gaisman finally failed to resist the assault of alcohol. He was so drunk that he collapsed into a pile of mush and fell unconscious in the arms of a courtesan. Young Gaisman's bodyguard saw that his master was drunk and could only helplessly apologize to Su Jingzong. He then carefully helped young Gaisman out of the brothel and toward the nearby Chamberlain of Dependencies. Su Jingzong stood by the window of the brothel, watching young Gaisman's party gradually disappear into the distance. He shook his head, too lazy to think about what Li Wangyu was planning. In any case, his mission had been completed. Su Jingzong felt his entire body relax. In order to persuade young Gaisman to drink, he had drunk quite a bit. Now that he was relaxed, he felt the alcohol rush to his head. Su Jingzong waved his hand at the young and beautiful courtesans in the room, a lewd smile on his face. Young ladies, it's getting late. Help this one to rest. Today, this one is going to sleep under the same blanket and enjoy the happiness of having multiple partners. After saying this, he pounced on the courtesans, causing them to burst into laughter. Putting aside how Su Jingzong was indulging in wine and pleasure in the brothel, young Gaisman was being supported by 2 bodyguards, one on the left and one on the right, toward the Chamberlain of Dependencies. In an alley not far away from the Chamberlain of Dependencies, a figure flashed out and directly bumped into them. Chapter 800. Young Gaiseman's 2 guards saw that this silhouette seemed to be drunk and wanted to get out of the way. But the 2 of them were struggling to support the drunk young Gaiseman and couldn't move, so how could they get out of the way? As the silhouette stumbled over, it crashed into the 3 of them. The silhouette was a brawny man, and he reeked of alcohol. His strength was not small, and he knocked young Gaiseman's group to the ground. The man himself also fell, and the 4 of them rolled around on the ground. Young Gaiseman seemed to be in pain from the collision, and in his drunken state, he groaned. The 2 guards hurriedly got up and prepared to teach this reckless drunkard a lesson. However, the drunkard's reaction was not very good. He crawled up from the ground and mumbled something incoherently. Then, he turned around and slipped into a dark alley, disappearing from sight. Young Gaiseman's 2 guards had not even been able to see the drunkard's appearance. Seeing the drunkard run off, they did not dare to pursue out of concern for young Gaiseman, who was still lying on the ground. All they could do was carefully help young Gaiseman up. After a rough inspection and confirming that there was nothing wrong with young Gaiseman's body, the 2 of them relaxed. They patted off the dust on young Gaiseman's clothes and continued to help him back to the Chamberlain of Dependencies. The 2 guards were worried that they would be punished for their lack of protection and causing young Gaiseman to fall. Thus, the 2 of them pretended that nothing had happened and naturally did not mention it to anyone else. The next day, young Gaiseman got up from his bed with a headache from his hangover, but it was already late in the morning. The Gogrian envoy had already packed their luggage, and they were just waiting for the arrival of the vice envoy. There was a fixed time for the diplomatic mission to leave Chang'an. If they were late, it would be troublesome. The officials from the Chamberlain of Dependencies who had come to send them off were already waiting in front of the Chamberlain of Dependencies. If not for the fact that they feared young Gaiseman's father's status, the Goguryeo envoy would have already cursed. Seeing that young Gaiseman was awake, the Goguryeo envoy sighed in relief and hurriedly urged the servants to help young Gaiseman clean up and change his clothes. Hurrying, they did not miss the time for the diplomatic mission to set off. By the Ba Bridge outside Chang'an City, the officials of the Chamberlain of Dependencies had sent off the Gogrian diplomatic mission. After which, they chatted and joked with one another as they rode back to Chang'an City. On the other hand, the Gogrian envoy slowly headed northeast, preparing to report back to Goguryeo. No one noticed that outside the pavilion of Ba Qiao, a burly man wearing a bamboo hat was resting on the side of the road, watching the diplomatic mission leave. If the 2 guards of young Gaiseman were here, they might have been able to recognize that this was the reckless drunkard from last night. Seeing the diplomatic mission gradually disappear into the distance, the muscular man with the bamboo hat also stood up and took off his bamboo hat. If it wasn't Niu Wu, who else could it be? Niu Wu casually patted the dust off his body and jumped onto the horse's back. He bypassed Chang'an City and galloped towards the south. In Dingzhou village, Li Wangyu seemed particularly anxious today. Since yesterday, he had been restless. But whether it was his beautiful boss or Aphrodite, when they asked him what had happened, Li Wangyu would smile and shake his head, indicating that he was fine. Li Wangyu wouldn't reveal to anyone that Niu Wu had gone to assassinate young Gaiseman, so he naturally wouldn't tell Su Changqing and the others the truth. But he was extremely anxious. He didn't know if Niu Wu had succeeded or not yesterday, or if some accident had occurred. This was the first time in his life that Li Wangyu had planned a murder, and the target was a rather important figure in history. He couldn't help but be nervous. He hated the fact that there were no mobile phones in this era, and he couldn't get in touch with Niu Wu. Thus, he could only suppress his anxiety and continue to wait. It wasn't until noon that Niu Wu rushed back to the mansion, covered in dust, and secretly gave him a sign of success. Only then did Li Wangyu's hanging heart finally relax. Ignoring everything else, he pulled Niu Wu to that small wooden hut in the middle of nowhere. In the wooden house, the iron cage was still there, but the mad dogs that had been locked up in it had disappeared without a trace. Niu Wu, how was it? Is it done? Li Wangyu impatiently asked as he closed the door to the hut. Niu Wu nodded and gruffly replied, Lang Jun, it's all done. No one suspected anything? No. Last night, I followed your orders and followed Principal Su's group, keeping watch outside the painting pavilion. Principal Su really did manage to get young Gaisaman drunk, so I pretended to be a drunkard with them and used the opportunity to give young Gaisaman a needle. As Niuwu spoke, he took out a needle made of bamboo from his bosom. Li Wangyu hurriedly had him light a fire and carefully tossed the needle into it. Only when the fire engulfed the needle did Li Wangyu relax. And after that? Did everything go smoothly? Niuwu nodded. I followed Lang Juan's orders and waited outside the Chamberlain of Dependencies for the night. As expected, I saw the Goguryeo diplomatic mission return with my own eyes. Young Gaisaman was among them. Good. That's great. Niuwu, it's been hard on you. Go back and rest. But remember to keep this matter a secret. Don't reveal it to anyone. Niuwu naturally knew this and immediately replied, Lang Jun, be at ease. Even if I die, I won't say a single word. Li Wangyu gratefully patted Niuwu's shoulder and said no more. His gaze subconsciously turned to the northeast. Several months later, news came from Goguryeo. The deputy envoy who had just returned from the Tang dynasty, the son of Yun Taizhua, Yun Gaisaman, had suddenly developed a strange illness. He feared light, water, and wind, and the slightest disturbance would make him go crazy. In his madness, he would bite anyone he saw. Although Yun Taizhua had summoned all the famous doctors of Goguryeo to treat his son, none of them could do anything. They couldn't understand what Yun Gaisaman's illness was. In his rage, Yun Taizhua beheaded several Goguryeo imperial physicians, but to no avail. 2 weeks later, the agonized Yun Gaisaman breathed his last. Because of Li Wangyu's appearance, this ambitious and ruthless person who had written a thick and colorful stroke in history had disappeared without a trace before he could even make a splash in the long river of history. When this news reached Chang'an, it didn't cause the slightest stir. It merely served as a topic of conversation for the officials who had received the Goguryeo envoy. But when Su Jingzong learned of this matter, he felt a lingering fear. He was sure that Yun Gaisaman hadn't died from some strange illness. He would never believe that Li Wangyu hadn't done anything. But Su Jingzong was a smart man. After learning of this matter, he buried it in his heart, not daring to speak of it to anyone else. As for Li Wangyu, Su Jingzong was both respectful and fearful. He didn't know if this young earl knew some immortal art that allowed him to take someone's life from 1,000 li away. After learning of Yun Gaisaman's death, Li Wangyu locked himself in his room for several days. When he reappeared, everyone, including Su Chongqing, felt that he had changed a lot. Chapter 801. Spring left and summer came. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. In the 8th month of the 3rd year of Zhongguan, when Chang'an city became unbearably hot again, the city became restless again because of a piece of news from the newspaper. Early in the morning drum that resounded throughout Chang'an city had just been beaten. As soon as the gates of the streets opened, all kinds of carriages, mules, and horses poured out of Chang'an city and headed toward the 3 city gates in the south. The imperial guards who were guarding the illustrious Virtue Gate were shocked by the crowd, and they could not figure out what exactly was going on. Squad leader, are we possessed today? Why do I feel like everyone in Chang'an city is running out of the city? Are they bringing their children with them? Are they trying to escape? The squad leader slapped the back of the soldier's head. Serves you right for being illiterate. Didn't you read the newspaper a few days ago? No. I didn't. What's wrong? What did it say? The soldier dared not talk back, but he mumbled to himself, as if King know how to read. You only know how to write your name, why are you showing off? The squad leader took out a folded newspaper and opened it carefully. He pointed at a paragraph on it and said, "Did you see this? It said that the Saint and Count Huxian built an academy in Huxian. It's called the Academy of the Tang Dynasty, and it's recruiting students from all over Chang'an city. Those who pass the test and are selected to enter the academy are free of charge, and they don't have to pay a single cent for their tuition. Today is the academy's enrollment day, so why do you think so many people are bringing their children out? They don't have to pay for their tuition. They're free of charge. Squad leader, is there such a good thing? TSK, Count Huxian is the god of wealth indeed. How many copper coins did they spend? Nonsense, who in Chang and city doesn't know that Count Huxian's house is filled with mountains of gold and silver, so this little bit of money is nothing. The soldier looked at the endless stream of people leaving the city and could not help but ask curiously, Squad leader, I see that many of the people who left the city today are nobles. I saw a few imperial court officials' carriages leaving the city earlier. Why? Do those nobles want to study in the free academy? They don't lack copper coins, right? TSK. Look, there are also those merchants wearing silk. They are actually running out. Sure enough, the more wealth one uses, the more stingy one is. Why would they care so much about a free academy? Do they still need that little bit of money? The squad leader was so infuriated that he spat on the ground. Pfft, Tian Shilang, you're such an idiot. Why don't you think about who County Count who is? Who is it? Founding County Count? Oh, squad leader, are you saying that the merchant is going to flatter Count who? But that's not right. What are those officials doing? The squad leader was furious. Shut up, I'll be angered to death by you sooner or later. County Count who was the teacher of His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the King of You, the Imperial Preceptor. Imperial Preceptor, do you understand? The court's Imperial Censor Ma and Junior Supervisor Yen have also taken County Count who as their teacher. Don't tell me you didn't know about this. Also, in the Golden Year Spring Imperial Examinations, there were 26 Grand Scholars. Do you know who the third ranker is? Those two had also kowtowed to Count Huxian and taken him as their master. I heard that even the Crown Prince and the Princes study in that academy. Think about it, what does that mean? The soldier finally understood. He was shocked and gasped. Oh my God, if that's the case, if we study in that academy, won't we become the Crown Prince's classmate? Of course. Why else do you think so many officials, nobles, and merchants in Chang and city are rushing to Hu County early in the morning? The squad leader looked like a child who could be taught. He showed off the information he had learned. The soldier was envious when he looked at the endless stream of people and carriages heading to Hu County. He hated that he was born more than 10 years earlier and did not have the chance to study in the Tang dynasty's academy. It was a chance for carps to leap over dragons. At that moment, outside Dingzhou village in Hu County, a rainbow bridge had been built over the Gan River to connect the two banks. The land on the other side of the river that was originally barren had a brand new look, and many buildings had been built. Among them, there was even a 20-meter-tall brick tower. It was a magnificent sight. Li Wangyu had a calm smile on his face as he accompanied Pai Lupi, Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Kong Yingda, and the other big shots on campus. Behind them were Su Jingzong, Sheng Guanyi, Lu Rengui, and the others. Ever since he learned about Yun Geiseman's death, Li Wangyu's state of mind had changed. He was very indifferent to many things and seemed to have matured a lot. He was no longer as impulsive as before. Li Wangyu could not help but feel proud that he had secretly removed a stumbling block for the Tang dynasty when they conquered Goguryeo. In fact, he even felt a little nervous. He and his beautiful superior had transmigrated from the future more than 1300 years ago. What would happen if he changed history like this? Li Wangyu did not know, nor did he dare to think too deeply about it. But Li Wangyu realized that his actions might leave a deep mark in history, so he could not help but become more cautious. He did not even care about the academy that he had single-handedly created. He had left everything to Su Jingzong and the others to manage. Today was the academy's enrollment day. If not for Pai Lupi's personal visit, he would probably still be hiding in his own manor, unwilling to show his face. Pai Lupi walked around the academy and was very satisfied. The academy had only been built into the primary school that Li Wangyu had mentioned, but its scale had already surpassed the directorate in the Wuban Square. Especially with the help of cement, most of the buildings in the academy were made of a mixture of bricks and wood. Many of them were 2 or 3 stories high. Li Wangyu had also thrown out a lot of copper coins and ordered people to dig out many towering trees from the Qinling Mountains. They spent a lot of manpower and resources to transport them to the academy for planting. The newly built academy was filled with towering ancient trees and was full of vitality. Zio, I am very satisfied with this academy of the Tang dynasty. I've troubled you. Li Wangyu unhurriedly bowed and said, Uncle, you flatter me. Actually, I did not do much. It was mainly Principal Su and the others who took care of this matter. Hearing this, Su Jingzong hurriedly stepped out in fear and trepidation. He bowed to Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu and said, I don't dare to accept your praise. Pai Lupi laughed and said, that's enough. I will naturally remember your contributions. Don't push it around. Let's go. It's getting late. Take me to see how you choose the students of the academy. His sons, Li Qingxian and Li Tai, were all going to study at the academy. As a parent, Pai Lupi was more concerned about how the academy would choose the children who signed up to study at the academy. Li Wangyu smiled and said, Uncle, the academy chooses students based on their intelligence. They will not let you down. Chapter 802. Pai Lupi and the others were naturally curious about Li Wangyu's words. Pai Lupi smiled and said, Zio, can you tell me? Is it like the recruitment of assistant lecturers in the academy? What kind of psychological test questions? Pai Lupi and the others still remembered the strange questions that Li Wangyu came up with in the Imperial College. Although they did not know why, Pai Lupi had asked Su Jingzong about it and learned that the students who were selected to teach in the academy were all kind and gentle people who were very suitable for teaching. Regarding this, Li Er naturally shook his head in confusion, but he could only admire his nephew's unfathomable ability. Li Wangyu smiled and shook his head, Uncle, it's hard to explain in a few words. Why don't you and I go and have a look together? Although Li Wangyu did not want to take care of things now, he and his beautiful boss had discussed many ways to select students for the first enrollment of the academy. Oh. Then we should go and have a look. Everyone, let's go and see what Zio has come up with. Pai Lupi naturally would not refuse. He called a group of big shots and prepared to watch the admission test. It had to be said that the academy of the Tang dynasty established by Li Wangyu was very attractive. After all, Pai Lupi was the dean himself, and the crown Prince Li Qingxian, Prince Li Tai, and the others were studying in the academy. How could it not attract the attention of the officials, the rich and the common people in Chang'an City? Before 9 o'clock in the morning, nearly 1,000 people had gathered outside the academy. They were all ready to sign up. Fortunately, more than 100 students had been selected from the students who had landed in the academy. They had been trained by their beautiful boss for several months, and now these students were good enough. Today's enrollment test was mainly for the new students who came to sign up, and it was these hundreds of assistant lecturers. Li Wangyu led Pai Lupi and the others to the gate of the academy. When he saw the bustling crowd, he could not help but feel a little absent-minded. This scene was so King familiar. Wasn't this the same scene when those famous schools in the future opened? Li Wangyu, on the other hand, could not help but sigh a little. However, no matter how much the academy expanded its enrollment, it could only take in a few hundred children. Moreover, it had to leave enough places for those who had connections. In this way, the number of students that could be recruited was only a small portion of the total number of people who came to register. Li Wangyu looked at Pai Lupi and the others and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Many of those who came to register were civil and military officials of the imperial court. If he led Pai Lupi out like this, wouldn't he be recognized immediately? No matter what, Pai Lupi was the emperor of the Tang dynasty. His safety could not be ignored. Moreover, when those officials bowed, the surrounding crowd would definitely know that the emperor had come in person. When that time came, the scene would be chaotic. It would not be good if something troublesome happened. Moreover, Li Wangyu did not want those officials to discover him. If their descendants could not pass the academy's test and could not enter, he would definitely be dragged by a group of people to get in through the back door. That kind of thing gave him a headache. However, since Pai Lupi was already here, Li Wangyu could not drive Pai Lupi away, right? He did not have that much courage. After thinking for a while, Li Wangyu had an idea. After apologizing to Pai Lupi, he reached out his hand to summon a troop and whispered a few words in his ear. The troop nodded and immediately ran out of the academy. Pai Lupi could not help but be suspicious. Zio, what are you up to now? Li Wangyu smiled embarrassedly as he touched his nose and voiced out his concerns. Zhang Sun Wuji and the rest heard this and frowned. They felt that Li Wangyu's words were indeed reasonable. At this moment, looking from afar, everyone could see that there was already a dense crowd outside the academy. At this moment, if Pai Lupi suddenly appeared and the officials bowed again, it would be easy to cause more trouble. Pai Lupi heard this and was a little hesitant. However, he was also very unwilling to leave just like that. However, Li Wangyu smiled and said, "Hee, uncle, you are a precious person. Naturally, you cannot take the risk. However, it's fine. I have an idea. Uncle, please wait for a while. I have already ordered people to prepare." Pai Lupi, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the rest heard this and could not help but look at each other. They could not understand what method Li Wangyu had. After a short while, they saw a large group of maidservants coming from Li Wangyu's residence. Pai Lupi did not understand. "Zio, this is your idea? Why did you summon the maidservants from your residence?" Li Wangyu spread out his hands. "Uncle, of course. Makeup." "Makeup?" Pai Lupi and the rest of the elders were stunned. Li Wangyu nodded affirmatively. "That's right. It can also be called a disguise. Zio, the maidservants from your residence know how to disguise themselves?" Zhang Sun Wuji could not help but ask in surprise. Li Wangyu shrugged his shoulders. The maidservants from his residence definitely did not know any disguise techniques. However, one of the 4 great sorcery of East Asia in the future was the art of makeup. As the city's white-bone fairy and the company's goddess, his beautiful superior was naturally proficient in makeup. When she had nothing to do in the residence, she would teach the maidservants how to put on makeup. After a while, the maidservants in the residence had all become experts in makeup. Li Wangyu thought that since this art of makeup could turn a faceless woman into a goddess, it should not be difficult for Pai Lupi and the rest of the rough men to change their appearances. Pai Lupi and the rest naturally did not believe Li Wangyu's explanation. However, Pai Lupi was in a hurry to watch the show, so he simply let his nephew do as he pleased. Therefore, after the group of maidservants arrived and greeted Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu, and the rest, they took out various makeup tools and powders and started to get busy. After a period of torment, all the big shots, including Li Wangyu, had their appearances completely changed. Li Wangyu had a fake beard glued onto his face, making him look a bit older. He had become a handsome young man. As for Pai Lupi, because his beard was too unique, the maidservants naturally could not shave off his beard. They could only boldly make up Pai Lupi into a black-faced man. Li Wangyu looked at him and found that he looked a little like Li Kuei. He could not help but be secretly happy. As for Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and the other big shots, they also changed their appearances under the makeup techniques of the maidservants. Looking at their changed appearances in the copper mirror in the maidservant's hand, all the big shots, including Pai Lupi, were overjoyed. They felt that it was really interesting. None of them had experienced this kind of makeup before. Fortunately, Pai Lupi and the rest came to the academy in casual clothes today, so they did not have to change their clothes. Seeing that there were no more loopholes in the crowd, Li Wangyu led the group of big shots towards the entrance of the academy, ready to take a look at how the academy was recruiting